Section 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Tale of Zayn al-Asnam, Part 1. When it was the 497th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And Shahrazad replied, With love and good will, I will relate to you the tale of Zayn al-Asnam. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that in Bassorah city reigned a puissant sultan, who was opulent exceedingly, and who owned all the goods of life. But he lacked a child, which might inherit his wealth and dominion. So, being sorely sorrowful on this account, he arose, and fell to doing abundant alms deeds to fakirs and the common poor, to the hallows and other holy men, and prayed their recourse to Allah Almighty, in order that the Lord, to whom belong might and majesty, might of his grace bless him with issue. And the compassionate accepted his prayer for his alms to the religious, and deigned grant his petition. And one night of the nights after he lay with the queen, she went away from him with child. Now, as soon as the Sultan heard of the conception, he rejoiced with exceeding great joyance. And when the days of delivery drew near, he gathered together all the astrologers and sages who strike the sandboard, and said to them, 'Tis our desire that ye disclose and acquaint us anent the birth which is to be born during the present month, whether it shall be male or female, and what shall befall it from the shifts of time, and what shall proceed from it. Thereupon the geomantists struck their sandboards, and the astrophils ascertained their ascendants, and they drew the horoscope of the babe unborn, and said to the sovereign, O king of the age, and lord of the time and the tide, verily the child to which the queen shall presently give birth will be a boy, and 'twill be right for thee to name him Zayn al-Asnam, Zayn of the images. Then spake the geomantists, saying, Know then, ho, though the king, that this little one shall approve him, when grown to man's estate, valiant and intelligent. But his days shall happen upon sundry troubles and travails, and yet, if he doughtily fight against all occurrence, he shall become the most opulent of the kings of the world. Exclaimed the Sultan, And the child will prove himself valorous, as ye have announced, then the toil and moil which shall be his lot may be held for naught, inasmuch as calamities but train and strengthen the songs of the kings. Shortly after this, the queen gave birth to a man-child, and glory be to him who fashioned the babe with such peerless beauty and loveliness. The king named his son Zayn al-Asnam, and presently he became even as the poets sang of one of his fellows in semblance. He showed, and they cried, Be Allah blessed, and who made him and formed him his might attest. This be surely the Lord of all loveliness, and all others his lieges and thralls be confessed. Then Zayn al-Asnam grew up, and increased until his age attained its 15th year, when his sire the Sultan appointed for him an experienced governor, one versed in all the sciences and philosophies, who fell to instructing him till such times as he waxed familiar with every branch of knowledge, and in due season he became an adult. Thereupon the Sultan bade summon his son and heir to the presence, together with the lords of his land and the notables of his lieges, and addressed him before them with excellent counsel, saying, O my son, O Zayn al-Asnam, seeing that I be shotten in years, and at the present time sick of a sickness which haply shall end my days in this world, and which anon shall seat thee in my stead, therefore I bequeath unto thee the following charge. Beware, O my son, lest thou wrong any man, and incline not to cause the poor complain, but do justice to the injured after the measure of thy might. Furthermore, have a care lest thou trust to every word spoken to thee by the great, but rather lend thou ever an ear unto the voice of the general. for that thy grandees will betray thee, as they seek only what so suiteth them, not that which suiteth thy subjects. A few days after this time the old Sultan's distemper increased, and his life-term was fulfilled, and he died. Whereupon his son, Zayn al-Asnam, rose and donned mourning dress for his father during 6 days, and on the 7th he went forth to the divan and took seat upon the throne of his sultanate. He also held a levee, wherein were assembled all the defenders of the realm, and the ministers and the lords of the land came forward and condoled with him for the loss of his parent, and wished him all good fortune, and gave him joy of his kingship and dominion, and prayed for his endurance in honour and his permanence in prosperity. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 498th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that Zayn al-Asnam, seeing himself in this high honour and opulence, and he young in years and void of experience, straightway inclined unto lavish expenditure and commerce with the younglings, who were like him, and fell to wasting immense wealth upon his pleasures, and neglected his government, nor paid aught of regard to his subjects. Thereupon the Queen Mother began to counsel him, and forbid him from such ill courses, advising him to abandon his perverse inclinations, and apply his mind to rule and commandment, and further the policy of his kingdom, lest the lieges repudiate him, and rise up against him and depose him. But he would on no wise hearken to a single of her words, and persisted in his ignorant folly, whereat the folk murmured, inasmuch as the lords of the land had put forth their hands to tyranny and oppression when they saw the king lacking in regard for his rights. And presently the commons rose up against Zayn al-Asnam, and would have dealt harshly with him, had not his mother been a woman of wits and wisdom and contrivance, dearly loved of the general. So she directed the malcontents aright, and promised them every good. Then she summoned her son Zayn al-Asnam, and said to him, Behold, O my child, that which I foretold for thee, to wit, that thou wastest thy realm, and lavishest thy life to boot, by persevering in what ignorance thou art. For that thou hast placed the governance of thy kingdom in the hands of inexperienced youth, and hast neglected the elders, and hast dissipated thy monies, and the monies of the monarchy, and thou hast lavished all thy treasure upon wilfulness and carnal pleasuring. Zayn al-Asnam, awaking from the slumber of negligence, forthright accepted his mother's counsel, and, faring forth at once to the diwan, he entrusted the management of the monarchy to certain old officers, men of intelligence and experience. But he acted on this wise only after Bassorah town was ruined, inasmuch as he had not turned away from his ignorant folly before he had wasted and spoiled all the wealth of the sultanate, and he had become utterly impoverished. Thereupon the prince fell to repenting and regretting that which had been done by him, until the repose of sleep was destroyed for him, and he shunned meat and drink. Nor did this cease, until one night of the nights which had sped in such grief and thoughtfulness and vain regret, until dawn drew nigh, and his eyelids closed for a little while. Then an old and venerable sheikh appeared to him in a vision, and said to him, O Zayn al-Asnam, sorrow not, for after sorrow, however sore, cometh naught but joyance. And wouldst thou win free of this woe, up and hie thee to Egypt, where thou shalt find hoards of wealth, which shall replace whatso thou hast wasted, and will double it more than twofold. Now when the prince was aroused from his sleep, he recounted to his mother all he had seen in his dream. But his parent began to laugh at him, and he said to her, Mock me not, there is no help but that I wend Egyptwards. Rejoined she, O my son, believe not in swavens, which be mere embroglios of sleep and lying fantasies. And retorted, saying, In very sooth, my vision is true, and the man whom I saw therein is of the saints of Allah, and his words are veridical." Then, on a night of the nights, mounting horse alone and privily, he abandoned his kingdom, and took the highway to Egypt. And he rode day and night until he reached Cairo city. He entered it, and saw it to be a mighty fine capital. Then, tethering his steed, he found shelter in one of its cathedral mosques, and he worn out by weariness. However, when he had rested a little, he fared forth and bought himself somewhat of food. After eating, his excessive fatigue caused him to fall asleep in the mosque. Nor had he slept long ere the sheikh appeared to him a second time in vision, and said to him, "O Zayn al-Asnam," and Shahrazad was apprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 499th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night." And quoth Shahrazad, "It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that the sheikh again appeared to the prince in a vision, and said to him, O Zayn al-Asnam, thou hast obeyed me in whatso I bade thee, and I only made trial of thee to test an thou be valiant or craven. But now I wot thy worth, inasmuch as thou hast accepted my words, and thou hast acted upon my advice. So do thou return straightway to thy capital, and I will make thee a wealthy ruler, such an one that neither before thee was any king like unto thee, nor shall any like unto thee come after thee." Hereat Zayn al-Asnam awoke and cried, "Bismillah! In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate, what be this sheikh who verily persecuted me until I travelled to Cairo, and I having faith in him, and holding that he was either the apostle, whom Allah save and assain, or one of the righteous hallows of God? And there is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah the glorious, the great. By the Lord, but I did right well in not relating my dream to any save to my mother, and in warning none of my departure. I had full faith in this oldster, but now meseemeth the man is not of those who know the truth, be he extolled and exalted. So by Allah I will cast off all confidence in this sheikh and his doings." With this resolve, the prince slept that night in the mosque, and on the morrow took horse, and after a few days of strenuous travel arrived at his capital Bassora. Herein he entered by night, and forthright went in to his mother, who asked him, "Say me, hast thou won aught of whatso the sheikh promised thee?" And he answered her by acquainting her with all his adventure. Then she applied her to consoling and comforting him, saying, "Grieve not, O my son. If Almighty Allah have apportioned unto thee aught, thou shalt obtain it without toil and travail. But I would see thee wax sensible and wise, abandoning all these courses which have landed thee in poverty, O my son, and shunning songstresses, and commune with the inexperienced and the society of loose livers, male and female. All such pleasures as these are for the sons of the ne'er-do-well, not for the scions of the kings thy peers." Herewith Zayn al-Asnam sware an oath to bear in mind all she might say to him, never to gainsay her commandments, nor deviate from them a single hair's breadth, to abandon all she should forbid him, and to fix his thoughts upon rule and governance. Then he addressed himself to sleep, and as he slumbered, the sheikh appeared to him a third time in vision, and said, "O Zayn al-Asnam, O thou valorous prince, this very day, as soon as thou shalt have shaken off thy drowsiness, I will fulfil my covenant with thee. So take with thee a pickaxe, and hie to such a palace of thy sire, and turn up the ground, searching it well in such a place, where thou wilt find that which shall enrich thee." As soon as the prince awoke, he hastened to his mother in huge joy, and told her his tale. But she fell again to laughing at him, and saying, "O my child, indeed this old man maketh mock of thee, and naught else. So get thyself clear of him." But Zayn al-Asnam replied, "O mother mine, verily the sheikh is soothfast and no liar, for the first time he but tried me, and now he proposeth to perform his promise. Whereto his mother, At all events the work is not wearisome, so do thou whatso thou willest, even as he bade thee. Make the trial, and Inshallah, God willing, return to me rejoicing. Yet sore I fear lest thou come back to me and say, Sooth hast thou spoken in thy speech, O my mother. However, Zayn al-Asnam took up a pickaxe, and descending to that part of the palace where his sire lay entombed, began to dig and to delve. Nor had he worked a long while, ere, lo and behold, there appeared to him a ring bedded in a marble slab. He removed the stone, and saw a ladder-like flight of steps, whereby he descended until he found a huge souterrain, all pillared and propped with columns of marble and alabaster. And when he entered the inner recesses, he saw within the cave-like souterrain a pavilion, which bewildered his wits, and inside the same stood 8 jars of green jasper. So he said in his mind, What may be these jars, and what may be stored therein? And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the full 500th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that when Zayn al-Asnam saw the jars, he came forwards, and unlidding them, found each and every full of antique golden pieces. So he hent a few in hand, seen, and going to his mother, gave of them to her, saying, Hast thou seen, O my mother? She marvelled at the matter, and made answer, Beware, O my son, of wasting this wealth, as thou dissipatedst other aforetime. Whereupon her son sware to her an oath, saying, Have no care, O my mother, nor be thy heart other than good before me, and I desire that thou also find satisfaction in mine actions. Presently she arose and went forth with him, and the twain descended into the cavern-like souterrain, and entered the pavilion, where the queen saw that which wildereth the wits, and she made sure with her own eyes that the jars were full of gold. But while they enjoyed the spectacle of the treasure, behold, they caught sight of a smaller jar, wondrously wrought in green jasper. So Zayn al-Asnam opened it, and found therein a golden key, whereupon quoth the queen mother, O my son, needs must this key have some door which it unlocketh. Accordingly they sought all about the souterrain of the pavilion to find if there was a door or aught like thereto, and presently, seeing a wooden lock fast barred, they knew wherefore the key was intended. Presently the prince applied it, and opened the lock, whereupon the door of a palace gave admittance, and when the twain entered, they found it more spacious than the first pavilion, and all illumined with a light which dazed the sight. Yet not a wax candle lit it up, nor indeed was there a recess for lamps. Hereat they marvelled and meditated, and presently they discovered 8 images of precious stones, all seated upon as many golden thrones, and each and every was cut of one solid piece. And all the stones were pure and of the finest water, and most precious of price. Zayn al-Asnam was confounded hereat, and said to his mother, Whence could my sire have obtained all these rare things? And the twain took their pleasure in gazing at them and considering them, and both wondered to see a 9th throne unoccupied, when the queen espied a silken hanging, whereon was inscribed, O my son, marvel not at this mighty wealth which I have acquired by sore stress and striving travail, but learn also that there existeth a 9th statue, whose value is 20-fold greater than these thou seest. And if thou would win it, hie thee again to Cairo city. There thou shalt find a whilome slave of mine, Mubarak hight, and he will take thee and guide thee to the statue, and 'twill be easy to find him on entering Cairo. The first person thou shalt accost will point out the house to thee, for that Mubarak is known throughout the place. When Zayn al-Asnam had read this writ, he cried, O my mother, 'tis again my desire to wend my way Cairo-wards, and seek out this image. So do thou say, how seest thou my vision, fact or fiction, after thou assuredst me, saying, this be an imbroglio of sleep? However, at all events, O my mother, now there is no help for it but that I travel once more to Cairo. Replied she, O my child, seeing that thou be under the protection of the Apostle of Allah, whom may he save and assain, so do thou fare in safety, while I and thy vizier will order thy reign in thine absence, till such time as thou shalt return. Accordingly the prince went forth and gat him ready, and rode on till he reached Cairo, where he asked for Mubarak's house. The folk assured him, saying, O my lord, this be a man than whom none is wealthier or greater in boon deeds and bounties, and his home is ever open to the stranger. Then they showed him the way, and he followed it, till he came to Mubarak's mansion, where he knocked at the door, and a slave of the black slaves opened to him. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 501st night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Zayn al-Asnam knocked at the door when a slave of Mubarak's black slaves came out to him, and opening asked him, Who art thou, and what is it thou wantest? The prince answered, I am a foreigner from a far country, and I have heard of Mubarak thy lord that he is famed for liberality and generosity, so that I come hither purposing to become his guest. Thereupon the chattel went in to his lord, and after reporting the matter to him, came out and said to Zayn al-Asnam, O my lord, a blessing hath descended upon us by thy footsteps. Do thou enter, for my master Mubarak awaiteth thee. Therewith the prince passed into a court, spacious exceedingly, and all beautified with trees and waters, and the slave led him to the pavilion wherein Mubarak was sitting. As the guest came in, the host straightway rose up and met him with cordial greeting, and cried, A benediction hath alighted upon us, and this night is the most benedite of the nights, by reason of thy coming to us. So who art thou, O youth, and whence is thine arrival, and whither is thine intent? He replied, I am Zayn al-Asnam, and I seek one Mubarak, a slave of the Sultan of Bassorah, who deceased a year ago, and I am his son. Mubarak rejoined, What sayest thou? Thou the son of the king of Bassorah? And the other retorted, Yea, verily I am his son. Quoth Mubarak, In good sooth, my late lord the king of Bassorah left no son known to me. But what may be thine age, O youth? 20 years or so, quoth the prince, presently adding, But thou, how long is it since thou leftest my sire? I left him 18 years ago, said the other. But, O my child, Zayn al-Asnam, by what sign canst thou assure me of thy being the son of my old master, the sovereign of Bassorah? Said the prince, Thou alone knowest that my father laid out beneath his palace a souterrain, and in this he placed 40 jars of the finest green jasper, which he filled with pieces of antique gold. Also, that within a pavilion he builded a second palace, and set therein 8 images of precious stones, each one of a single gem, and all seated upon royal seats of placer gold. He also wrote upon a silken hanging a writ which I read, and which bade me repair to thee, and thou wouldst inform me concerning the 9th statue, whereabouts it may be, assuring me that it is worth all the 8. Now when Mubarak heard these words, he fell at the feet of Zayn al-Asnam and kissed them, exclaiming, Pardon me, O my lord, in very truth thou art the son of my old master, adding presently, I have spread, O my lord, a feast for all the grandees of Cairo, and I would that thy highness honour it by thy presence. The prince replied, With love and the best will. Thereupon Mubarak arose, and forewent Zayn al-Asnam to the saloon, which was full of the lords of the land there gathered together, and here he seated himself after establishing Zayn al-Asnam in the place of honour. Then he bade the tables be spread and the feast be served, and he waited upon the prince with arms crossed behind his back, and at times falling upon his knees. So the grandees of Cairo marvelled to see Mubarak, one of the great men of the city, serving the youth, and wondered with extreme wonderment, unknowing whence the stranger was. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 502nd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Mubarak fell to waiting upon Zayn al-Asnam, the son of his old lord, and the grandees of Cairo, there sitting, marvelled to see Mubarak, one of the great men of the city, serving the youth, and wondered with extreme wonderment, unknowing whence the stranger was. After this they ate and drank and supped well, and were cheered, till at last Mubarak turned towards them and said, O folk, admire not that I wait upon this young man with all worship and honour, for that he is the son of my old lord, the Sultan of Bassorah, who bought me with his money, and who died without manumitting me. I am therefore bound to do service to his son, this my young lord, and all that my hand possesseth of money and munition belongeth to him, nor own I aught thereof at all, at all. When the grandees of Cairo heard these words, they stood up before Zayn al-Asnam and salamed to him with mighty great respect, and entreated him with high regard, and blessed him. Then said the prince, O assembly, I am in the presence of your worships, and be ye my witnesses. O Mubarak, thou art now freed, and all thou hast of goods, gold, and gear, erst belonging to us, becometh henceforth thine own, and thou art endowed with them for good, each and every. Eke do thou ask whatso of importance thou wouldst have from me, for I will on no wise let or stay thee in thy requiring it. With this Mubarak arose and kissed the hand of Zayn al-Asnam, and thanked him for his boons, saying, O my lord, I wish for thee naught save thy weal, but the wealth that is with me is altogether overmuch for my wants. Then the prince abode with the freedman 4 days, during which all the grandees of Cairo made active presence day by day to offer their salams as soon as they heard men say, This is the master of Mubarak, and the monarch of Bassorah. And whenas the guest had taken his rest, he said to his host, O Mubarak, my tarrying with thee hath been long. Whereto, said the other, Thou wottest, O my lord, that the matter whereinto thou comest to inquire is singular rare, but that it also involveth risk of death, and I know not if thy valour can make the attainment thereto possible to thee. Rejoined Zayn al-Asnam, Know, O Mubarak, that opulence is gained only by blood, nor cometh aught upon mankind save by determination and predestination of the Creator, be he glorified and magnified. So look to thine own stoutness of heart, and take thou no thought of me. Thereupon Mubarak forthright bade his slaves get them ready for wayfare. So they obeyed his bidding in all things, and mounted horse and travelled by light and dark over the wildest of wolds, every day seeing matters and marvels which bewildered their wits, sights they had never seen in all their years, until they drew near unto a certain place. There the party dismounted, and Mubarak bade the negro slaves and eunuchs bide on the spot, saying to them, Do ye keep watch and ward over the beasts of burthen and the horses, until what time we return to you. After this the twain set out together afoot, and quoth the freedman to the prince, O my lord, here valiancy besitteth, for that now thou art in the land of the image thou camest to seek. And they ceased not walking till they reached a lake, a long water and a wide, where, quoth Mubarak to his companion, Know, O my lord, that anon will come to us a little craft, bearing a banner of azure tinct, and all its planks are of chonders, and line aloes of comorin, the most precious of woods. And now I would charge thee with a charge the which must thou most diligently observe. Asked the other, Thou wilt see in that boat a boatman, whose fashion is the reverse of man's. But beware, and again I say beware, lest thou utter a word, otherwise he will at once drown us. Learn also that this stead belongeth to the king of the Jinns, and that everything thou beholdest is the work of the Jann. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 503rd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Mubarak and Zayn al-Asnam came upon a lake, where, behold, they found a little craft, whose planks were of chonders and line aloes of comorin, and therein stood a ferryman with the head of an elephant, while the rest of his body wore the semblance of a lion. Presently he approached them, and, winding his trunk around them, lifted them both into the boat, and seated them beside himself. Then he fell to paddling, till he passed through the middle of the lake, and he ceased not so doing until he had landed them on the further bank. Here the twain took ground, and began to pace forwards, gazing around them the while, and regarding the trees, which bore for burthen ambergris and line aloes, sandal, cloves, and gelsomine, all with flowers and fruits bedressed, whose odours broadened the breast and excited the sprite. There also the birds warbled with various voices, notes ravishing and rapturing the heart by the melodies of their music. So Mubarak turned to the prince, and asked him, saying, How seest thou this place, O my lord? And the other answered, I deem, O Mubarak, that in very truth this be the paradise promised to us by the prophet, whom Allah save and assain. Thence they fared forwards, till they came upon a mighty fine palace, all builded of emeralds and rubies, with gates and doors of gold refined. It was fronted by a bridge 150 cubits long, to a breadth of 50, and the whole was one rib of a fish. At the further end thereof stood innumerous hosts of the Jann, all frightful of favour and fear-inspiring of figure, and each and every, hand in hand, javelins of steel which flashed to the sun like December levin. Thereat quoth the prince to his companion, This be a spectacle which ravisheth the wits. And quoth Mubarak, It now behoveth that we abide in our places, nor advance further, lest there happen to us some mishap, and may Allah vouchsafe to us safety. Herewith he brought forth his pouch 4 strips of a yellow silken stuff, and zoning himself with one, threw the other over his shoulders, and he gave the 2 remaining pieces to the prince, that he might do with them on likewise. Next he dispread before either of them a waist shawl of white sendal, and then he pulled out of his poke sundry precious stones, and scents, and ambergris, and eaglewood, and lastly each took his seat upon the saz. And when both were ready, Mubarak repeated the following words to the prince, and taught him to pronounce them before the king of the Jann. O my lord, sovereign of the spirits, we stand within thy precincts, and we throw ourselves on thy protection. Whereto Zayn al-Asnam added, And I adjure him earnestly that he accept of us. But Mubarak rejoined, O my lord, by Allah I am in sore fear. Hear me. And he determined to accept us without hurt or harm. He will approach us in the semblance of a man, rare of beauty and comeliness. But if not, he will assume a form frightful and terrifying. Now, an thou see him in his favourable shape, do thou arise forthright, and salam to him, and above all things beware lest thou step beyond this thy cloth. The prince replied, To hear is to obey. And the other continued, And let thy salam to him be thy saying, O King of the sprites and sovereign of the Jann and Lord of earth, my sire, the whilome Sultan of Bassora, whom the angel of death hath removed, as is not hidden from thy highness, was ever taken under thy protection, and I, like him, come to thee suing the same safeguard. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 504th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Mubarak fell to lessoning Zayn al-Asnam how he should salute the King of the Jinns, and pursued, Likewise, O my lord, if he hail us with a gladsome face of welcome, he will doubtless say thee, Ask whatso thou wantest of me. And the moment he giveth thee his word, do thou at once prefer thy petition, saying, O my lord, I require of thy highness the 9th statue, than which is naught more precious in the world, and thou didst promise my father to vouchsafe me that same. And after this Mubarak instructed his master how to address the king, and crave of him the boon, and how to bespeak him with pleasant speech. Then he began his conjurations and fumigations and adjurations and recitations of words, not understanded of any, and but little time elapsed before cold rain downrailed, and lightning flashed, and thunder roared, and thick darkness veiled earth's face. Presently came forth a mighty rushing wind, and a voice like an earthquake, the quake of earth on Judgment Day. The prince, seeing these horrors, and sighting that which he had never before seen or heard, trembled for terror in every limb. But Mubarak fell to laughing at him, and saying, Fear not, O my lord, for that which thou dreadest is what we seek. For to us it is an earnest of glad tidings and success. So be thou satisfied, and hold thyself safe. After this the skies waxed clear and serene exceedingly, while perfumed winds and the purest scents breathed upon them. Nor did a long time elapse ere the King of the Jann presented himself under the semblance of a beautiful man, who had no peer in comeliness, save and excepting him who lacketh likeness, and to whom be honour and glory. He gazed at Zayn al-Asnam with a gladsome aspect and a riant, whereat the prince arose forthright, and recited the string of benedictions taught to him by his companion, and the king said to him with a smiling favour, O Zayn al-Asnam, verily I was wont to love thy sire, the Sultan of Bassora, and when he visited me ever, I used to give him an image of those thou sawest, each cut of a single gem. And thou also shalt presently become to me honoured as thy father, and yet more. Ere he died, I charged him to write upon the silken curtain the writ thou readest, and eke I gave promise and made covenant with him to take thee like thy parent under my safeguard, and to gift thee as I gifted him with an image, to wit the 9th, which is of greater worth than all those viewed by thee. So now 'tis my desire to stand by my word, and to afford thee my promised aid. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Tale of Zayn al-Asnam, Part 2. When it was the 505th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O King of the age, that the Lord of the Jann said to the prince, I will take thee under my safeguard, and the sheikh thou sawest in thy swavens was myself, and I also 'twas who bade thee dig under thy palace down to the souterrain, wherein thou sawest the crocks of gold and the figures of fine gems. I also well know wherefore thou art come hither, and I am he who caused thee to come, and I will give thee what thou seekest, for all that I would not give it to thy sire. But 'tis on condition that thou return unto me, bringing a damsel whose age is 15, a maiden without rival or likeness in loveliness. Furthermore, she must be a pure virgin, and a clean maid, who hath never lusted for male, nor hath ever been solicited of man. And lastly, thou must keep faith with me in safeguarding the girl whenas thou returnest hither, and beware lest thou play the traitor to her whilst thou bringest her to me. To this purpose the prince sware a mighty strong oath, adding, O my lord, thou hast indeed honoured me by requiring of me such service, but truly 'twill be right hard for me to find a fair one like unto this, and grant that I find one perfectly beautiful and young in years, after the requirement of thy highness. How shall I weet if she ever longed for mating with man, or that male ever lusted for her? Replied the king, Right thou art, O Zayn al-Asnam, and verily this be a knowledge whereunto the sons of men may on no wise attain. However, I will give thee a mirror of my own, whose virtue is this. When thou shalt sight a young lady whose beauty and loveliness please thee, do thou open the glass, and if thou see therein her image clear and undimmed, do thou learn forthright that she is a clean maid, without aught of defect or default, and endowed with every praiseworthy quality. But if contrariwise the figure be found darkened, or clothed in uncleanness, do thou straightway know that damsel is sullied by soil of sex. Shouldst thou find her pure and gifted with all manner of good gifts, bring her to me, but beware not to offend with her and do villainy. And if thou keep not faith and promise with me, bear in mind that thou shalt lose thy life. Hereupon the prince made a stable and solemn pact with the king, a covenant of the sons of the sultans, which may never be violated. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 506th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Prince Zayn al-Asnam made a stable and trustworthy compact to keep faith with the king of the Jann, and never to play traitor thereto, but to bring the maid en tout bien et tout honneur to that potentate who made over to him the mirror, saying, O my son, take this looking-glass whereof I bespake thee, and depart straightway. Thereupon the prince and Mubarak arose, and, after blessing him, fared forth and journeyed back, until they made the lakelet, where they sat but a little ere appeared the boat which had brought them, bearing the genie, with elephantine head and leonine body, and he was standing up ready for paddling. The twain took passage with him, and this by command of the king of the Jann, until they reached Cairo, and returned to their quarters, where they abode whilst they rested from the travails of travel. Then the prince turned to his companion, and said, Arise with us, and wend we to Baghdad city, that we may look for some damsel such as the king describeth. And Mubarak replied, O my lord, we be in Cairo, a city of the cities, a wonder of the world, and here no doubt there is but that I shall find such a maiden, nor is there need that we fare therefore to a far country. Zayn al-Asnam rejoined, True for thee, O Mubarak, but what be the will and the way whereby to hit upon such a girl? And who shall go about to find her for us? Quoth the other, Be not beaten and broken down, O my lord, by such difficulty. I have by me here an ancient dame, and cursed be the same, who maketh marriages, and she is past mistress in wiles and guiles, nor will she be hindered by the greatest of obstacles. So saying, he sent to summon the old trot, and informed her that he wanted a damsel perfect to beauty, and not past her 15th year, whom he would marry to the son of his lord. And he promised her sumptuous bakshish and largesse, if she would do her very best endeavour. Answered she, O my lord, be at rest. I will presently contrive to satisfy thy requirement even beyond thy desire. For under my hand are damsels unsurpassable in beauty and loveliness, and all be the daughters of honourable men. But the old woman, O lord of the age, knew not anent the mirror. So she went forth to wander about the city and work on her well-known ways. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 507th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the old woman went forth to work on her well-known ways, and she wandered about town to find a maiden for the Prince Zayn al-Asnam. Whatever notable beauty she saw, she would set before Mubarak, but each semblance, as it was considered in the mirror, showed exceedingly dark and dull, and the inspector would dismiss the girl. This endured until the crone had brought to him all the damsels in Cairo, and not one was found whose reflection in the mirror showed clear bright, and whose honour was pure and clean. In fact, such an one is described by the king of the Jann. Herewith Mubarak, seeing that he had not found one in Cairo to please him, or who proved true and unsullied as the king of the Jann had required, determined to visit Baghdad. So they rose up and equipped them, and set out, and in due time they made the city of peace, where they hired them a mighty fine mansion amiddlemost the capital. Here they settled themselves in such comfort and luxury that the lords of the land would come daily to eat at their table, even the thirsty, and those who went forth betimes, and what remained of the meat was distributed to the mesquin and the miserable. Also, every poor stranger lodging in the mosques would come to the house and find a meal. Therefore the bruit of them for generosity and liberality went abroad throughout the city, and won for them notable name and the fairest of fame. Nor did any ever speak of aught save the beneficence of Zayn al-Asnam, and his generosity and his opulence. Now there chanced to be in one of the cathedral mosques an imam, Abu Bakrite, a ghostly man, passing jealous and fulsome, who dwelt hard by the mansion wherein the prince and Mubarak abode. And he, when he heard of their lavish gifts and alms deeds, and honourable report, smitten by envy and malice and hatred, fell to devising how he might draw them into some calamity that might despoil the goods they enjoyed, and destroy their lives. For it is the wont of envy to fall, not save, upon the fortunate. So one day of the days, as he lingered in the mosque after mid-afternoon prayer, he came forwards amidst the folk, and cried, O ye my brethren of the faith which is true, and who bear testimony to the unity of the Deity, I would have you to weet that housed in this our quarter are two men which be strangers, and haply ye have heard of them, how they lavish and waste immense sums of money, in fact, monies beyond measure. And for my part, I cannot but suspect that they are cut-purses and brigands, who commit robberies in their own country, and who came hither to expend their spoils. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 508th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the imam, in his jealousy of Zayn al-Asnam and Mubarak, said to the congregation, Verily they be brigands and cut-purses, adding, O believers of Mohammed, I counsel you in Allah's name, that ye guard yourselves against such accurses. For haply the Caliph shall in coming times hear of these twain, and ye also shall fall with them into calamity. I have hastened to caution you, and having warned you, I wash my hands of your business, and after this do ye as ye judge fit. All those present replied with one voice, Indeed, we will do whatso thou wishest us to do, O Abu Bakr. But when the imam heard this from them, he arose, and bringing forth ink case and reed pen and a sheet of paper, began inditing an address to the commander of the faithful, recounting all that was against the two strangers. However, by decree of destiny, Mubarak, chanced to be in the mosque amongst the crowd when he heard the address of the blameworthy Imam, and how he purposed applying by letter to the Caliph. So he delayed not at all, but returned home forthright, and taking 100 dinars, and packing up a parcel of costly clothes, silver-wrought all, repaired in haste to the reverend's quarters, and knocked at the door. The preacher came and opened to him, but sighting Mubarak, he asked him in anger, "What is thou wantest, and who art thou?" Whereto the other answered, "I am Mubarak, and at thy service, O my master the Imam Abu Bakr. And I come to thee from my lord the Emir Zayn al-Asnam, who, hearing of and learning thy religious knowledge and right fair repute in this city, would fain make acquaintance with thy worship, and do by thee whatso behoveth him. Also he hath sent me to thee with these garments and this spending money, hoping excuse of thee, for that this be a minor matter compared with your honour's deserts. But, inshallah, after this he will not fail in whatever to thee is due." As soon as Abu Bakr saw the coin and gold, and the bundle of clothes, he answered Mubarak, saying, "I crave pardon, O my lord, of thy master the Emir, for that I have been ashamed of waiting upon him, and repentance is right hard upon me, for that I have failed to do my devoir by him. Wherefore I hope that thou wilt be my deputy in imploring him to pardon my default, and, the Creator willing, to-morrow I will do what is incumbent upon me, and fare to offer my services, and proffer the honour which beseemeth me." Rejoined Mubarak, "The end of my master's wishes is to see thy worship, O my lord Abu Bakr, and be exalted by thy presence, and therethrough to win a blessing." So saying, he bussed the reverend's hand, and returned to his own place. On the next day, as Abu Bakr was leading the dawn prayer of Friday, he took his station amongst the folk, amiddlemost the mosque, and cried, "O our brethren, the Moslems, great and small, and folk of Mohammed one and all, know ye that envy falleth not save upon the wealthy and praiseworthy, and never descendeth upon the mean and miserable. I would have ye wot, as regards the two strangers whom yesterday I misspake, that one of them is an emir high in honour, and son of most reputable parents, in lieu of being, as I was informed by one of his enviers, a cutpurse and a brigand. Of this matter I have made certain that 'tis a lying report, so beware lest any of you say aught against him, or speak evil in regard to the emir, even as I heard yesterday. Otherwise you will cast me and cast yourselves into the sorest of calamities with the Prince of True Believers, for a man like this of exalted degree may not possibly take up his abode in our city of Baghdad unbeknown to the Caliph." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 509th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night." And quoth Shahrazad, "It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that Abu Bakr the Imam uprooted on such wise from the minds of men the evil which he had implanted by his own words thrown out against the Emir Zayn al-Asnam. But when he had ended congregational prayers and returned to his home, he donned his long gabardine, and made weighty his skirts, and lengthened his sleeves, after which he took the road to the mansion of the prince. And when he went in, he stood up before the stranger, and did him honour with the highmost distinction. Now Zayn al-Asnam was by nature conscientious, albeit young in years, so he returned the Imam Abu Bakr's civilities with all courtesy, and seating himself beside him on his high-raised divan, bade bring for him ambergris coffee. Then the tables were spread for breakfast, and the twain ate and drank their sufficiency, whereafter they fell to chatting like boon companions. Presently the Imam asked the prince, saying, "O my lord Zayn al-Asnam, dost thy highness design residing long in this our city of Baghdad?" And the other answered, "Yes, indeed, O our lord the Imam. 'Tis my intention to tarry here for a while, until such time as my requirement shall be fulfilled." The Imam inquired, "And what may be the requirement of my lord the Emir? Haply, when I hear it, I may devote my life thereto until I can fulfil it." Quoth the prince, "My object is to marry a maiden who must be comely exceedingly, aged 15 years, pure, chaste, virginal, whom man hath never soiled, and who, during all her days, never lusted for male kind. Moreover, she must be unique for beauty and loveliness." The Imam rejoined, "O my lord, this be a thing hard of finding indeed, hard exceedingly. But I know a damsel of that age who answereth to that description. Her father, a vizier who resigned succession and office of his own free will, now dwelleth in his mansion, jealously overwatching his daughter and her education. And I opine that this maiden will suit the fancy of thy highness, whilst she will rejoice in an emir such as thyself, and eke her parents will be equally well pleased." The prince replied, "Inshallah, this damsel whereof thou speakest will suit me and supply my want, and the furtherance of my desire shall be at thy hands. But, O our lord the Imam, 'tis my wish first of all things to look upon her, and see if she be pure or otherwise. And as regarding her singular comeliness, my conviction is that thy word sufficeth, and thine avouchment is veridical. Of her purity, however, even thou canst not bear sure and certain testimony in respect to that condition." Asked the Imam, "How is it possible for you, O my lord the Emir, to learn from her face aught of her and her honour? Also whether she be pure or not? Indeed, if this be known to your highness, you must be an adept in physiognomy. However, if your highness be willing to accompany me, I will bear you to the mansion of her sire, and make you acquainted with him. So shall he set her before you." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 510th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night." And quoth Shahrazad, "It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Imam Abu Bakr took the prince and passed with him into the mansion of the vizier. And when they entered, both salaamed to the housemaster, and he rose and received them with greetings, especially when he learned that an emir had visited him, and he understood from the Imam that Zayn al-Asnam inclined to wed his daughter. So he summoned her to his presence, and she came, whereupon he bade her raise her face veil. And when she did his bidding, the prince considered her, and was amazed and perplexed at her beauty and loveliness, he never having seen aught that rivalled her in brightness and brilliancy. So quoth he in his mind, "Would to heaven I could win a damsel like this, albeit this one be to me unlawful." Thinking thus, he drew forth the mirror from his pouch, and considered her image carefully, when, lo and behold, the crystal was bright and clean as virgin silver, and when he eyed her semblance in the glass, he saw it pure as a white dove's. Then sent he forthright for the Kazi and witnesses, and they knotted the knot and wrote the writ, and the bride was duly throned. Presently the prince took the vizier, his father-in-law, into his own mansion, and to the young lady he sent a present of costly jewels, and it was a notable marriage festival. None like it was ever seen, no, never. Zayn al-Asnam applied himself to inviting the folk right royally, and did honour due to Abu Bakr the Imam, giving him abundant gifts, and forwarded to the bride's father offerings of notable rarities. As soon as the wedding ended, Mubarak said to the prince, "O my lord, let us arise and wend our ways, lest we lose our time in leisure, for that we sought is now found." Said the prince, "Right thou art," and arising with his companion, the twain fell to equipping them for travel, and get ready for the bride a covered litter, to be carried by camels, and they set out. Withal Mubarak well knew that the prince was deep in love to the young lady, so he took him aside and said to him, "O my lord Zayn al-Asnam, I would warn thee, and enjoin thee to keep watch and ward upon thy senses and passions, and to observe and preserve the pledge by thee plighted to the king of the Jann." "O Mubarak," replied the prince, "an thou knew the love-longing and ecstasy which have befallen me of my love to this young lady, thou wouldst feel ruth for me. Indeed, I never think of aught else save of taking her to Bassorah and of going in unto her." Mubarak rejoined, "O my lord, keep thy faith, and be not false to thy pact, lest a sore harm betide thee, and the loss of thy life, as well as that of the young lady. Remember the oath thou swearest, nor suffer lust to lay thy reason low, and to spoil thee of all thy gains and thine honour and thy life." "Do thou, O Mubarak," retorted the prince, "become warden over her, nor allow me ever to look upon her." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 511th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night." And quoth Shahrazad, "It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Mubarak, after warning Zayn al-Asnam to protect the virgin bride against himself, fell also to defending her as his deputy. Also he prevented the prince from even looking upon her. They then travelled along the road unto the island of the Jann, after they had passed by the line leading unto Misr. But when the bride saw that the wayfare had waxed longsome, nor had beheld her bridegroom for all that time since the wedding night, she turned to Mubarak and said, "Allah upon thee, inform me, O Mubarak, by the life of thy lord the Emir, have we fared this far distance by commandment of my bridegroom, Prince Zayn al-Asnam?" Said he, "Ah, O my lady, sore indeed is thy case to me. Yet must I disclose to thee the secret thereof, which be this. Thou imaginest that Zayn al-Asnam, the king of Bassorah, is thy bridegroom. But, alas, 'tis not so. He is no husband of thine. Nay, the deed he drew up was a mere pretext in the presence of thy parents and thy people. And now thou art going as a bride to the king of the Jann, who required thee of the prince." When the young lady heard these words, she fell to shedding tears, and Zayn al-Asnam wept for her, weeping bitter tears from the excess of his love and affection. Then quoth the young lady, "Ye have nor pity in you, nor feeling for me, neither fear ye aught of Allah, that, seeing in me a stranger maiden, ye cast me into a calamity like this. What reply shall ye return to the Lord on the day of reckoning for such treason ye work upon me?" However, her words and her weeping availed her not, for that they stinted not wayfaring with her until they reached the king of the Jann, to whom they forthright on arrival made offer of her. When he considered the damsel, she pleased him. So he turned to Zayn al-Asnam and said to him, "Verily the bride thou broughtest me is exceeding beautiful and passing of loveliness. Yet lovelier and more beautiful to me appear thy true faith and the mastery of thine own passions, thy marvellous purity and valiance of heart. So hie thee to thy home, and the 9th statue, wherefore thou askedst me, by thee shall be found beside the other images, for I will send it by one of my slaves of the Jann." Hereupon Zayn al-Asnam kissed his hand, and marched back with Mubarak to Cairo, for he would not abide long with his companion, but as soon as he was rested of his extreme longing and anxious yearning to see the 9th statue, he hastened his travel homewards. Withal he ceased not to be thoughtful and sorrowful concerning his maiden wife, and on account of her beauty and loveliness, and he would fall to groaning and crying, "Oh, for my lost joys, whose cause wast thou, O singular in every charm and attraction, thou whom I bore away from thy parents, and carried to the king of the Jann. Alas, and woe worth the day!" And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 512th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that Zayn al-Asnam fell to chiding himself for the deceit and treason which he had practised upon the young lady's parents, and for bringing and offering her to the King of the Jann. Then he set out, nor ceased travelling, till such time as he reached Bassorah, when he entered his palace. And after saluting his mother, he apprised her of all things that had befallen him. She replied, Arise, O my son, that we may look upon the 9th statue, for I rejoice with extreme joy at his being in our possession. So both descended into the pavilion, where stood the 8 images of precious gems, and here they found a mighty marvel. 'Twas this. In lieu of seeing the 9th statue upon the golden throne, they found, seated thereon, the young lady whose beauty suggested the sun. Zayn al-Asnam knew her at first sight, and presently she addressed him, saying, Marvel not, for that here thou findest me in place of that wherefore thou askest. And I deem that thou shalt not regret nor repent when thou acceptest me instead of that thou soughtest. Said he, No, by Allah, O life-blood of my heart, verily thou art the end of every wish of me, nor would I exchange thee for all the gems of the universe. Would thou knew what was the sorrow which surcharged me on account of our separation, and of my reflecting that I took thee from thy parents by fraud, and I bore thee as a present to the King of the Jann. Indeed, I had well nigh determined to forfeit all my profit of the 9th statue, and to bear thee away to Bassorah as my own bride, when my comrade and counsellor dissuaded me from so doing, lest I bring about my death, and thy death. Nor had Zayn al-Asnam ended his words ere they heard the roar of thunderings that would rend a mount and shake the earth, whereat the queen mother was seized with mighty fear and affright. But presently appeared the king of the Jinns, who said to her, O my lady, fear not. 'Tis I, the protector of thy son, whom I fondly affect for the affection borne to me by his sire. I also am he who manifested myself to him in his sleep, and my object therein was to make trial of his valiance, and to learn an he could do violence to his passions for the sake of his promise, or whether the beauty of this lady would so tempt and allure him that he could not keep his promise to me with due regard. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 513th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, tell us one of thy fair tales, so therewith we may cut short the waking hours of this our night. And quoth Shahrazad, It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that the King of the Jann said to the Queen Mother, Indeed, Zayn al-Asnam hath not kept faith and covenant with all nicety as regards the young lady, in that he longed for her to become his wife. However, I am assured that this lapse befell him from man's natural and inherent frailty, albeit I repeatedly enjoined him to defend and protect her until he concealed from her his face. Now I accept this man's valour, and bestow her upon him to wife, for she is the 9th statue by me promised to him, and she is fairer than all these jewelled images, the like of her not being found in the whole world of men, save by the rarest of chances. Then the King of the Jann turned to the prince, and said to him, O Emir Zayn al-Asnam, this is thy bride. Take her and enjoy her, upon the one condition that thou love her only, nor choose for thyself another one in addition to her. And I pledge myself that her faith theewards will be of the fairest. Hereupon the King of the Jann disappeared, and the prince, gladdened and rejoicing, went forth with the maiden, and for his love and affection to her, he paid to her the first ceremonious visit that same night. And he made bride feasts and banquets throughout his realm, and in due time he formally wedded her, and went in unto her. Then he stablished himself upon the throne of his kingship, and ruled it, bidding and forbidding, and his consort became Queen of Bassorah. His mother left this life a short while afterwards, and they both mourned and lamented their loss. Lastly, he lived with his wife in all joyance of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the separator of societies. And Shahrazad ceased to say her pleasant say. Quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, how rare is thy tale and delectable. Whereto quoth Shahrazad, and what is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night concerning Aladdin and the enchanted lamp? And this my lord the king leave me on life? The king said to himself, By Allah, I will not slay her until she tell me the whole tale. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp, Part 1. When it was the 514th night, quoth Dunyazad to Shahrazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Then Shahrazad began to relate the story of Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that there dwelt in a city of the cities of China a man which was a tailor, withal a pauper, and he had one son, Aladdin hight. Now this boy had been from his babyhood a ne'er-do-well, a scapegrace, and when he reached his 10th year, his father inclined to teach him his own trade. And for that he was over-indigent to expend money upon his learning other work, or craft, or apprenticeship, he took the lad into his shop, that he might be taught tailoring. But as Aladdin was a scapegrace and a ne'er-do-well, and went to play at all times with the gutter boys of the quarter, he would not sit in the shop for a single day. Nay, he would await his father's leaving it for some purpose, such as to meet a creditor, when he would run off at once and fare forth to the gardens with the other scapegraces and low companions, his fellows. Such was his case. Counsel and castigation were of no avail, nor would he obey either parent in aught, or learn any trade. And presently, for his sadness and sorrowing because of his son's vicious indolence, the tailor sickened and died. Aladdin continued in his former ill courses, and when his mother saw that her spouse had deceased, and that her son was a scapegrace and good for nothing at all, she sold the shop and whatso was to be found therein, and fell to spinning cotton yarn. By this toilsome industry she fed herself, and found food for her son Aladdin, the scapegrace, who, seeing himself freed from bearing the severities of his sire, increased in idleness and low habits, nor would he ever stay at home, save at meal hours, while his miserable, wretched mother lived only by what her hands could spin, until the youth had reached his 15th year. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 515th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when Aladdin had come to his 15th year, it befell one day of the days, that as he was sitting about the quarter at play with the vagabond boys, behold, a darwesh from the Maghrib, the land of the setting sun, came up and stood gazing for solace upon the lads, and he looked hard at Aladdin, and carefully considered his semblance, scarcely noticing his companions the while. Now this darwesh was a Moorman from Inner Morocco, and he was a magician, who could upheap by his magic hill upon hill, and he was also an adept in astrology. So, after narrowly considering Aladdin, he said in himself, Verily this is the lad I need, and to find whom I have left my natal land. Presently he led one of the children apart, and questioned him anent the scapegrace, saying, Whose son is he? And he sought all information concerning his condition, and whatso related to him. After this he walked up to Aladdin, and drawing him aside, asked, O my son, haply thou art the child of such an one the tailor? And the lad answered, Yes, O my lord, but 'tis long since he died. The Maghrabi, the magician, hearing these words, threw himself upon Aladdin and wound his arms around his neck, and fell to bussing him, weeping the while with tears trickling adown his cheeks. But when the lad saw the Moorman's case, he was seized with surprise thereat, and questioned him, saying, What causeth thee weep, O my lord, and how camest thou to know my father? How canst thou, O my son, replied the Moorman in a soft voice, saddened by emotion, question me with such query, after informing me that thy father and my brother is deceased, for that he was my brother german, and now I come from my adopted country, and after long exile I rejoiced with exceeding joy in the hope of looking upon him once more, and condoling with him over the past. And now thou hast announced to me his demise. But blood hideth not from blood, and it hath revealed to me that thou art my nephew, son of my brother, and I knew thee amongst all the lads, albeit thy father, when I parted from him, was yet unmarried. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 516th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi, the magician, said to the tailor's orphan, O my son Aladdin, and I have now failed in the mourning ceremonies, and have lost the delight I expected from meeting thy father, my brother, whom after my long banishment I had hoped to see once more ere I die. But far distance wrought me this trouble, nor hath the creature aught of asylum from the Creator, or artifice against the commandments of Allah Almighty. Then he again clasped Aladdin to his bosom, crying, O my son, I have none to condole with now save thyself, and thou standest instead of thy sire, thou being his issue and representative, and whoso leaveth issue dieth not, O my child. So saying, the magician put hand to purse, and pulling out 10 gold pieces, gave them to the lad, asking, O my son, where is your house, and where dwelleth she, thy mother, and my brother's widow? Presently Aladdin arose with him, and showed him the way to their home, and meanwhile quoth the wizard, O my son, take these monies, and give them to thy mother, greeting her from me, and let her know that thine uncle, thy father's brother, hath reappeared from his exile, and that, Inshallah, God willing, on the morrow I will visit her, to salute her with the salam, and see the house wherein my brother was homed, and look upon the place where he lieth buried. Thereupon Aladdin kissed the Maghrabi's hand, and after running in his joy at fullest speed to his mother's dwelling, entered to her clean contrariwise to his custom, inasmuch as he never came near her, save at mealtimes only. And when he found her, the lad exclaimed in his delight, O my mother, I give thee glad tidings of mine uncle, who hath returned from his exile, and who now sendeth me to salute thee. O my son, she replied, meseemeth thou mockest me. Who is this uncle, and how canst thou have an uncle in the bonds of life? He rejoined, How sayest thou, my mother, that I have nor living uncles nor kinsmen, when this man is my father's own brother? Indeed, he embraced me and bussed me, shedding tears the while, and bade me acquaint thee herewith. She retorted, O my son, well I wot thou hadst an uncle, but he is now dead, nor am I ware that thou hast other e'en. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 517th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Moroccan magician fared forth next morning, and fell to finding out Aladdin, for his heart no longer permitted him to part from the lad. and as he was toing and froing about the city highways, he came face to face with him, disporting himself, as was his wont, amongst the vagabonds and the scapegraces. So he drew near to him, and taking his hand, embraced him and bussed him, then pulled out of his poke 2 dinars, and said, Hie thee to thy mother, and give her these couple of ducats, and tell her that thine uncle would eat the evening meal with you. So do thou take these 2 gold pieces, and prepare for us a succulent supper. But before all things, show me once more the way to your home. On my head and mine eyes be it, O my uncle, replied the lad, and forewent him, pointing out the street leading to the house. Then the moorman left him and went his ways, and Aladdin ran home, and giving the news and the 2 sequins to his parent, said, My uncle would sup with us. So she arose straightway, and going to the market street, bought all she required. Then, returning to her dwelling, she borrowed from the neighbours whatever was needed, of pans and platters and so forth, and when the meal was cooked and supper time came, she said to Aladdin, O my child, the meat is ready, but peradventure thine uncle wotteth not the way to our dwelling, so do thou fare forth, and meet him on the road. He replied, To hear is to obey. And before the twain ended talking, a knock was heard at the door. Aladdin went out and opened, when, behold, the Maghrabi, the magician, together with an eunuch, carrying the wine and the dessert fruits. So the lad led them in, and the slave went about his business. The moorman, on entering, saluted his sister-in-law with the salami, then began to shed tears, and to question her, saying, Where be the place whereon my brother went to sit? She showed it to him, whereat he went up to it, and prostrated himself in prayer, and kissed the floor, crying, how scant is my satisfaction, and how luckless is my lot, for that I have lost thee, O my brother, O vein of my eye. And after such fashion he continued weeping and wailing, till he swooned away for excessive sobbing and lamentation, wherefore Aladdin's mother was certified of his soothfastness. So, coming up to him, she raised him from the floor, and said, What gain is there in slaying thyself? And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 518th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin's mother began consoling the Maghrabi, the magician, and placed him upon the divan. And as soon as he was seated at his ease, and before the food trays were served up, he fell to talking with her, and saying, O wife of my brother, it must be a wonder to thee how in all thy days thou never sawest me, nor learnedst thou aught of me during the lifetime of my brother who hath found mercy. Now, the reason is that 40 years ago I left this town, and exiled myself from my birthplace, and wandered forth over all the lands of Al-Hind and Al-Sind, and entered Egypt, and settled for a long time in its magnificent city, which is one of the world wonders, till at last I fared to the regions of the setting sun, and abode for a space of 30 years in the Moroccan interior. Now one day of the days, O wife of my brother, as I was sitting alone at home, I fell to thinking of mine own country, and of my birthplace, and of my brother who hath found mercy. And my yearning to see him waxed excessive, and I bewept and bewailed my strangerhood and distance from him. And at last my longings drave me homewards, until I resolved upon travelling to the region which was the falling place of my head and my homestead, to the end that I might again see my brother. Then quoth I to myself, O man, how long wilt thou wander like a wild Arab from thy place of birth and native stead? Moreover, thou hast one brother and no more, so up with thee, and travel, and look upon him ere thou die. For who wotteth the woes of the world and the changes of the days? 'Twould be saddest regret, an thou lie down to die without beholding thy brother, and Allah, laud be to the Lord, hath vouchsafed thee ample wealth, and belike he may be straitened and in poor case, when thou wilt aid thy brother as well as see him. So I arose at once and equipped me for wayfare, and recited the Fatiha. Then, when as Friday prayers ended, I mounted and travelled to this town, after suffering manifold toils and travails, which I patiently endured, whilst the Lord, to whom be honour and glory, veiled me with the veil of his protection. So I entered, and whilst wandering about the streets the day before yesterday, I beheld my brother's son Aladdin disporting himself with the boys. And by God the Great, O wife of my brother, the moment I saw him, this heart of mine went forth to him, for blood yearneth unto blood. And my soul felt and informed me that he was my very nephew. So I forgot all my travails and troubles at once on sighting him, and I was like to fly for joy. But when he told me of the dear one's departure to the ruth of Allah Almighty, I fainted for stress of distress and disappointment. Perchance, however, my nephew hath informed thee of the pains which prevailed upon me. But after a fashion I am consoled by the sight of Aladdin, the legacy bequeathed to us by him who hath found mercy, for that whoso leaveth issue is not wholly dead. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 519th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi, the magician, said to Aladdin's mother, Whoso leaveth issue is not wholly dead. And when he looked at his sister-in-law, she wept at these his words. So he turned to the lad that he might cause her forget the mention of her mate, as a means of comforting her and also of completing his deceit, and asked him, saying, O my son Aladdin, what hast thou learned in the way of work, and what is thy business? Say me, hast thou mastered any craft whereby to earn a livelihood for thyself and for thy mother? The lad was abashed and put to shame, and he hung down his head and bowed his brow groundwards. But his parent spake out, How, forsooth? By Allah, he knoweth nothing at all. A child so ungracious as this I never yet saw. No, never. All the day long he idleth away his time with the sons of the quarter, vagabonds like himself. And his father, O regret of me, died not, save of dolour for him. And I also am now in piteous plight. I spin cotton and toil at my distaff night and day, that I may earn a couple of scones of bread which we eat together. This is his condition, O my brother-in-law, and by the life of thee he cometh not near me, save at meal times, and none other. Indeed, I am thinking to lock the house door, nor ever open to him again, but leave him to go and seek a livelihood whereby he can live, for that I am now grown a woman in years, and have no longer strength to toil and go about for a maintenance after this fashion. O Allah, I am compelled to provide him with daily bread, when I require to be provided. Hereat the Moorman turned to Aladdin, and said, Why is this, O son of my brother, thou goest about in such ungraciousness? 'Tis a disgrace to thee, and unsuitable for men like thyself. Thou art a youth of sense, O my son, and the child of honest folk, so 'tis for thee a shame that thy mother, a woman in years, should struggle to support thee. And now that thou hast grown to man's estate, it becometh thee to devise thee some device whereby thou canst live, O my child. Look around thee, and alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah, in this our town are many teachers, and all manner of crafts, and nowhere are they more numerous. So choose thee some calling which may please thee, to the end that I establish thee therein. And when thou growest up, O my son, thou shalt have some business whereby to live. Haply thy father's industry may not be to thy liking, and if so it be, choose thee some other handicraft which suiteth thy fancy. Then let me know, and I will aid thee with all I can, O my son. But when the Maghrabi saw that Aladdin kept silence, and made him no reply, he knew that the lad wanted none other occupation than a scapegrace life, so he said to him, O son of my brother, let not my words seem hard and harsh to thee, for if despite all I say thou still dislike to learn a craft, I will open thee a merchant's store, furnished with costliest stuffs, and thou shalt become famous amongst the folk, and take and give and buy and sell, and be well known in the city. Now, when Aladdin heard the words of his uncle the Moorman, and the design of making him a Quadja, merchant and gentleman, he joyed exceedingly, knowing that such folk dress handsomely and fare delicately. So he looked at the Maghrabi smiling, and drooping his head groundwards, and saying with the tongue of the case that he was content. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 520th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi the magician looked at Aladdin and saw him smiling, whereby he understood that the lad was satisfied to become a trader. So he said to him, Since thou art content that I open thee a merchant's store and make thee a gentleman, do thou, O son of my brother, prove thyself a man, and inshallah, God willing, tomorrow I will take thee to the bazaar in the first place, and will have a fine suit of clothes cut out for thee, such gear as merchants wear. And secondly, I will look after a store for thee, and keep my word. Now Aladdin's mother had somewhat doubted the Moroccan being her brother-in-law, but as soon as she heard his promise of opening a merchant's store for his son, and setting him up with stuffs and capital and so forth, the woman decided and determined in her mind that this Maghrabi was in very sooth her husband's brother, seeing that no stranger man would do such goodly deed by her son. So she began directing the lad to the right road, and teaching him to cast ignorance from out his head, and to prove himself a man. Moreover, she bade him ever obey his excellent uncle, as though he were his son, and to make up for the time he had wasted in frowardness with his fellows. After this she arose and spread the table, then served up supper. So all sat down and fell to eating and drinking, while the Maghrabi conversed with Aladdin upon matters of business and the like, rejoicing him to such a degree that he enjoyed no sleep that night. But when the Moorman saw that the dark hours were passing by, and the wine was drunken, he arose and sped to his own stead. But ere going, he agreed to return next morning and take Aladdin and look to his suit of merchant's clothes being cut out for him. And as soon as it was dawn, behold, the Maghrabi rapped at the door, which was opened by Aladdin's mother. The Moorman, however, would not enter, but asked to take the lad with him to the market street. Accordingly, Aladdin went forth to his uncle, and, wishing him good morning, kissed his hand. And the Moroccan took him by the hand, and fared with him to the bazaar. There he entered a clothier's shop containing all kinds of clothes, and called for a suit of the most sumptuous, whereat the merchant brought out his need, all wholly fashioned and ready sewn. And the Moorman said to the lad, Choose, O my child, whatso pleaseth thee. Aladdin rejoiced exceedingly, seeing that his uncle had given him his choice. So he picked out the suit most to his own liking, and the Moroccan paid to the merchant the price thereof in ready money. Presently he led the lad to the hammam baths, where they bathed. Then they came out and drank sherbets, after which Aladdin arose, and donning his new dress in huge joy and delight, went up to his uncle and kissed his hand and thanked him for his favours. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 521st night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It has reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi, the magician, after leaving the hammam with Aladdin, took him and trudged with him to the merchant's bazaar, and having diverted him by showing the market and its sellings and buyings, said to him, O my son, it befitteth thee to become familiar with the folk, especially with the merchants, so thou mayest learn of them merchant craft, seeing that the same hath now become thy calling. Then he led him forth and showed him the city and its cathedral mosques, together with all the pleasant sights therein, and lastly made him enter a cook's shop, Here dinner was served to them on platters of silver, and they dined well and ate and drank their sufficiency, after which they went their ways. Presently the Moorman pointed out to Aladdin the pleasaunces and noble buildings, and went in with him to the Sultan's palace, and diverted him with displaying all the apartments, which were mighty fine and grand, and led him finally to the Khan of stranger merchants, where he himself had his abode. Then the Moroccan invited sundry traders which were in the caravanserai, and they came and sat down to supper, when he notified to them that the youth was his nephew, Aladdin by name. And after they had eaten and drunken, and night had fallen, he rose up, and taking the lad with him, led him back to his mother, who no sooner saw her boy as he were one of the merchants, than her wits took flight, and she waxed sad for very gladness. Then she fell to thanking her false connection, the Moorman, for all his benefits, and said to him, "O my brother-in-law, I can never say enough, though I expressed my gratitude to thee during the rest of thy days, and praised thee for the good deeds thou hast done by this my child." Thereupon quoth the Moroccan, "O wife of my brother, deem this not mere kindness of me, for that the lad is mine own son, and 'tis incumbent on me to stand in the stead of my brother his sire. So be thou fully satisfied." And quoth she, "I pray Allah, by the honour of the Hallows, the ancients, and the moderns, that he preserve thee and cause thee to continue, O my brother-in-law, and prolong for me thy life. So shalt thou be a wing overshadowing this orphan lad, and he shall ever be obedient to thine orders, nor shall he do aught save whatso thou biddest him thereunto." The Maghrabi replied, "O wife of my brother, Aladdin is now a man of sense, and the son of goodly folk, and I hope to Allah that he will follow in the footsteps of his sire, and cool thine eyes. But I regret that tomorrow, being Friday, I shall not be able to open his shop, as 'tis meeting day, when all the merchants, after congregational prayer, go forth to the gardens and pleasaunces. On the Sabbath, however, inshallah, and it please the Creator, we will do our business. Meanwhile, tomorrow I will come to thee betimes, and take Aladdin for a pleasant stroll to the gardens and pleasaunces without the city, which haply he may hitherto not have beheld. There also he shall see the merchants and notables who go forth to amuse themselves. So shall he become acquainted with them, and they with him." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 522nd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that the Maghrabi went away, and lay that night in his quarters, and early next morning he came to the tailor's house, and rapped at the door. Now Aladdin, for stress of his delight in the new dress he had donned, and for the past day's enjoyment in the hammam, and in eating and drinking and gazing at the folk, expecting furthermore his uncle to come at dawn and carry him off unpleasuring to the gardens, had not slept a wink that night, nor closed his eyelids, and would hardly believe it when day broke. But hearing the knock at the door, he went out at once in hot haste, like a spark of fire, and opened, and saw his uncle the magician, who embraced him and kissed him. Then, taking his hand, the Moorman said to him, as they fared forth together, "O son of my brother, this day will I show thee a sight thou never sawest in all thy life." And he began to make the lad laugh, and cheer him with pleasant talk. So doing, they left the city gate, and the Moroccan took to promenading with Aladdin amongst the gardens, and to pointing out for his pleasure the mighty fine pleasaunces and the marvellous high-builded pavilions. And whenever they stood to stare at a garth or a mansion or a palace, the Maghrabi would say to his companion, "Doth this please thee, O son of my brother?" Aladdin was nigh to fly with delight at seeing sights he had never seen in all his born days, and they ceased not to stroll about and solace themselves until they waxed weary, when they entered a mighty grand garden which was near hand, a place that the heart delighted and the sight delighted, for that its swift-running rills flowed amidst the flowers, and the waters jetted from the jaws of lions, moulded in yellow brass like unto gold. So they took seat over against a lakelet, and rested a little while. And Aladdin enjoyed himself with joy exceeding, and fell to jesting with his uncle, and making merry with him, as though the magician were really his father's brother. Presently the Margravio arose, and, loosing his girdle, drew forth from thereunder a bag full of victual, dried fruits, and so forth, saying to Aladdin, "O my nephew, haply thou art become an-hungered, so come forward and eat what thou needest." Accordingly the lad fell upon the food, and the Moorman ate with him, and they were gladdened and cheered by rest and good cheer. Then quoth the magician, "Arise, O son of my brother, and thou be reposed, and let us stroll onwards a little, and reach the end of our walk." Thereupon Aladdin arose, and the Moroccan paced with him from garden to garden, until they left all behind them, and reached the base of a high and naked hill. When the lad, who during all his days had never issued from the city gate, and never in his life had walked such a walk as this, said to the Margravio, "O uncle mine, whither are we wending? We have left the gardens behind us, one and all, and have reached the barren hill country. And if the way be still long, I have no strength left for walking. Indeed, I am ready to fall with fatigue. There are no gardens before us, so let us hark back and return to town." Said the magician, "No, O my son, this is the right road, nor are the gardens ended. For we are going to look at one which hath ne'er its like amongst those of the kings, and all thou hast beheld are naught in comparison therewith. Then gird thy courage to walk. Thou art now a man, alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah." Then the Margravio fell to soothing Aladdin with soft words, and telling him wondrous tales, lies as well as truth, until they reached the site intended by the African magician, who had travelled from the sunset land to the regions of China for the sake thereof. And when they made the place, the Moorman said to Aladdin, "O son of my brother, sit thee down, and take thy rest, for this is the spot we are now seeking. And, Inshallah, soon will I divert thee by displaying marvel matters, whose like not one in the world ever saw, nor hath any solaced himself with gazing upon that which thou art about to behold." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 523rd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Margravio wizard said to Aladdin, 'No one of created beings hath enjoyed the sights thou art about to see. But when thou art rested, arise and seek some wood chips and fuel sticks, which be small and dry, wherewith we may kindle a fire. Then will I show thee, O son of my brother, matters beyond the range of matter.'" Now when the lad heard these words, he longed to look upon what his uncle was about to do, and, forgetting his fatigue, he rose forthright and fell to gathering small wood chips and dry sticks, and continued until the Moorman cried to him, "Enough, O son of my brother." Presently the magician brought out from his breast pocket a casket, which he opened, and drew from it all he needed of incense. Then he fumigated and conjured and adjured, muttering words none might understand, and the ground straightway clave asunder, after thick gloom and quake of earth and bellowings of thunder. Hereat Aladdin was startled, and so affrighted that he tried to fly. But when the African magician saw his design, he waxed wroth with exceeding wrath, for that without the lad his work would profit him naught, the hidden hoard which he sought to open being not to be opened save by means of Aladdin. So, noting this attempt to run away, the magician arose, and, raising his hand, smote Aladdin on the head a buffet so sore that well nigh his back teeth were knocked out, and he fell swooning to the ground. But after a time he revived by the magic of the magician, and cried, weeping the while, "O my uncle, what have I done that deserveth from thee such a blow as this?" Hereat the Margravio fell to soothing him, and said, "O my son, 'tis my intent to make thee a man. Therefore do thou not gainsay me, for that I am thine uncle, and like unto thy father. Obey me, therefore, in all I bid thee, and shortly thou shalt forget all this travail and toil, when as thou shalt look upon the marvel matters I am about to show thee. And soon after the ground had cloven asunder before the Moroccan, it displayed a marble slab, wherein was fixed a copper ring. The Maghrabi, striking a geomantic table, turned to Aladdin, and said to him, An thou do all I shall bid thee, indeed thou shalt become wealthier than any of the kings, and for this reason, O my son, I struck thee, because here lieth a hoard which is stored in thy name, and yet thou designedst to leave it and to levant. But now collect thy thoughts, and behold how I opened the earth by my spells and adjurations. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 524th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi, the magician, said to Aladdin, O my son, now collect thy thoughts. Under yon stone wherein the ring is set lieth the treasure wherewith I acquainted thee. So set thy hand upon the ring, and raise the slab, for that none other amongst the folk, thyself excepted, hath power to open it, nor may any of mortal birth, save thyself, set foot within this enchanted treasury, which hath been kept for thee. But 'tis needful that thou learn of me all wherewith I would charge thee, nor gainsay e'en a single syllable of my words. All this, O my child, is for thy good, the hoard being of immense value, whose like the kings of the world never accumulated, and do thou remember that 'tis for thee and me. So poor Aladdin forgot his fatigue and buffet and tear-shedding, and he was dumbed and dazed at the Maghrabi's words, and rejoiced that he was fated to become rich in such measure that not even the sultans would be richer than himself. Accordingly he cried, O my uncle, bid me do all thou pleasest, for I will be obedient unto thy bidding. The Maghrabi replied, O my nephew, thou art to me as my own child, and even dearer, for being my brother's son, and for my having none other kith and kin except thyself, and thou, O my child, art my heir and successor. So saying, he went up to Aladdin and kissed him, and said, For whom do I intend these my labours? Indeed, each and every are for thy sake, O my son, to the end that I may leave thee a rich man, and one of the very greatest. So gainsay me not in all I shall say to thee, and now go up to yonder ring, and uplift it as I bade thee. Aladdin answered, O uncle mine, this ring is over heavy for me. I cannot raise it single-handed, so do thou also come forward, and lend me strength and aidance towards uplifting it, for indeed I am young in years. The Moorman replied, O son of my brother, we shall find it impossible to do aught if I assist thee, and all our efforts would be in vain. But do thou set thy hand upon the ring, and pull it up, and thou shalt raise the slab forthright. And in very sooth I told thee that none can touch it save thyself. But whilst hailing at it, cease not to pronounce thy name, and the names of thy father and mother. So 'twill rise at once to thee, nor shalt thou feel its weight. Thereupon the lad mustered up strength, and girt the loins of resolution, and did as the Moroccan had bidden him, and hove up the slab with all ease, when he pronounced his name and the names of his parents, even as the magician had bidden him. And as soon as the stone was raised, he threw it aside. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 525th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that after Aladdin had raised the slab from over the entrance to the hoard, there appeared before him a Sardab, a souterrain, whereunto led a case of some 12 stairs, and the Maghrabi said, O Aladdin, collect thy thoughts, and do whatso I bid thee, to the minutest detail, nor fail in aught thereof. Go down with all care into yonder vault, until thou reach the bottom, and there shalt thou find a space divided into 4 halls, and in each of these thou shalt see 4 golden jars, and others of virgin ore and silver. Beware, however, lest thou take aught therefrom, or touch them, nor allow thy gown or its skirts even to brush the jars or the walls. Leave them, and fare forwards until thou reach the 4th hall, without lingering for a single moment on the way. And if thou do aught contrary thereto, thou wilt be at once transformed, and become a black stone. When reaching the 4th hall, thou wilt find therein a door, which do thou open, and, pronouncing the names thou spakest over the slab, enter therethrough into a garden, adorned everywhere with fruit-bearing trees. This thou must traverse by a path thou wilt see in front of thee, measuring some 50 cubits long, beyond which thou wilt come upon an open saloon, and therein a ladder of some 30 rungs. And thou shalt also see hanging from its ceiling. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 526th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi, the magician, fell to teaching Aladdin how he should descend into the hoard, and continued, On reaching the saloon, thou shalt there find a lamp hanging from its ceiling. So mount the ladder, and take that lamp, and place it in thy breast pocket, after pouring out its contents. Nor fear evil from it for thy clothes, because its contents are not common oil. And on return thou art allowed to pluck from the trees whatso thou pleasest, for all is thine so long as the lamp is in thy hand. Now when the Moorman ended his charge to Aladdin, he drew off a seal ring, and put it upon the lad's forefinger, saying, O my son, verily the signet shall free thee from all hurt and fear which may threaten thee, but only on condition that thou bear in mind all I have told thee. So arise straightway, and go down the stairs, strengthening thy purpose, and girding the loins of resolution. Moreover, fear not, for thou art now a man, and no longer a child, and in shortest time, O my son, thou shalt win thee immense riches, and thou shalt become the wealthiest of the world. Accordingly Aladdin arose and descended into the souterrain, where he found the 4 halls, each containing 4 jars of gold, and these he passed by, as the Moroccan had bidden him, with the utmost care and caution. Thence he fared into the garden, and walked along its length until he entered the saloon, where he mounted the ladder and took the lamp, which he extinguished, pouring out the oil which was therein, and placed it in his breast pocket. Presently, descending the ladder, he returned to the garden, where he fell to gazing at the trees, whereupon sat birds, glorifying with loud voices their great Creator. Now he had not observed them as he went in, but all these trees bear for fruitage costly gems. Moreover, each had its own kind of growth, and jewels of its peculiar sort, and these were of every colour, green and white, yellow, red, and other such brilliant hues, and the radiance flashing from these gems paled the rays of the sun in forenoon sheen. Furthermore, the size of each stone so far surpassed description that no king of the kings of the world owned a single gem equal to the larger sort, nor could boast of even one half the size of the smaller kind of them. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 527th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin walked amongst the trees and gazed upon them and other things, which surprised the sight and bewildered the wits. And as he considered them, he saw that in lieu of common fruits, the produce was of mighty fine jewels and precious stones, such as emeralds and diamonds, rubies, spinels and balasses, pearls and similar gems, astounding the mental vision of man. And forasmuch as the lad had never beheld things like these during his born days, nor had reached those years of discretion which would teach him the worth of such valuables, he being still but a little lad, he fancied that all these jewels were of glass or crystal. So he collected them until he had filled his breast pockets, and began to certify himself if they were or were not common fruits, such as grapes, figs, and such like edibles. But seeing them of glassy substance, he, in his ignorance of precious stones and their prices, gathered into his breast pockets every kind of growth the trees afforded, and having failed of his purpose in finding them food, he said in his mind, "I will collect a portion of these glass fruits for playthings at home." So he fell to plucking them in quantities, and cramming them in his pokes and breast pockets, till these were stuffed full. After which he picked others, which he placed in his waist shawl, and then, girding himself therewith, carried off all he availed to, purposing to place them in the house by way of ornaments, and, as hath been mentioned, never imagining that they were other than glass. Then he hurried his pace in fear of his uncle the Maghrabi, until he had passed through the 4 halls, and lastly, on his return, reached the souterrain, where he cast not a look at the jars of gold, albeit he was able and allowed to take of the contents on his way back. But when he came to the souterrain stairs, and clomb the steps till naught remained but the last, and finding this higher than all the others, he was unable alone and unassisted, burthened moreover as he was, to mount it. So he said to the Maghrabi, "O my uncle, lend me thy hand, and aid me to climb." But the moorman answered, "O my son, give me the lamp, and lighten thy load. Belike 'tis that weigheth thee down." The lad rejoined, "O my uncle, 'tis not the lamp downweigheth me at all, but do thou lend me a hand, and as soon as I reach ground I will give it to thee." Hereat the Moroccan, the magician, whose only object was the lamp and none other, began to insist upon Aladdin giving it to him at once. But the lad, forasmuch as he had placed it at the bottom of his breast pocket, and his other pouches being full of gems bulged outwards, could not reach it with his fingers to hand it over. So the wizard, after much vain persistency in requiring what his nephew was unable to give, fell to raging with furious rage, and to demanding the lamp, whilst Aladdin could not get at it. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Aladdin, Part 1. Section 4 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp, Part 2. When it was the 528th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that Aladdin could not get at the lamp so as to hand it to his uncle the Maghrabi, that false felon. So the magician waxed foolish with fury, for that he could not win to his wish. Yet had the lad promised truthfully that he would give it up as soon as he might reach ground, without lying thought or ill intent. But when the moorman saw that he would not hand it over, he waxed wroth with wrath exceeding, and cut off all his hopes of winning it. So he conjured and adjured, and cast incense amiddlemost the fire, when forthright the slab made a cover of itself, and by the might of magic ridded the entrance. The earth buried the stone as it was aforetime, and Aladdin, unable to issue forth, remained underground. Now the sorcerer was a stranger, and, as we have mentioned, no uncle of Aladdin's, and he had misrepresented himself and preferred a lying claim, to the end that he might obtain the lamp by means of the lad for whom his hoard had been upstored. So the accursed heaped the earth over him and left him to die of hunger. For this Maghrabi was an African of Africaya proper, born in the inner sunset land, and from his earliest age upwards he had been addicted to witchcraft, and had studied and practised every manner of occult science, for which unholy lore the city of Africa is notorious. And he ceased not to read and hear lectures until he had become a past master in all such knowledge, and of the abounding skill in spells and conjurations which he had acquired by the perusing and the lessoning of 40 years, one day of the days he discovered, by devilish inspiration, that there lay in an extreme city of the cities of China, named Al-Kalbas, an immense hoard, the like whereof none of the kings in this world had ever accumulated. Moreover, that the most marvellous article in this enchanted treasure was a wonderful lamp, which whoso possessed could not possibly be surpassed by any man upon earth, either in high degree or in wealth and opulence. Nor could the mightiest monarch of the universe attain to the all-sufficiency of this lamp with its might of magical means. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 529th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that when the Maghrabi assured himself by his science, and saw that his hoard could be opened only by the presence of a lad named Aladdin, of pauper family, and abiding in that very city, and learnt how taking it would be easy and without hardships, he straightway, and without stay or delay, equipped himself for a voyage to China, as we have already told. And he did what he did with Aladdin, fancying that he would become Lord of the Lamp. But his attempt and his hopes were baffled, and his work was clean wasted. Whereupon, determining to do the lad die, he heaped up the earth over him by gramarye, to the end that the unfortunate might perish, reflecting that the live man hath no murderer. Secondly, he did so with the design that as Aladdin could not come forth from underground, he would also be impotent to bring out the lamp from the souterrain. So presently he wended his ways and retired to his own land, Africa, a sadder man and disappointed of all his expectations. Such was the case with the wizard. But as regards Aladdin, when the earth was heaped over him, he began shouting to the moorman whom he believed to be his uncle, and praying him to lend a hand that he might issue from the souterrain and return to earth's surface. But however loudly he cried, none was found to reply. At that moment he comprehended the slight which the Moroccan had played upon him, and that the man was no uncle but a liar and a wizard. Then the unhappy despaired of life, and learned to his sorrow that there was no escape for him. So he fell to be weeping with sore weeping the calamity had befallen him, and after a little while he stood up and descended the stairs to see if Allah Almighty had lightened his grief load by leaving a door of issue. So he turned him to the right and to the left, but he saw naught save darkness and 4 walls closed upon him, for that the magician had by his magic locked all the doors, and had shut up even the garden, wherethrough the lad erst had passed, lest it offer him the means of issuing out upon earth's surface, and that he might surely die. Then Aladdin's weeping waxed sorer, and his wailing louder, when as he found all the doors fast shut, for he had thought to solace himself a while in the garden. But when he felt that all were locked, he fell to shedding tears and lamenting like unto one who hath lost his every hope. And he returned to sit upon the stairs of the flight whereby he had entered the souterrain. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 530th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that Aladdin sat down upon the stair of the vault, weeping and wailing, and wanting all hopes. But it is a light matter for Allah, be he exalted and extolled, when as he designeth aught, to say, Be, and it becometh, for that he createth joy in the midst of annoy, and on this wise it was with Aladdin. Whilst the Maghrabi, the magician, was sending him down into the souterrain, he set upon his finger, by way of gift, a seal ring, and said, Verily this signet shall save thee from every strait, and thou fall into calamity and ill shifts of time, and it shall remove from thee all hurt and harm, and aid thee with a strong arm, whereso thou mayst be set. Now this was by destiny of God the Great, that it might be the means of Aladdin's escape. For whilst he sat wailing and weeping over his case, and cast away all hope of life, and utter misery overwhelmed him, he rubbed his hands together for excessive sorrow, as is the wont of the woeful. Then raising them in supplication to Allah, he cried, I testify that there is no God save thou alone, the most great, the omnipotent, the all-conquering, quickener of the dead, creator of man's need, and granter thereof, resolver of his difficulties and duress, and bringer of joy, not of annoy. Thou art my sufficiency, and thou art the truest of trustees. And I bear witness that Mohammed is thy servant, and thine apostle, and I supplicate thee, O my God, by his favour with thee, to free me from this my foul plight. And whilst he implored the Lord, and was chafing his hands in the soreness of his sorrow, for that had befallen him of calamity, his fingers chanced to rub the ring, when lo, and behold, forthright its familiar rose upright before him, and cried, Adsum, thy slave between thy hands is come. Ask whatso thou wantest, for that I am the thrall of him on whose hand is the ring, the signet of my lord and master. Hereat the lad looked at him, and saw standing before him a Mabrid, like unto an Ifrit of our Lord Solomon's jinns. He trembled at the terrible sight, but hearing the slave of the ring say, Ask whatso thou wantest, verily I am thy thrall, seeing that the signet of my lord be upon thy finger, he recovered his spirits, and remembered the moorman's saying when giving him the ring. So he rejoiced exceedingly, and became brave, and cried, Ho, thou, slave of the Lord of the Ring, I desire thee to set me upon the face of earth. And hardly had he spoken this speech, when suddenly the ground clave asunder, and he found himself at the door of the hoard, and outside it, in full view of the world. Now for 3 whole days he had been sitting in the darkness of the treasury underground, and when the sheen of day and the shine of sun smote his face, he found himself unable to keep his eyes open. So he began to unclose the lids a little, and to close them a little, until his eyeballs regained force, and got used to the light, and were purged of the noisome murk. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 531st night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and the be other than sleepy, do tell me some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin, issuing from the treasury, opened his eyes after a short space of time, and saw himself upon earth's surface, the which rejoiced him exceedingly, and withal he was astounded at finding himself without the hoard door, whereby he had passed in when it was opened by the Maghrabi, the magician, especially as the adit had been lidded and the ground had been smooth, showing no sign whatever of entrance. Thereat his surprise increased, until he fancied himself in another place, nor was his mind convinced that the stead was the same, until he saw the spot whereupon they had kindled the fire of wood chips and dried sticks, and where the African wizard had conjured over the incense. Then he turned him rightwards and leftwards, and sighted the gardens from afar, and his eyes recognized the road whereby he had come. So he returned thanks to Allah Almighty, who had restored him to the face of earth, and had freed him from death after he had cut off all hopes of life. Presently he arose and walked along the way to the town, which now he well knew, until he entered the streets and passed on to his own home. Then he went in to his mother, and on seeing her, of the overwhelming stress of joy at his escape, and the memory of past affright, and the hardships he had borne, and the pangs of hunger, he fell to the ground before his parent in a fainting fit. Now his mother had been passing sad since the time of his leaving her, and he found her moaning and crying about him. However, on sighting him enter the house, she joyed with exceeding joy, but soon was overwhelmed with woe when he sank upon the ground swooning before her eyes. Still she did not neglect the matter or treat it lightly, but at once hastened to sprinkle water upon his face, and after she asked of the neighbours some scents, which she made him snuff up. And when he came round a little, he prayed her to bring him somewhat of food, saying, "Oh, my mother, 'tis now 3 days since I ate anything at all." Thereupon she arose, and brought him what she had by her. Then setting it before him, said, "Come forward, O my son, eat and be cheered, and when thou shalt have rested, tell me what hath betided and affected thee, O my child. At this present I will not question thee, for thou art aweary in very deed." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 532nd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin ate and drank and was cheered, and after he had rested and had recovered spirits, he cried, 'Ah, O my mother, I have a sore grievance against thee for leaving me to that accursed wight, who strave to compass my destruction, and designed to take my life. Know that I beheld death with mine own eyes at the hand of this damned wretch, whom thou didst certify to be my uncle, and had not Almighty Allah rescued me from him, I and thou, O my mother, had been cozened by the excess of this accursed's promises to work my welfare, and by the great show of affection which he manifested to us. Learn, O my mother, that this fellow is a sorcerer, a moorman, an accursed, a liar, a traitor, a hypocrite. Nor deem I that the devils under the earth are damnable as he. Allah abase him in his every book. Hear then, O my mother, what this abominable one did, and all I shall tell thee will be soothfast and certain. See how the damned villain brake every promise he made, certifying that he would soon work all good with me, and do thou consider the fondness which he displayed to me, and the deeds which he did by me. And all this only to win his wish, for his design was to destroy me, and Alhamdulillah, laud to the Lord for my deliverance. Listen, and learn, O my mother, how this accursed entreated me." Then Aladdin informed his mother of all that had befallen him, weeping the while for stress of gladness, how the Maghrabi had led him to a hill wherein was hidden the hoard, and how he had conjured and fumigated, adding, "After which, O my mother, mighty fear got hold of me when the hill split and the earth gaped before me by his wizardry, and I trembled with terror at the rolling of thunder in mine ears, and the murk which fell upon us when he fumigated and muttered spells. Seeing these horrors, I in mine affright designed to fly, but when he understood mine intent, he reviled me, and smote me a buffet so sore that it caused me to swoon. However, inasmuch as the treasury was to be opened only by means of me, O my mother, he could not descend therein himself, it being in my name and not in his. And for that he is an ill-omened magician, he understood that I was necessary to him, and this was his need of me." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 533rd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell me some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin acquainted his mother with all that had befallen him from the Maghrabi the magician, and said, after he had buffeted me, he judged it advisable to soothe me, in order that he might send me down into the enchanted treasury, and first he drew from his finger a ring, which he placed upon mine. So I descended, and found 4 halls, all full of gold and silver, which counted as naught, and the accursed had charged me not to touch aught thereof. Then I entered a mighty fine flower garden, everywhere bedecked with tall trees, whose foliage and fruitage bewildered the wits, for all, O my mother, were of varied-coloured glass. And lastly I reached the hall wherein hung this lamp. So I took it straightway, and put it out, and poured forth its contents. And so saying, Aladdin drew the lamp from his breast pocket, and showed it to his mother, together with the gems and jewels which he had brought from the garden. And there were 2 large bag-pockets full of precious stones, whereof not one was to be found amongst the kings of the world. But the lad knew not anent their worth, deeming them glass or crystal, and presently he resumed. After this, O mother mine, I reached the hoard door, carrying the lamp, and shouted to the accursed sorcerer, which called himself my uncle, to lend me a hand and hale me up, I being unable to mount of myself the last step, for the overweight of my burthen. But he would not, and said only, First hand me the lamp. As, however, I had placed it at the bottom of my breast pocket, and the other pouches bulged out beyond it, I was unable to get at it, and said, O my uncle, I cannot reach thee the lamp, but I will give it to thee when outside the treasury. His only need was the lamp, and he designed, O my mother, to snatch it from me, and after that slay me, as indeed he did his best to do by heaping the earth over my head. Such then is what befell me from this foul sorcerer. Hereupon Aladdin fell to abusing the magician in hot wrath, and with a burning heart, and crying, Well away! I take refuge from this damned wight, the ill-omened, the wrong-doer, the forswearer, the lost to all humanity, the arch-traitor, the hypocrite, the annihilator of ruth and mercy. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 534th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when Aladdin's mother heard his words, and what had befallen him from the Maghrabi, the magician, she said, Yea, verily, O my son, he is a miscreant, a hypocrite, who murdereth the folk by his magic. But 'twas the grace of Allah Almighty, O my child, that saved thee from the tricks and the treachery of this accursed sorcerer, whom I deemed to be truly thine uncle. Then, as the lad had not slept a wink for 3 days, and found himself nodding, he sought his natural rest, his mother doing on likewise. Nor did he awake till about noon on the 2nd day. As soon as he shook off slumber, he called for somewhat of food, being sore and hungered. But said his mother, O my son, I have no victual for thee, inasmuch as yesterday thou atest all that was in the house. But wait patiently a while. I have spun a trifle of yarn, which I will carry to the market street, and sell it, and buy, with what it may be worth, some victual for thee. O my mother, said he, keep your yarn, and sell it not, but fetch me the lamp I brought hither, that I may go vend it, and with its price purchase provant, for that I deem 'twill bring more money than the spinnings. So Aladdin's mother arose, and fetched the lamp for her son. But while so doing, she saw that it was dirty exceedingly. So she said, O my son, here is the lamp, but 'tis very foul. After we shall have washed it and polished it, 'twill sell better. Then, taking a handful of sand, she began to rub therewith, but she had only begun when appeared to her one of the jinn, whose favour was frightful, and whose bulk was horrible big, and he was gigantic as one of the Jababira. And forthright he cried to her, Say what thou wantest of me. Here am I, thy slave, and slave to whoso holdeth the lamp. And not I alone, but all the slaves of the wonderful lamp which thou hendest in hand. She quaked, and terror was sore upon her when she looked at that frightful form, and her tongue being tied, she could not return aught reply. never having been accustomed to espy similar semblances. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 535th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin's mother could not of her terror return a reply to the Marib. Nay, she fell to the ground oppressed by her affright. Now her son was standing afar off, and he had already seen the genie of the ring, which he had rubbed within the treasury. So when he heard the slave speaking to his parent, he hastened forwards, and snatching the lamp from her hand, said, O slave of the lamp, I am an hungered, and 'tis my desire that thou fetch me somewhat to eat, and let it be something toothsome beyond our means. The genie disappeared for an eye twinkle, and returned with a mighty fine tray, and precious of price, for that 'twas all in virginal silver, and upon it stood 12 golden platters of meats manifold and dainties delicate, with bread snowier than snow. Also 2 silvern cups, and as many black jacks full of wine, clear stained and long stored. And after setting all these before Aladdin, he vanished from vision. Thereupon the lad went and sprinkled rose water upon his mother's face, and caused her snuff up perfumes pure and pungent, and said to her, when she revived, Rise, O mother mine, and let us eat of these meats wherewith Almighty Allah hath eased our poverty. But when she saw that mighty fine silvern tray, she fell to marvelling at the matter, and quoth she, O my son, who be this generous, this beneficent one, who hath abated our hunger pains and our penury? We are indeed under obligation to him, and meseemeth 'tis the Sultan, who, hearing of our mean condition and our misery, hath sent us this food tray. Quoth he, O my mother, this be no time for questioning. Arouse thee, and let us eat, for we are both afamished. Accordingly they sat down to the tray, and fell to feeding, when Aladdin's mother tasted meats, whose like in all her time she had never touched. So they devoured them with sharpened appetites, and all the capacity engendered by stress of hunger. And secondly, the food was such that marked the tables of the kings. But neither of them knew whether the tray was or was not valuable, for never in their born days had they looked upon aught like it. As soon as they had finished the meal, with all leaving victual enough for supper, and eke for the next day, they arose and washed their hands, and sat at chat, when the mother turned to her son and said, Tell me, O my child, what befell thee from the slave, the genie, now that, alhamdolillah, laud to the Lord, we have eaten our full of the good things wherewith he hath favoured us, and thou hast no pretext for saying to me, I am an hungered. So Aladdin related to her all that took place between him and the slave, what while she had sunk upon the ground to swoon for sore terror. And at this she, being seized with mighty great surprise, said, 'Tis true, for the jinns do present themselves before the sons of Adam. But I, O my son, never saw them in all my life, and meseemeth that this be the same who saved thee when thou wast within the enchanted hoard. This is not he, O my mother. This who appeared before thee is the slave of the lamp. Who may this be, O my son? This be a slave, of sort and shape other than he, that was the familiar of the ring, and this his fellow thou sawest was the slave of the lamp thou hentest in hand. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 536th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin said, Verily, O my mother, the genie who appeared to thee was the slave of the lamp. And when his parent heard these words, she cried, There! So this accursed, who showed himself to me, and went nigh to killing me with affright, is attached to the lamp? Yes, he replied, and she rejoined, Now I conjure thee, my son, by the milk wherewith I've suckled thee, to throw away from thee this lamp and this ring, because they can cause us only extreme terror, and I especially can never bear a second glance at them. Moreover, all intercourse with them is unlawful, for that the prophet, whom Allah save and assain, warned us against them with threats. He replied, Thy commands, O my mother, be upon my head and mine eyes, but as regards this saying thou saidst, 'tis impossible that I part or with lamp or with ring. Thou thyself hast seen what good the slave wrought us, when as we were famishing, and know, O my mother, that the Maghrabi, the liar, the magician, when sending me down into the hoard, sought nor the silver nor the gold wherewith the 4 halls were fulfilled, but charged me to bring him only the lamp, naught else, because in very deed he had learned its priceless value, and had he not been certified of it, he had never endured such toil and trouble, nor had he travelled from his own land to our land in search thereof. Neither had he shut me up in the treasury, when he despaired of the lamp which I would not hand to him. Therefore it besitteth us, O my mother, to keep this lamp, and take all care thereof, nor disclose its mysteries to any. For this is now our means of livelihood, and this it is shall enrich us. And likewise as regards the ring, I will never withdraw it from my finger, inasmuch as, but for this, thou hadst never more seen me on life. Nay, I should have died within the hoard underground. How then can I possibly remove it from my finger? And who wotteth that which may betide me in the lapse of time? What drippings, or calamities, or injurious mishaps, wherefrom this ring may deliver me? However, for regard to thy feelings, I will stow away the lamp, nor ever suffer it to be seen at thee hereafter. Now when his mother heard his words, and pondered them, she knew they were true, and said to him, Do, O my son, whatso thou willest. For my part, I wish never to see them, nor ever sight that frightful spectacle I erst saw. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 537th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be not sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin and his mother continued eating of the meats brought them by the genie for 2 full-told days, until they were finished. But when he learned that nothing of food remained for them, he arose, and took a platter of the platters which the slave had brought upon the tray. Now they were all of the finest gold, but the lad knew naught thereof. So he bore it to the bazaar, and there, seeing a man which was a Jew, a vilder than the Satans, offered it to him for sale. When the Jew espied it, he took the lad aside, that none might see him, and he looked at the platter, and considered it till he was certified that it was of gold refined. But he knew not whether Aladdin was acquainted with its value, or he was in such matters a raw laddie. So he asked him, For how much, O my lord, this platter? And the other answered, Thou wottest what be its worth. The Jew debated with himself as to how much he should offer, because Aladdin had returned him a craftsmanlike reply, and he thought of the smallest valuation. At the same time he feared lest the lad, haply knowing its worth, should expect a considerable sum. So he said in his mind, Belike this fellow is an ignoramus in such matters, nor is ware of the price of the platter. Whereupon he pulled out of his pocket a dinar, and Aladdin eyed the gold piece lying in his palm, and hastily taking it, went his way. Whereby the Jew was certified of his customer's innocence of all such knowledge, and repented with entire repentance that he had given him a golden dinar in lieu of a copper carat, a bright polished groat. However, Aladdin made no delay, but went at once to the baker's, where he bought him bread and changed the ducat. Then going to his mother, he gave her the scones and the remaining small coin, and said, O my mother, hie thee, and buy thee all we require. So she arose and walked to the bazaar, and laid in the necessary stock, after which they ate and were cheered. And whenever the price of the platter was expended, Aladdin would take another, and carry it to the accursed Jew, who bought each and every at a pitiful price. and even this he would have minished, but seeing how he had paid a dinar for the first, he feared to offer a lesser sum, lest the lad go and sell to some rival in trade, and thus lose his usurious gains. Now when all the golden platters were sold, there remained only the silver tray whereupon they stood. And for that it was large and weighty, Aladdin brought the Jew to his house, and produced the article, when the buyer, seeing its size, gave him 10 dinars, and these being accepted, went his ways. Aladdin and his mother lived upon the sequins until they were spent. Then he brought out the lamp, and rubbed it, and straightway appeared the slave who had shown himself aforetime. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 538th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the genie, the slave of the lamp, on appearing to Aladdin, said, Ask, O my lord, whatso thou wantest, for I am thy slave, and the thrall of whoso hath the lamp. And said the lad, I desire that thou bring me a tray of food like unto that thou broughtest me erewhiles, for indeed I am famished. Accordingly, in the glance of an eye, the slave produced a similar tray supporting 12 platters of the most sumptuous, furnished with requisite cates, and thereon stood clean bread and sundry glass bottles of strained wine. Now Aladdin's mother had gone out when she knew he was about to rub the lamp, that she might not again look upon the genie. But after a while she returned, and when she sighted the tray covered with silvern platters, and smelt the savour of the rich meats diffused over the house, she marvelled and rejoiced. Thereupon quoth he, Look, O my mother, thou badest me throw away the lamp. See now its virtues. And quoth she, O my son, Allah increase his weal, but I would not look upon him. Then the lad sat down with his parent to the tray, and they ate and drank until they were satisfied, after which they removed what remained for use on the morrow. As soon as the meats had been consumed, Aladdin arose and stowed away under his clothes a platter of the platters, and went forth to find the Jew, purposing to sell it to him. But by fiat of fate he passed by the shop of an ancient jeweller, an honest man and a pious, who feared Allah. When the sheikh saw the lad, he asked him, saying, O my son, what dost thou want? For that times manifold I have seen thee passing hereby, and having dealings with a Jewish man, and I have espied thee handing over to him sundry articles. Now also I fancy thou hast somewhat for sale, and thou seekest him as a buyer thereof. But thou wottest not, O my child, that the Jews ever hold lawful to them the good of Moslems, the confessors of Allah Almighty's unity, and always defraud them, especially this accursed Jew, with whom thou hast relations, and into whose hands thou hast fallen. If then, O my son, thou have aught thou wouldest sell, show the same to me, and never fear, for I will give thee its full price by the truth of Almighty Allah. Thereupon Aladdin brought out the platter, which, when the ancient goldsmith saw, he took and weighed it in his scales, and asked the lad, saying, Was it the fellow of this thou soldest to the Jew? Yes, its fellow and its brother, he answered. And quoth the old man, What price did he pay thee? Quoth the lad, 1 dinar. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 539th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the ancient goldsmith, hearing from Aladdin how the Jew used to give only 1 dinar as the price of the platter, cried, Ah, I take refuge from this accursed, who cozeneth the servants of Allah Almighty. Then looking at the lad, he exclaimed, O my son, verily yon tricksy Jew hath cheated thee and laughed at thee, this platter being pure silver and virginal. I have weighed it, and found it worth 70 dinars, and if thou please to take its value, take it. Thereupon the sheikh counted out to him 70 gold pieces, which he accepted, and presently thanked him for his kindness in exposing the Jew's rascality. And after this, whenever the price of a platter was expended, he would bring another. And on such wise he and his mother were soon in better circumstances. Yet they ceased not to live after their olden fashion as middle-class folk, without spending on diet overmuch or squandering money. But Aladdin had now thrown off the ungraciousness of his boyhood. He shunned the society of scapegraces, and he began to frequent good men and true, repairing daily to the market street of the merchants, and there companying with the great and the small of them, asking about matters of merchandise and learning the price of investments, and so forth. He likewise frequented the bazaars of the goldsmiths and the jewellers, where he would sit and divert himself by inspecting their precious stones, and by noting how jewels were sold and bought therein. Accordingly, he presently became aware that the tree fruits wherewith he had filled his pockets what time he entered the enchanted treasury were neither glass nor crystal, but gems rich and rare, and he understood that he had acquired immense wealth, such as the kings never can possess. He then considered all the precious stones which were in the jeweller's quarter, but found that their biggest was not worth his smallest. On this wise he ceased not every day repairing to the bazaar, and making himself familiar with the folk, and winning their loving will, and inquiring anent selling and buying, giving and taking, the dear and the cheap, until one day of the days, when, after rising at dawn and donning his dress, he went forth, as was his wont, to the jeweller's bazaar. And as he passed along, he heard the crier crying as follows: "By command of our magnificent master, the king of the time, and the lord of the age and the tide, let all the folk lock up their shops and stores, and retire within their houses, for that the lady Badr al-Budur, daughter of the Sultan, designeth to visit the Hammam. And whoso gainsayeth the order shall be punished with death penalty, and be his blood upon his own neck." But when Aladdin heard the proclamation, he longed to look upon the king's daughter, and said in his mind, "Indeed, all the lieges talk of her beauty and loveliness, and the end of my desires is to see her." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 540th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin fell to contriving some means whereby he might look upon the Princess Badr al-Budur, and at last judged best to take his station behind the Hammam door, whence he might see her face as she entered. Accordingly, without stay or delay, he repaired to the baths before she was expected, and stood arear of the entrance, a place where none of the folk happened to be looking. Now, when the Sultan's daughter had gone the rounds of the city and its main streets, and had solaced herself by sight-seeing, she finally reached the Hammam, and whilst entering she raised her veil, when her face rose before sight, as it were a pearl of price or a sheeny sun, and she was as one of whom the describer sang, "Magic kohl enchanteth the glances so bright of her. We pluck roses in posies from cheeks rosy bright of her. Of night's gloomiest hue is the gloom of the hair of her, and her bright brow uplighteth the murks of the night of her." Quoth the reciter, "When the princess raised from her face the veil, and Aladdin saw her favour, he said, In very truth, her fashion magnifieth her almighty fashioner, and glory be to him who created her, and adorned her with this beauty and loveliness." His strength was struck down from the moment he saw her, and his thoughts were distraught. His gaze was dazed. The love of her gat hold of the whole of his heart, and when he returned home to his mother, he was as one in ecstasy. His parent addressed him, but he neither replied nor denied, and when she set before him the morning meal, he continued in like case. So quoth she, "O my son, what is't may have befallen thee? Say me, doth aught ail thee? Let me know what ill hath betided thee, for, unlike thy custom, thou speakest not when I bespeak thee." Thereupon Aladdin, who used to think that all women resembled his mother, and who, albeit he had heard of the charms of Badr al-Budur, daughter of the Sultan, yet knew not what beauty and loveliness might signify, turned to his parent and exclaimed, "Let me be." However, she persisted in praying him to come forwards and eat, so he did her bidding, but hardly touched food. After which he lay at full length on his bed all the night through, in cogitation deep, until morning morrowed. The same was his condition during the next day, when his mother was perplexed for the case of her son, and unable to learn what had happened to him. So, thinking that belike he might be ailing, she drew near him and asked him, saying, "O my son, an thou sense aught of pain, or such like, let me know, that I may fare forth and fetch thee the physician. And to-day there be in this our city a leech from the land of the Arabs, whom the Sultan hath sent to summon, and the bruit abroad reporteth him to be skilful exceedingly. So, an thou be ill, let me go and bring him to thee." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 541st night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill, "It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin, hearing his parents offer to summon the mediciner, said, O my mother, I am well in body, and on no wise ill. But I ever thought that all women resembled thee until yesterday, when I beheld the lady Badr al-Budur, daughter of the Sultan, as she was faring for the baths." Then he related to her all and everything that had happened to him, adding, "Haply thou also hast heard the crier crying, 'Let no man open shop or stand in street, that the lady Badr al-Budur may repair to the hammam without I seeing her. But I have looked upon her even as she is, for she raised her veil at the door. And when I viewed her favour and beheld that noble work of the Creator, a sore fit of ecstasy, O my mother, fell upon me, for love of her, and firm resolve to win her hath opened its way into every limb of me, nor is repose possible for me except I win her. Wherefore I purpose asking her to wife from the Sultan her sire, in lawful wedlock." When Aladdin's mother heard her son's words, she belittled his wits, and cried, "O my child, the name of Allah upon thee, meseemeth thou hast lost thy senses. But be thou rightly guided, O my son, nor be thou as the men jinn maddened." He replied, "Nay, O mother mine, I am not out of my mind, nor am I of the maniacs, nor shall this thy saying alter one jot of what is in my thoughts, for rest is impossible to me until I shall have won the dearling of my heart's core, the beautiful lady Badr al-Budur. And now I am resolved to ask her sire the Sultan." She rejoined, "O my son, by my life upon thee, speak not such speech, lest any overhear thee, and say thou be insane. So cast away from thee such nonsense. Who shall undertake a matter like this, or make such a request to the king? Indeed, I know not how, supposing this thy speech to be soothfast, thou shalt manage to crave such grace of the Sultan, or through whom thou desirest to propose it." He retorted, "Through whom shall I ask it, O my mother, when thou art present? And who is there fonder and more faithful to me than thyself? So my design is that thou thyself shalt proffer this my petition." Quoth she, "O my son, Allah remove me far therefrom. What, have I lost my wits like thyself? Cast the thought away, and a long way from thy heart. Remember whose son thou art, O my child, the orphan boy of a tailor, the poorest and meanest of the tailors toiling in the city, and I, thy mother, am also come of pauper stock, and indigent. How then durst thou ask to wife the daughter of the Sultan, whose sire would not deign marry her with the sons of the kings and the sovereigns, except they were his peers in honour and grandeur and majesty? And were they but 1 degree lower, he would refuse his daughter to them." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Aladdin, Part 2. Section 5 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp, Part 3. When it was the 542nd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin took patience until his parent had said her say. When quoth he, O my mother, everything thou hast called to mind is known to me. Moreover, 'tis thoroughly well known to me that I am the child of pauper parents. Withal, do not these words of thee divert me from my design at all. Nor the less do I hope of thee, an I be thy son, and thou truly love me, that thou grant me this favour. Otherwise thou wilt destroy me, and present death hovereth over my head, except I win my will of my heart's dearling. And I, O my mother, am in every case thy child. Hearing these words, his parent wept of her sorrow for him, and said, O my child, yes, in very deed I am thy mother, nor have I any son or life's blood of my liver, except thyself. And the end of my wishes is to give thee a wife and rejoice in thee. But suppose that I would seek a bride of our likes and equals, her people will at once ask, an thou have any land or garden, merchandise, or handicraft, wherewith thou canst support her? And what is the reply I can return? Then if I cannot possibly answer the poor like ourselves, how shall I be bold enough, O my son, to ask for the daughter of the Sultan of Chinaland, who hath no peer, or behind or before him? Therefore do thou weigh this matter in thy mind. Also, who shall ask her to wife for the son of a snip? Well indeed I wot that my saying aught of this kind will but increase our misfortunes, for that it may be the cause of our incurring mortal danger from the Sultan, peradventure even death for thee and me. And as concerneth myself, how shall I venture upon such rash deed and perilous, O my son? And in what way shall I ask the Sultan for his daughter to be thy wife? And indeed, how ever shall I even get access to him? And should I succeed therein, what is to be my answer, and they ask me touching thy means? Haply the king will hold me to be a madwoman. And lastly, suppose that I obtain audience of the Sultan, what offering is there I can submit to the king's majesty? And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 543rd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin's mother continued to her son, 'Tis true, O my child, that the Sultan is mild and merciful, never rejecting any who approach him to require justice, or ruth, or protection, nor any who pray him for a present. For he is liberal, and lavisheth favour upon near and far. But he dealeth his boons to those deserving them, to men who have done some daring do in battle under his eyes, or have rendered as civilians great service to his estate. But thou, do thou tell me what feat thou hast performed in his presence, or before the public, that thou meritest from him such grace. And secondly, this boon thou ambitionest is not for one of our condition, nor is it possible that the king grant to thee the bourne of thine aspiration. For whoso goeth to the Sultan and craveth of him a favour, him it besitteth to take in hand somewhat that suiteth the royal majesty, as indeed I warned thee aforetime. How then shalt thou risk thyself to stand before the Sultan and ask his daughter in marriage, when thou hast with thee naught to offer him of that which beseemeth his exalted station? Hereto Aladdin replied, O my mother, thou speakest to the point, and hast reminded me aright, and 'tis meet that I revolve in mind the whole of thy remindings. But, O my mother, the love of Princess Badr al-Budur hath entered into the core of my heart, nor can I rest without I win her. However, thou hast also recalled to me a matter which I forgot, and 'tis this emboldeneth me to ask his daughter of the king. Albeit thou, O my mother, declarest that I have no gift which I can submit to the Sultan, as is the wont of the world, yet in very sooth I have an offering and a present, whose equal, O my mother, I hold none of the kings to possess, no, nor even aught like it. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 544th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin said to his mother, because verily that which I deemed glass or crystal was nothing but precious stones, and I hold that all the kings of the world have never possessed anything like one of the smallest thereof. For by frequenting the jeweller folk, I have learned that they are the costliest gems, and these are what I brought in my pockets from the hoard. Whereupon, an thou please, compose thy mind. We have in our house a bowl of china porcelain, so arise thou and fetch it, that I may fill it with these jewels, which thou shalt carry as a gift to the king, and thou shalt stand in his presence and solicit him for my requirement. I am certified that by such means the matter will become easy to thee, and if thou be unwilling, O my mother, to strive for the winning of my wish as regards the Lady Badr al-Budur, know thou that surely I shall die. Nor do thou imagine that this gift is of aught save the costliest of stones, and be assured of my mother that in my many visits to the jeweller's bazaar I have observed the merchants selling for sums man's judgment may not determine, jewels whose beauty is not worth 1/4 carat of what we possess. Seeing which, I was certified that ours are beyond all price. So arise, my mother, as I bade thee, and bring me the porcelain bowl aforesaid, that I may arrange therein some of these gems, and we will see what semblance they show. So she brought him the china bowl, saying in herself, I shall know what to do when I find out if the words of my child concerning these jewels be soothfast or not. And she set it before her son, who pulled the stones out of his pockets and disposed them in the bowl, and ceased not arranging therein gems of sorts till such time as he had filled it. And when it was brimful, she could not fix her eyes firmly upon it. On the contrary, she winked and blinked for the dazzle of the stones, and their radiance and excessive lightning-like glance, and her wits were bewildered thereat, only she was not certified of their value, being really of the enormous extent she had been told. Withal, she reflected that possibly her son might have spoken aright when he declared that their like was not to be found with the kings. Then Aladdin turned to her and said, Thou hast seen, O my mother, that this present intended for the Sultan is magnificent, and I am certified that it will procure for thee high honour with him, and that he will receive thee with all respect. And now, O my mother, thou hast no excuse. So compose thy thoughts, and arise. Take thou this bowl, and away with it to the palace. His mother rejoined, O my son, 'tis true that the present is high-priced exceedingly, and the costliest of the costly. Also that, according to thy word, none owneth its like. But who would have the boldness to go and ask the Sultan for his daughter, the Lady Badr al-Budur? I indeed dare not say to him, I want thy daughter, when he shall ask me, What is thy want? For know thou, my son, that my tongue will be tied. And granting that Allah assist me, and I embolden myself to say to him, My wish is to become a connection of thine through the marriage of thy daughter, the Lady Badr al-Budur, to my son Aladdin, they will surely decide at once that I am demented, and will thrust me forth in disgrace and despised. I will not tell thee that I shall thereby fall into danger of death, for 'twill not only be I, but thou likewise. However, O my son, of my regard for thine inclination, I needs must embolden myself and hie thither. Yet, O my child, if the king receive me, and honour me on account of the gift, and inquire of me what thou desirest." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 545th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin's mother said to her son, and in reply I ask of him that which thou desirest in the matter of thy marriage with his daughter, how shall I answer him an he ask me, as is man's wont, what estates hast thou, and what income? And perchance, O my son, he will question me of this before questioning me of thee." Aladdin replied, "'Tis not possible that the Sultan should make such demand what time he considereth the jewels and their magnificence, nor is it meet to think of such things as these which may never occur. Now do thou but arise, and set before him this present of precious stones, and ask of him his daughter for me, and sit not yonder making much of the difficulty in thy fancy. Ere this thou hast learned, O mother mine, that the lamp which we possess hath become to us a stable income, and that whatso I want of it, the same is supplied to me. And my hope is that by means thereof I shall learn how to answer the Sultan, should he ask me of that thou sayest." Then Aladdin and his mother fell to talking over the subject all that night long, and when the morning morrowed, the dame arose and heartened her heart, especially as her son had expounded to her some little of the powers of the lamp and the virtues thereof, to wit, that it would supply all they required of it. Aladdin, however, seeing his parent take courage when he explained to her the workings of the lamp, feared lest she might tattle to the folk thereof. So he said to her, "O my mother, beware how thou talk to any of the properties of the lamp and its profit, as this is our one great good. Guard thy thoughts, lest thou speak overmuch concerning it before others, whoso they be. Haply we shall lose it, and lose the boon fortune we possess, and the benefits we expect, for that 'tis of him." His mother replied, "Fear not, therefore, O my son." And she arose and took the bowl full of jewels, which she wrapped up in a fine kerchief, and went forth betimes, that she might reach the divan ere it became crowded. When she passed into the palace, the levee not being fully attended, she saw the viziers and sundry of the lords of the land going into the presence room, and after a short time, when the divan was made complete by the ministers and high officials and chieftains and emirs and grandees, the Sultan appeared, and the viziers made their obeisance, and likewise did the nobles and the notables. The king seated himself upon the throne of his kingship, and all present at the levee stood before him with crossed arms, awaiting his commandment to sit. And when they received it, each took his place according to his degree. Then the claimants came before the Sultan, who delivered sentence after his wonted way, until the divan was ended, when the king arose and withdrew into the palace, and the others all went their ways. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 546th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin's mother, having come the earliest of all, found means of entering without any addressing her or offering to lead her to the presence, and she ceased not standing there until the divan ended, when the Sultan arose and withdrew into the palace, and the others all went about their business. And when she saw the throne empty and the king passing into his harem, she also wended her ways and returned home. But as soon as her son espied her, bowl in hand, he thought that haply something untoward had befallen her, but he would not ask of aught until such time as she had set down the bowl, when she acquainted him with that which had occurred, and ended by adding, "Alhamdulillah to the Lord, O my child, that I found courage enough and secured for myself standing place in the levee this day, and albeit I dreaded to bespeak the king, yet, inshallah, on the morrow I will address him. Even today were many who, like myself, could not get audience of the Sultan, But be of good cheer, O my son, and to-morrow needs must I bespeak him for thy sake. And what happened not may happen." When Aladdin heard his parents' words, he joyed with excessive joy, and although he expected the matter to be managed hour by hour, for excess of his love and longing to the Lady Badr al-Budur, yet he possessed his soul in patience. They slept well that night, and betimes next morning the mother of Aladdin arose and went with her bowl to the king's court, which she found closed. So she asked the people, and they told her that the Sultan did not hold a levee every day, but only thrice in the se'nnight. Wherefore she determined to return home. And after this, whenever she saw the court open, she would stand before the king until the reception ended, and when it was shut, she would go to make sure thereof, and this was the case for the whole month. The Sultan was wont to remark her presence at every levee, but on the last day, when she took her station, as was her wont, before the council, she allowed it to close, and lacked boldness to come forwards and speak even a syllable. Now, as the king, having risen, was making for his harem, accompanied by the Grand Vizier, he turned to him and said, "O Vizier, during the last 6 or 7 levee days, I see yonder old woman present herself at every reception, and I also note that she always carrieth a something under her mantilla. Say me, hast thou, O Vizier, any knowledge of her and her intention?" "O my lord the Sultan," said the other, "verily women be weakly of wits, and haply this good wife cometh hither to complain before thee against her good man, or some of her people." But this reply was far from satisfying the Sultan. Nay, he bade the Vizier, in case she should come again, set her before him. And forthright the minister placed hand on head, and exclaimed, "To hear is to obey, O our lord the Sultan." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 547th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that the mother of Aladdin, as she made a practice of repairing to the divan every day, and passing into the room and standing opposite the king, albeit she was sorrowful and sore weary, withal for her son's sake she endeavoured to make easy all her difficulties. Now, one day of the days, when she did according to her custom, the Sultan cast his eyes upon her as she stood before him, and said to his Grand Vizier, "This be the very woman whereof I spake to thee yesterday. So do thou straightway bring her before me, that I may see what be her suit, and fulfil her need." Accordingly the minister at once introduced her, and when in the presence, she saluted the king by kissing her finger-tips and raising them to her brow, and praying for the Sultan's glory and continuance, and the permanence of his prosperity, bussed ground before him. Thereupon quoth he, "O woman, for sundry days I have seen thee attend the levee sans a word said. So tell me, an thou have any requirement I may grant." She kissed the ground a second time, and, after blessing him, answered, "Yea, verily, as thy head liveth, O King of the Age, I have a want. But first of all, do thou deign grant me a promise of safety, that I may prefer my suit to the ears of our lord the Sultan, for haply thy highness may find it a singular." The king, wishing to know her need, and being a man of unusual mildness and clemency, gave his word for her immunity, and bade forthwith dismiss all about him, remaining without other but the Grand Vizier. Then he turned towards his suppliant, and said, "Inform me of thy suit. Thou hast the safeguard of Allah Almighty." "O King of the Age," replied she, "I also require of thee pardon." And quoth he, "Allah pardon thee even as I do." Then quoth she, "O our lord the Sultan, I have a son, Aladdin hight, and he, one day of the days, having heard the crier commending all men to shut shop and shun the streets, for that the Lady Badr al-Budur, daughter of the Sultan, was going to the hammam, felt an uncontrollable longing to look upon her, and hid himself in a stead whence he could sight her right well, and that place was behind the door of the baths. When she entered, he beheld her, and considered her as he wished, and but too well. For since the time he looked upon her, O king of the age, unto this hour life hath not been pleasant to him. And he hath required of me that I ask her to wife for him from thy highness. Nor could I drive this fancy from his mind, because love of her hath mastered his vitals, and to such a degree that he said to me, Know thou, O mother mine, that an I win not my wish, surely I shall die. Accordingly, I hope that thy highness will deign be mild and merciful, and pardon this boldness on the part of me and my child, and refrain to punish us therefor. When the Sultan heard her tale, he regarded her with kindness, and laughing aloud, asked her, What may be that thou carriest, and what be in yonder kerchief? And she, seeing the Sultan laugh, and knew of waxing wroth at her words, forthright opened the wrapper, and set before him the bowl of jewels, whereby the audience hall was illumined as it were by lustres and candelabra, and he was dazed and amazed at the radiance of the rare gems, and he fell to marvelling at their size and beauty and excellence. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 548th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, if thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when the king saw the gems, he was seized by surprise, and cried, Never at all until this day saw I anything like these jewels, for size and beauty and excellence, nor deem I that there be found in my treasury a single one like them. Then he turned to his minister, and asked, What sayest thou, O Vizier? Hast thou seen in thy time such mighty fine jewels as these? The other answered, Never saw I such, O our lord the Sultan, nor do I think that there be in the treasures of my lord the Sultan the fellow of the least thereof. The king resumed, Now indeed, whoso hath presented to me such jewels meriteth to become bridegroom to my daughter Badr al-Budur, because as far as I see, none is more deserving of her than he. When the Vizier heard the Sultan's words, he was tongue-tied with concern, and he grieved with sore grief, for the king had promised to give the princess in marriage to his son. So after a little while he said, O king of the age, thy highness deigned promise me that the lady Badr al-Budur should be spoused to my son. So 'tis but right that thine exalted highness vouchsafe us a delay of 3 months, during which time, inshallah, my child may obtain and present an offering yet costlier than this. Accordingly the king, albeit he knew that such a thing could not be done, or by the Vizier, or by the greatest of his grandees, yet of his grace and kindness granted him the required delay. Then he turned to the old woman, Aladdin's mother, and said, Go to thy son, and tell him I have pledged my word that my daughter shall be in his name. Only 'tis needful that I make the requisite preparations of nuptial furniture for her use, and 'tis only meet that he take patience for the next 3 months. Receiving this reply, Aladdin's mother thanked the Sultan and blessed him. Then, going forth in hottest haste, as one flying for joy, she went home. And when her son saw her entering with a smiling face, he was gladdened at the sign of good news, especially because she had returned without delay, as on the fast days, and had not brought back the bowl. Presently he asked her, saying, Inshallah, thou bearest me, O my mother, glad tidings, and peradventure the jewels and their value have wrought their work, and belike thou hast been kindly received by the king, and he hath shown thee grace, and hath given ear to thy request. So she told him the whole tale, how the Sultan had entreated her well, and had marvelled at the extraordinary size of the gems and their surpassing water, as did also the Vizier, adding, and he promised that his daughter should be thine. Only, O my child, the Vizier spake of a secret contract made with him by the Sultan before he pledged himself to me, and after speaking privily, the king put me off to the end of 3 months. Therefore I have become fearful lest the Vizier be evilly disposed to thee, and perchance he may attempt to change the Sultan's mind. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 549th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when Aladdin heard his mother's words, and how the Sultan had promised him his daughter, deferring, however, the wedding until after the 3rd month, his mind was gladdened, and he rejoiced exceedingly, and said, Inasmuch as the king hath given his word after 3 months, well, it is a long time. At all events, my gladness is mighty great. Then he thanked his parent, showing her how her good work had exceeded her toil and travail, and said to her, By Allah, O my mother, hitherto I was as 'twere in my grave, and therefrom thou hast withdrawn me. And I praise Allah Almighty, because I am at this moment certified that no man in the world is happier than I, or more fortunate. Then he took patience until 2 of the 3 months had gone by. And now one day of the days his mother fared forth about sundown to the bazaar, that she might buy somewhat of oil, and she found all the market shops fast shut, and the whole city decorated, and the folk placing waxen tapers and flowers at their casements. And she beheld the soldiers and household troops, and agas, riding in procession, and flambeaux and lustres flaming and flaring, and she wondered at the marvellous sight and the glamour of the scene. So she went into an oilman's store, which stood open still, and bought her need of him, and said, By thy life, O uncle, tell me what be the tidings in town this day, that people have made all these decorations, and every house and market street are adorned, and the troops all stand on guard. The oilman asked her, O woman, I suppose thou art a stranger, and not one of the city? And she answered, Nay, I am thy townswoman. He rejoined, Thou, a townswoman, and yet wottest not that this very night the son of the Grand Vizier goeth in to the Lady Badr al-Budur, daughter of the Sultan? He is now in the hammam, and all this power of soldiery is on guard and standing under arms to await his coming forth, when they will bear him in bridal procession to the palace, where the princess expecteth him. As the mother of Aladdin heard these words, she grieved and was distraught in thought, and perplexed how to inform her son of this sorrowful event, well knowing that the poor youth was looking hour by hour to the end of the 3 months. But she returned straightway home to him, and when she had entered, she said, O my son, I would give thee certain tidings, yet hard to me will be the sorrow they shall occasion thee. He cried, Let me know what be thy news. And she replied, Verily the Sultan hath broken his promise to thee in the matter of the Lady Badr al-Budur, and this very night the Grand Vizier's son goeth in to her. And for some time, O my son, I have suspected that the minister would change the king's mind, even as I told thee how he had spoken privily to him before me. Aladdin asked, How learnedst thou that the Vizier's son is this night to pay his first visit to the princess? So she told him the whole tale, how when going to buy oil she had found the city decorated, and the eunuch officials and lords of the land, with the troops under arms waiting the bridegroom from the baths, and that the first visit was appointed for that very night. Hearing this, Aladdin was seized with a fever of jealousy brought on by his grief. However, after a short while he remembered the lamp, and recovering his spirits, said, By thy life, O my mother, do thou believe that the Vizier's son will not enjoy her as thou thinkest. But now leave we this discourse, and arise thou and serve up supper, and after eating let me retire to my own chamber, and all will be well and happy. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 550th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin, after he had supped, retired to his chamber, and, locking the door, brought out the lamp and rubbed it, when as forthright appeared to him its familiar, who said, Ask whatso thou wantest, for I am the slave, and slave to him who holdeth the lamp in hand, I and all the slaves of the lamp. He replied, Hear me. I prayed the Sultan for his daughter to wife, and he plighted her to me after 3 months. But he hath not kept his word. Nay, he hath given her to the son of the Wazir, and this very night the bridegroom will go in to her. Therefore I command thee, an thou be a trusty servitor to the land, when thou shalt see bride and bridegroom bedded together this night, at once take them up, and bear them hither abed, and this be what I want of thee. The married replied, Hearing and obeying, and if thou have other service but this, do thou demand of me all thou desirest. Aladdin, At the present time I require naught, save that I bade thee do. Hereupon the slave disappeared, and Aladdin returned to pass the rest of the evening with his mother. But at the hour when he knew that the servitor would be coming, he arose and retired to his chamber, and after a little while, behold, the married came bringing to him the newly-wedded couple upon their bridal bed. Aladdin rejoiced to see them with exceeding joy. Then he cried to the slave, Carry yonder gallows bird hence, and lay him at full length in the privy. His bidding was done straightway, but before leaving him the slave blew upon the bridegroom a blast so cold that it shrivelled him, and the plight of the Wazir's son became piteous. Then the servitor, returning to Aladdin, said to him, An thou require aught else, inform me thereof. And said the other, Return a morn, that thou mayst restore them to their stead. Whereto, I hear and obey, quoth the married, and vanished. Presently Aladdin arose, hardly believing that the affair had been such a success for him. But when, as he looked upon the Lady Badr al-Budur lying under his own roof, albeit he had long burned with her love, yet he preserved respect for her, and said, O princess of fair ones, think not that I brought thee hither to minish thy honour. Heaven forfend! Nay, 'twas only to prevent the wrong man enjoying thee, for that thy sire the Sultan promised thee to me. So do thou rest in peace. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 551st night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that when the Lady Badr al-Budur, daughter of the Sultan, saw herself in that mean and darksome lodging, and heard Aladdin's words, she was seized with fear and trembling, and waxed clean distraught, nor could she return aught of reply. Presently the youth arose, and stripping off his outer dress, placed a scimitar between them, and lay upon the bed beside the princess. And he did no villain deed, for it sufficed him to prevent the consummation of her nuptials with the Wazir's son. On the other hand, the Lady Badr al-Budur passed a night the evilest of all nights, nor in her born days had she seen a worse. And the same was the case with the minister's son, who lay in the chapel of ease, and who dared not stir for the fear of the genie which overwhelmed him. As soon as it was morning, the slave appeared before Aladdin, without the lamp being rubbed, and said to him, O my lord, an thou require aught, command me therefore, that I may do it upon my head and mine eyes. Said the other, Go, take up and carry the bride and bridegroom to their own apartment. So the servitor did his bidding in an eye-glance, and bore away the pair, and placed them in the palace as whilome they were, and without their seeing any one. But both died of affright when they found themselves being transported from stead to stead. And the married had barely time to set them down and wend his ways, ere the Sultan came on a visit of congratulation to his daughter. And when the Wazir's son heard the doors thrown open, he sprang straightway from his couch, and donned his dress, for he knew that none save the king could enter at that hour. Yet it was exceedingly hard for him to leave his bed, wherein he wished to warm himself a trifle, after his cold night in the water-closet which he had lately left. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 552nd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that the Sultan went in to his daughter Badr al-Budur, and kissing her between the eyes, gave her good morning, and asked her of her bridegroom, and whether she was pleased and satisfied with him. But she returned no reply whatever, and looked at him with the eye of anger, and, although he repeated his words again and again, she held her peace, nor bespake him with a single syllable. So the king quitted her, and, going to the queen, informed her of what had taken place between him and his daughter. And the mother, unwilling to leave the Sultan angered with their child, said to him, O King of the Age, this be the custom of most newly married couples, at least during their first days of marriage, for that they are bashful and somewhat coy. So deign thou excuse her, and after a little while she will again become herself, and speak with the folk as before. Whereas now her shame, O King of the Age, keepeth her silent. However, 'tis my wish to fare forth and see her. Thereupon the queen arose and donned her dress. Then, going to her daughter, wished her good morning, and kissed her between the eyes. Yet would the princess make no answer at all, whereat quoth the queen to herself, Doubtless some strange matter hath occurred to trouble her with such trouble as this. So she asked her, saying, O my daughter, what hath caused this thy case? Let me know what hath betided thee, that when I come and give thee good morning, thou hast not a word to say to me. Thereat the lady Badr al-Budur raised her head, and said, Pardon me, O my mother. 'Twas my duty to meet thee with all respect and worship, seeing that thou hast honoured me by this visit. However, I pray thee to hear the cause of this my condition, and see how the night I have just spent hath been to me the evilest of the nights. Hardly had we lain down, O my mother, than one whose form I wot not uplifted our bed, and transported it to a darksome place, fulsome and mean. Then the princess related to the queen mother all that had befallen her that night, how they had taken away her bridegroom, leaving her lone and lonesome, and how, after a while, came another youth who lay beside her, in lieu of her bridegroom, after placing his scimitar between her and himself. And in the morning, she continued, he who carried us off returned and bore us straight back to our own stead. But at once, when he arrived hither, he left us, and suddenly my sire the Sultan entered at the hour and moment of our coming, and I had nor heart nor tongue to speak him withal, for the stress of the terror and trembling which came upon me. Haply such lack of duty may have proved sore to him, so I hope, O my mother, thou wilt acquaint him with the cause of this my condition, and that he will pardon me for not answering him, and blame me not, but rather accept my excuses. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 553rd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that when the queen heard these words of Princess Badr al-Budur, she said to her, O my child, compose thy thoughts, and thou tell such a tale before any, haply shall he say, Verily the Sultan's daughter hath lost her wits. And thou hast done right well in not choosing to recount thine adventure to thy father. And beware, and again I say beware, O my daughter, lest thou inform him thereof. The princess replied, O my mother, I have spoken to thee like one sound in senses, nor have I lost my wits. This be what befell me, and if thou believe it not because coming from me, ask my bridegroom. To which the queen replied, Rise up straightway, O my daughter, and banish from thy thoughts such fancies as these, and robe thyself, and come forth to glance at the bridal feasts and festivities they are making in the city for the sake of thee and thy nuptials. And listen to the drumming and the singing, and look at the decorations, all intended to honour thy marriage, O my daughter." So saying, the queen at once summoned the tirewomen, who dressed and prepared the Lady Badr al-Budur, and presently she went in to the Sultan, and assured him that their daughter had suffered during all her wedding night from swevens and nightmare, and said to him, "Be not severe with her for not answering thee." Then the queen sent privily for the vizier's son, and asked the matter, saying, "Tell me, are these words of the Lady Badr al-Budur soothfast or not?" But he, in his fear of losing his bride out of hand, answered, "O my lady, I have no knowledge of that whereof thou speakest." Accordingly the mother made sure that her daughter had seen visions and dreams. The marriage feasts lasted throughout that day, with almas and singers, and the smiting of all manner instruments of mirth and merriment, while the queen and the vizier and his son strave right strenuously to enhance the festivities, that the princess might enjoy herself. And that day they left nothing of what exciteth to pleasure unrepresented in her presence, to the end that she might forget what was in her thoughts, and derive increase of joyance. Yet did naught of this take any effect upon her. Nay, she sat in silence, sad of thought, sore perplexed at what had befallen her during the last night. It is true that the vizier's son had suffered even more, because he had passed his sleeping hours lying in the water-closet. He, however, had falsed the story, and had cast out remembrance of the night in the first place, for his fear of losing his bride, and with her the honour of a connection which brought him such excessive consideration, and for which men envied him so much, and secondly, on account of the wondrous loveliness of the Lady Badr al-Budur, and her marvellous beauty. Aladdin also went forth that day, and looked at the merry-makings which extended throughout the city, as well as the palace, and he fell a-laughing, especially when he heard the folk prating of the high honour which had accrued to the son of the vizier, and the prosperity of his fortunes in having become son-in-law to the Sultan, and the high consideration shown by the wedding fetes. And he said in his mind, "Indeed, ye wot not, O ye miserables, what befell him last night, that ye envy him." But after darkness fell, and it was time for sleep, Aladdin arose, and, retiring to his chamber, rubbed the lamp, whereupon the slave incontinently appeared, and Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 554th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that when the slave appeared in presence of Aladdin, he was bidden to bring him the Sultan's daughter, together with her bridegroom, as on the past night, ere the vizier's son could abate her maidenhead. So the married, without stay or delay, vanished for a little while, until the appointed time, when he returned carrying the bed whereon lay the Lady Badr al-Budur and the vizier's son, and he did with the bridegroom as he had done before, to wit, he took him up and lay him at full length in the jakes, and there left him dried up for excess of fear and trembling. Then Aladdin arose, and placing the scimitar between himself and the princess, lay down beside her, and when day broke, the slave restored the pair to their own place, leaving Aladdin filled with delight at the state of the minister's son. Now, when the Sultan woke up a morn, he resolved to visit his daughter, and see if she would treat him as on the past day. So, shaking off his sleep, he sprang up and arrayed himself in his raiment, and going to the apartment of the princess, bade open the door. Thereat the son of the vizier arose forthright, and came down from his bed, and began donning his dress, whilst his ribs were wrung with cold, for when the king entered, the slave had but just brought him back. The Sultan, raising the arras, drew near his daughter as she lay abed, and gave her good morning. Then, kissing her between the eyes, he asked her of her case. But he saw her looking sour and sad, and she answered him not at all, only glowering at him as one in anger, and her plight was pitiable. Hereat the Sultan waxed wroth with her, for that she would not reply, and he suspected that something evil had befallen her. Whereupon he bared his blade, and cried to her, brand in hand, saying, "What be this hath betided thee? Either acquaint me with what happened, or this very moment I will take thy life. Is such conduct the token of honour and respect I expect of thee, that I address thee, and thou answerest me not a word?" When the Lady Badr al-Budur saw her sire in high dudgeon, and the naked glaive in his grip, she was freed from her fear of the past. So she raised her head, and said to him, "O my beloved father, be not wroth with me, nor be hasty in thy hot passion, for I am excusable in what thou shalt see of my case. So do thou lend an ear to what occurred to me, and well I wot that after hearing my account of what befell to me during these 2 last nights, thou wilt pardon me, and thy highness will be softened to pitying me, even as I claim of thee affection for thy child." Then the princess informed her father of all that had betided her, adding, "O my sire, an thou believe me not, ask my bridegroom, and he will recount to thy highness the whole adventure. Nor did I know either what they would do with him when they bore him away from my side, or where they would place him." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Aladdin, Part 3. Section 6 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp, Part 4. When it was the 555th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that when the Sultan heard his daughter's words, he was saddened, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Then he sheathed his sabre and kissed her, saying, O my daughter, wherefore didst thou not tell me what happened on the past night, that I might have guarded thee from this torture and terror which visited thee a second time? But now 'tis no matter. Rise, and cast out all such care, and to-night I will set a watch to ward thee, nor shall any mishap again make thee miserable." Then the Sultan returned to his palace, and straightway bade summon the Grand Vizier, and asked him, as he stood before him in his service, "O Vizier, how dost thou look upon this matter? Haply thy son hath informed thee of what occurred to him and to my daughter." The minister replied, "O King of the age, I have not seen my son, or yesterday or today." Hereat the Sultan told him all that had afflicted the princess, adding, "'Tis my desire that thou at once seek tidings of thy son concerning the facts of the case. Peradventure, of her fear my daughter may not be fully aware of what really befell her. Withal I hold all her words to be truthful." So the Grand Vizier arose, and going forth bade summon his son, and asked him anent all his lord had told him, whether it be true or untrue. The youth replied, "O my father the Vizier, heaven forbid that the Lady Badr al-Budur speak falsely. Indeed, all she said was sooth, and these 2 nights proved to us the evilest of our nights, instead of being nights of pleasure and marriage joys. But what befell me was the greater evil, because, instead of sleeping abed with my bride, I lay in the wardrobe, a black hole, frightful, noisome of stench, truly damnable, and my ribs were bursten with cold." In fine, the young man told his father the whole tale, adding, as he ended it, "O dear father mine, I implore thee to speak with the Sultan, that he may set me free from this marriage. Yes, indeed, 'tis a high honour for me to be the Sultan's son-in-law, and especially the love of the princess hath gotten hold of my vitals. But I have no strength left to endure a single night like unto these 2 last." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 556th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Vizier, hearing the words of his son, was saddened and sorrowful exceedingly, for it was his design to advance and promote his child by making him son-in-law to the Sultan. So he became thoughtful and perplexed about the affair, and the device whereby to manage it. And it was sore grievous for him to break off the marriage, it having been a rare enjoyment to him that he had fallen upon such high good fortune. Accordingly he said, Take patience, O my son, until we see what may happen this night, when we will set watchmen to ward you. Nor do thou give up the exalted distinction which hath fallen to none save to thyself. Then the Vizier left him, and, returning to the sovereign, reported that all told to him by the Lady Badr al-Budur was a true tale. Whereupon quoth the Sultan, Since the affair is on this wise, we require no delay. And he at once ordered all the rejoicings to cease, and the marriage to be broken off. This caused the folk and the citizen to marvel at the matter, especially when they saw the Grand Vizier and his son leaving the palace in pitiable plight for grief and stress of passion. And the people fell to asking, What hath happened, and what is the cause of the wedding being made null and void? Nor did any know aught of the truth save Aladdin, the lover who claimed the princess's hand, and he laughed in his sleeve. But even after the marriage was dissolved, the Sultan forgot, nor even recalled to mind, his promise made to Aladdin's mother, and the same was the case with the Grand Vizier, while neither had any inkling of whence befell them that which had befallen. So Aladdin patiently awaited the lapse of the 3 months, after which the Sultan had pledged himself to give him to wife his daughter. But as soon as ever the term came, he sent his mother to the Sultan for the purpose of requiring him to keep his covenant. So she went to the palace, and when the king appeared in the divan and saw the old woman standing before him, he remembered his promise to her concerning the marriage after a term of 3 months. And he turned to the minister and said, O Vizier, this be the ancient dame who presented me with the jewels, and to whom we pledged our word that when the 3 months had elapsed we would summon her to our presence before all others. So the minister went forth and fetched her, and when she went into the Sultan's presence, she saluted him and prayed for his glory and permanence of prosperity. Hereat the king asked her if she needed aught, and she answered, O king of the age, the 3 months' term thou assignedst to me is finished, and this is thy time to marry my son Aladdin with thy daughter, the Lady Badr al-Budur. The Sultan was distraught at this demand, especially when he saw the old woman's pauper condition, one of the meanest of her kind. And yet the offering she had brought to him was of the most magnificent, far beyond his power to pay the price. Accordingly he turned to the Grand Vizier and said, What device is there with thee? In very sooth I did pass my word, yet meseemeth that they be pauper folk, and not persons of high condition. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 557th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Grand Vizier, who was dying of envy, and who was especially saddened by what had befallen his son, said to himself, How shall one like this wed the king's daughter, and my son lose this highmost honour? Accordingly he answered his sovereign, speaking privily, O my lord, 'tis an easy matter to keep off a poor devil such as this, for he is not worthy that thy highness give his daughter to a fellow whom none knoweth what he may be. By what means? Inquired the Sultan. Shall we put off the man when I pledged my promise, and the word of the kings is their bond? Replied the Vizier, O my lord, my rede is that thou demand of him 40 platters made of pure sand gold, and full of gems, such as the woman brought thee aforetime, with 40 white slave girls to carry the platters, and 40 black eunuch slaves. The king rejoined, By Allah, O Vizier, thou hast spoken to the purpose, seeing that such thing is not possible, and by this way we shall be freed. Then quoth he to Aladdin's mother, Do thou go and tell thy son that I am a man of my word, even as I plighted it to him, but on condition that he have power to pay the dower of my daughter. And that which I require of him is a settlement consisting of 20 platters of virgin gold, all brimming with gems, the like of those thou broughtest to me, and as many white handmaids to carry them, and 20 black eunuch slaves to serve and escort the bearers. And thy son avail hereto, I will marry him with my daughter. Thereupon she returned home, wagging her head, and saying in her mind, Whence can my poor boy procure these platters and such jewels? And granted that he return to the enchanted treasury, and pluck them from the trees, which, however, I hold impossible, yet given that he bring them, whence shall he come by the girls and the blacks? Nor did she leave communing with herself till she reached her home, where she found Aladdin awaiting her, and she lost no time in saying, O my son, did I not tell thee never to fancy that thy power would extend to the Lady Badr al-Budur, and that such a matter is not possible to folk like ourselves? Recount to me the news, quoth he. So, quoth she, O my child, verily the Sultan received me with all honour, according to his custom, and meseemeth his intentions towards us be friendly. But thine enemy is that accursed Vizier. For after I addressed the king in thy name, as thou badest me, say, In very sooth the promised term is past, adding, 'Twere well an thy highness would deign issue commandment for the espousals of thy daughter, the Lady Badr al-Budur, to my son Aladdin, he turned to me and addressed the minister, who answered privily, after which the Sultan gave me his reply. Then she enumerated the king's demands, and said, O my son, he indeed expecteth of thee an instant reply, but I fancy that we have no answer for him. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 558th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when Aladdin heard these words, he laughed and said, O my mother, thou affirmest that we have no answer, and thou deemest the case difficult exceedingly. But compose thy thoughts, and arise, and bring me somewhat we may eat, and after we have dined, and the compassionate be willing, thou shalt see my reply. Also the Sultan thinketh like thyself that he hath demanded a prodigious dower in order to divert me from his daughter, whereas the fact is that he hath required of me a matter far less than I expected. But do thou fare forth at once, and purchase the provision, and leave me to procure thee a reply. So she went out to fetch her needful from the bazaar, and Aladdin retired to his chamber, and taking the lamp, rubbed it, when forthright appeared to him its slave, and said, Ask, O my lord, whatso thou wantest. The other replied, I have demanded of the Sultan his daughter to wife, and he hath required of me 40 bowls of purest gold, each weighing 10 pounds, and all to be filled with gems, such as we find in the gardens of the Horde. Furthermore, that they be borne on the heads of as many white handmaids, each attended by her black eunuch slave, also 40 in full rate. So I desire that thou bring all these into my presence. Hearkening and obeying, O my lord, quoth the slave, and disappearing for the space of an hour or so, presently returned, bringing the platters and jewels, handmaids and eunuchs. Then, setting them before him, the married cried, This be what thou demandedst of me. Declare now, an thou want any matter or service other than this. Aladdin rejoined, I have need of naught else, but an I do, I will summon thee, and let thee know. The slave now disappeared, and after a little while Aladdin's mother returned home, and on entering the house saw the blacks and the handmaids. Hereat she wondered, and exclaimed, All this proceedeth from the lamp, which Allah perpetuate to my son." But ere she doffed her mantilla, Aladdin said to her, "O my mother, this be thy time before the Sultan enter his seraglio palace. Do thou carry to him what he required, and wend thou with it at once. So may he know that I avail to supply all he wanteth, and yet more. Also that he is beguiled by his Grand Vizier, and the twain imagined vainly that they would baffle me." Then he arose forthright and opened the house door, when the handmaids and blackamoors paced forth in pairs, each girl with her eunuch beside her, until they crowded the quarter, Aladdin's mother foregoing them. And when the folk of that ward sighted such mighty fine sight and marvellous spectacle, all stood at gaze, and they considered the forms and figures of the handmaids, marvelling at their beauty and loveliness. For each and every wore robes inwrought with gold and studded with jewels, no dress being worth less than 1,000 dinars. They stared as intently at the bowls, and albeit these were covered with pieces of brocade, also orfrayed and dubbed with precious stones, yet the sheen outshot from them dulled the shine of sun. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 559th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that the folk, and especially the people of the quarter, stood a-marvelling at this singular scene. Then Aladdin's mother walked forwards, and all the handmaids and eunuchs paced behind her in the best of ordinance and disposition, and the citizens gathered to gaze at the beauty of the damsels, glorifying God the Most Great, until the train reached the palace, and entered it, accompanied by the tailor's widow. Now when the agas and chamberlains and army officers beheld them, all were seized with surprise, notably by seeing the handmaids, who each and every would ravish the reason of an anchorite. And, albeit the royal chamberlains and officials were men of family, the sons of grandees and emirs, yet they could not but especially wonder at the costly dresses of the girls and the platters borne upon their heads, nor could they gaze at them open-eyed, by reason of the exceeding brilliance and radiance. Then the nabobs went in and reported to the king, who forthright bade admit them to the presence chamber, and Aladdin's mother went in with them. When they stood before the Sultan, all saluted him with every sign of respect and worship, and prayed for his glory and prosperity. Then they set down from their heads the bowls at his feet, and having removed the brocade covers, rested with arms crossed behind them. The Sultan wondered with exceeding wonder, and was distraught by the beauty of the handmaids and their loveliness which passed praise, and his wits were wildered when he considered the golden bowls brimful of gems which captured man's vision, and he was perplexed at the marvel, until he became, like the dumb, unable to utter a syllable for the excess of his wonder. Also his sense was stupefied the more when he bethought him that within an hour or so all these treasures had been collected. Presently he commanded the slave girls to enter with what loads they bore, the dower of the princess. And when they had done his bidding, Aladdin's mother came forward and said to the Sultan, "O my lord, this be not much wherewith to honour the Lady Badr al-Budur, for that she meriteth these things multiplied times manifold." Hereat the sovereign turned to the minister and asked, "What sayst thou, O Vizier? Is not he who could produce such wealth in a time so brief, is he not, I say, worthy to become the Sultan's son-in-law, and take the king's daughter to wife?" Then the minister, although he marvelled at these riches even more than did the Sultan, whose envy was killing him and growing greater hour by hour, seeing his liege lord satisfied with the moneys and the dower, and yet being unable to fight against fact, made answer, "'Tis not worthy of her." Withal he fell to devising a device against the king, that he might withhold the Lady Badr al-Budur from Aladdin, and accordingly he continued, "O my liege, the treasures of the universe, all of them, are not worth a nail-paring of thy daughter. Indeed, thy highness hath prized these things overmuch in comparison with her." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 560th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when the king heard the words of his grand vizier, he knew that the speech was prompted by excessive envy. So, turning to the mother of Aladdin, he said, O woman, go to thy son, and tell him that I have accepted of him the dower, and stand to my bargain, and that my daughter be his bride, and he my son-in-law. Furthermore, bid him at once make active presence, that I may become familiar with him. He shall see naught from me save all honour and consideration, and this night shall be the beginning of the marriage festivities. Only, as I said to thee, let him come to me, and tarry not. Thereupon Aladdin's mother returned home with the speed of the storm winds, that she might hasten her utmost to congratulate her son. And she flew with joy at the thought that her boy was about to become son-in-law to the Sultan. After her departure, the king dismissed the divan, and, entering the palace of the princess, bade them bring the bowls and the handmaids before him and before her, that she also might inspect them. But when the lady Badr al-Budur considered the jewels, she waxed distraught, and cried, Meseemeth that in the treasuries of the world there be not found one jewel rivaling these jewels. Then she looked at the handmaids, and marvelled at their beauty and loveliness, and knew that all this came from her new bridegroom, who had sent them in her service. So she was gladdened, albeit she had been grieved and saddened on account of her former husband, the vizier's son, and she rejoiced with exceeding joy when she gazed upon the damsels and their charms. Nor was her sire the Sultan less pleased and inspirited when he saw his daughter relieved of all her mourning and melancholy, and his own vanished at the sight of her enjoyment. Then he asked her, O my daughter, do these things divert thee? Indeed, I deem that this suitor of thine be more suitable to thee than the son of the vizier, and right soon, inshallah, O my daughter, shalt thou have fuller joy with him. Such was the case with the king. But as regards Aladdin, as soon as he saw his mother entering the house with face laughing for stress of joy, he rejoiced at the sign of glad tidings, and cried, To Allah alone be lauds, perfected is all I desired. Rejoined his mother, Be gladdened at my good news, O my son, and hearten thy heart, and cool thine eyes for the winning of thy wish. The Sultan hath accepted thine offering, I mean the monies and the dower of the lady Badr al-Budur, who is now thine affianced bride. And this very night, O my child, is your marriage, and thy first visit to her. For the king, that he might assure me of his word, hath proclaimed to the world thou art his son-in-law, and promised this night to be the night of going in. But he also said to me, Let thy son come hither forthright, that I may become familiar with him, and receive him with all honour and worship. And now here I am, O my son, at the end of my labours. Happen whatso may happen, the rest is upon thy shoulders. Thereupon Aladdin arose and kissed his mother's hand, and thanked her, enhancing her kindly service. Then he left her, and entering his chamber took the lamp, and rubbed it, when lo, and behold, its slave appeared, and cried, Adsum, ask whatso thou wantest. The young man replied, 'Tis my desire that thou take me to a hammam whose like is not in the world. Then fetch me a dress so costly and kingly that no royalty ever owned its fellow. The marriage replied, I hear and I obey, and carried him to baths such as were never seen by the kings of the Khosrows, for the building was all of alabaster and carnelian, and it contained marvellous limnings which captured the sight, and the great hall was studded with precious stones. Not a soul was therein, but when Aladdin entered, one of the Jann in human shape washed him and bathed him to the best of his desire. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 561st night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin, after having been washed and bathed, left the baths, and went into the great hall, where he found that his old dress had been removed and replaced by a suit of the most precious and princely. Then he was served with sherbets and ambergris coffee, and after drinking he arose, and a party of black slaves came forwards and clad him in the costliest of clothing, then perfumed and fumigated him. It is known that Aladdin was the son of a tailor, a pauper, yet now none would deem him to be such. Nay, all would say this be the greatest, that is, of the progeny of the kings. Praise be to him who changeth, and who is not changed. Presently came the genie, and lifting him up, bore him to his home, and asked, O my lord, tell me, hast thou aught of need? He answered, Yes, 'tis my desire that thou bring me 48 Mamelukes, of whom 24 shall forego me, and the rest follow me, the whole number, with their war chargers, and clothing, and accoutrements, and all upon them and their steeds must be of naught save of highest worth and the costliest, such as may not be found in treasuries of the kings. Then fetch me a stallion fit for the riding of the Khosrows, and let his furniture, all thereof, be of gold crusted with the finest gems. Fetch me also 48,000 dinars, that each white slave may carry 1,000 gold pieces. 'Tis now my intent to fare to the Sultan, so delay thou not, for that without all these requisites whereof I bespake thee, I may not visit him. Moreover, set before me 12 slave girls, unique in beauty, and dight with the most magnificent dresses, that they wend with my mother to the royal palace. And let every handmaid be robed in raiment that befitteth queens wearing. The slave replied, To hear is to obey, and disappearing for an eye-twinkling, brought all he was bidden bring, and led by hand a stallion whose rival was not amongst the Arabian Arabs, and its saddle-cloth was of splendid brocade, golden wrought. Thereupon, without stay or delay, Aladdin sent for his mother, and gave her the garments she should wear, and committed to her charge the 12 slave girls forming her suite to the palace. Then he sent one of the Mamelukes, whom the genie had brought, to see if the Sultan had left the seraglio or not. The white slave went forth lighter than the lightning, and returning in like haste, said, O my lord, the Sultan awaiteth thee. Hereat Aladdin arose and took horse, his Mamelukes riding a van and a rear of him, and they were such that all must cry, Laud to the Lord who created them, and clothed them with such beauty and loveliness. And they scattered gold amongst the crowd in front of their master, who surpassed them all in comeliness and seemlihead, nor needst thou ask concerning the sons of the kings. Praise be to the bountiful, the eternal. All this was of the virtues of the wonderful lamp, which whoso possessed, him it gifted with fairest favour and finest figure, with wealth and with wisdom. The folk admired Aladdin's liberality and exceeding generosity, and all were distraught, seeing his charms and elegance, his gravity and his good manners. They glorified the Creator for this noble creation. They blessed him each and every. And albeit they knew him for the son of such an one, a tailor, yet no man envied him. Nay, all owned that he deserved his great good fortune. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 562nd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that the people were bewildered at Aladdin and his liberality and generosity, and all blessed and prayed for him high and low, as he rode palacewards with the Mamelukes before and behind him, scattering gold upon the heads of the folk. Now the Sultan had assembled the lords of the land, and informing them of the promise he had passed to Aladdin touching the marriage of his daughter, had bidden them await his approach, and then go forth, one and all, to meet him and greet him. Hereupon the emirs and wazirs, the chamberlains, the nabobs, and the army officers took their stations, expecting him at the palace gate. Aladdin would fain have dismounted at the outer entrance, but one of the nobles whom the king had deputed for such duty approached him, and said, O my lord, 'tis the royal command that thou enter riding thy steed, nor dismount except at the divan door." Then they all forewent him in a body, and conducted him to the appointed place, where they crowded about him, these to hold his stirrup, and those supporting him on either side, whilst others took him by the hands and helped him dismount. After which all the emirs and nobles preceded him into the divan, and led him close up to the royal throne. Thereupon the Sultan came down forthright from his seat of estate, and forbidding him to buss the carpet, embraced and kissed and seated him to the right of and beside himself. Aladdin did what so is suitable in the case of kings, of salutation and offering of blessings, and said, "O our lord the Sultan, indeed the generosity of thy highness demanded that thou deign vouchsafe to me the hand of thy daughter, the Lady Badr al-Budur, albeit I undeserve the greatness of such gift, I being but the humblest of thy slaves. I pray Allah grant thee prosperity and perpetuance. But in very sooth, O king, my tongue is helpless to thank thee for the fullness of the favour, passing all measure, which thou hast bestowed upon me. And I hope of thy highness that thou wilt give me a piece of ground fitted for a pavilion which shall besit thy daughter, the Lady Badr al-Budur." The Sultan was struck with admiration when he saw Aladdin in his princely suit, and looked upon him, and considered his beauty and loveliness, and noted the Mamelukes standing to serve him in their comeliness and seemlihead. And still his marvel grew when the mother of Aladdin approached him in costly raiment and sumptuous, clad as though she were a queen, and when he gazed upon the 12 handmaids standing before her with crossed arms, and with all worship and reverence doing her service, he also considered the eloquence of Aladdin and his delicacy of speech, and he was astounded thereat, he and all his who were present at the levee. Thereupon fire was kindled in the Grand Vizier's heart for envy of Aladdin, until he was like to die. And it was worse when the Sultan, after hearing the youth's succession of prayers, and seeing his high dignity of demeanour, respectful withal, and his eloquence and elegance of language, clasped him to his bosom and kissed him, and cried, "Alas, O my son, that I have not enjoyed thy converse before this day." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 563rd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when the Sultan beheld Aladdin after such fashion, he rejoiced in him with mighty great joy, and straightway bade the music and the bands strike up. Then he arose, and taking the youth, led him into the palace, where supper had been prepared, and the eunuchs at once laid the tables. So the sovereign sat down, and seated his son-in-law on his right side, and the viziers and high officials and lords of the land took places each according to his degree, whereupon the bands played, and a mighty fine marriage feast was dispread in the palace. The king now applied himself to making friendship with Aladdin, and conversed with the youth, who answered him with all courtesy and eloquence, as though he had been bred in the palaces of the kings, or he had lived with them his daily life. And the more the talk was prolonged between them, the more did the Sultan's pleasure and delight increase, hearing his son-in-law's readiness of reply, and his sweet flow of language. But after they had eaten and drunken, and the trays were removed, the king bade summon the qazis and witnesses, who presently attended, and knitted the knot, and wrote out the contract writ between Aladdin and the Lady Badr al-Budur. And presently the bridegroom arose, and would have fared forth, when his father-in-law withheld him, and asked, "Whither away, O my child? The bride fetes have begun, and the marriage is made, and the tie is tied, and the writ is written." He replied, "O my lord the king, 'tis my desire to edify for the Lady Badr al-Budur a pavilion, befitting her station and high degree, nor can I visit her before so doing. But, inshallah, the building shall be finished within the shortest time, by the utmost endeavour of thy slave, and by the kindly regard of thy highness. And although I do, yes, indeed, long to enjoy the society of the Lady Badr al-Budur, yet 'tis incumbent on me first to serve her, and it becometh me to set about the work forthright." "Look around thee, O my son," replied the Sultan, "for what ground thou deemest suitable to thy design, and do thou take all things into thy hands. But I deem the best for thee will be yonder broad plain facing my palace, and, if it please thee, build thy pavilion thereupon." "And this," answered Aladdin, "is the sum of my wishes, that I may be near hand to his highness." So saying, he farewelled the king and took horse, with his Mamelukes riding before him and behind him, and all the world blessed him and cried, "By Allah, he is deserving," until such time as he reached his home. Then he alighted from his stallion, and, repairing to his chamber, rubbed the lamp. And behold, the slave stood before him and said, "Ask, O my lord, whatso thou wantest." And Aladdin rejoined, "I require thee of a service grave and important, which thou must do for me, and 'tis that thou build me with all urgency a pavilion fronting the palace of the Sultan, and it must be a marvel, for it shall be provided with every requisite, such as royal furniture, and so forth." The slave replied, "To hear is to obey." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 564th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill, "It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the slave vanished, and before the next dawn break returned to Aladdin, and said, O my lord, the pavilion is finished to the fullest of thy fancy, and if thou wouldst inspect it, arise forthright and fare with me." Accordingly he rose up, and the slave carried him in the space of an eye-glance to the pavilion, which, when Aladdin looked upon it, struck him with surprise at such building, all its stones being of jasper and alabaster, Sumaki marble, and mosaic work. Then the slave led him into the treasury, which was full of all manner of gold and silver and costly gems, not to be counted or computed, priced or estimated. Thence to another place, where Aladdin saw all requisites for the tables, plates and dishes, spoons and ladles, basins and covers, cups and tasses, the whole of precious metal. Thence to the kitchen, where they found the kitcheners provided with their needs and cooking batteries, likewise golden and silvern. Thence to a warehouse piled up with chests full packed of royal raiment, stuffs that capture the reason, such as gold-wrought brocades from India and China, and kimcobs and orfrayed cloths. Thence to many apartments, replete with appointments which beggar description. Thence to the stables, containing coursers whose like was not to be met with amongst the kings of the universe. And lastly they went to the harness rooms, all hung with housings, costly saddles, and other furniture, everywhere studded with pearls and precious stones. And all this was the work of one night. Aladdin was wonderstruck and astounded by that magnificent display of wealth, which not even the mightiest monarch on earth could produce, and more so to see his pavilion fully provided with eunuchs and handmaids, whose beauty would seduce a saint. Yet the prime marvel of the pavilion was an upper kiosk or belvedere of 24 windows, all made of emeralds and rubies and other gems. And one window remained unfinished, at the requirement of Aladdin, that the Sultan might prove him impotent to complete it. When the youth had inspected the whole edifice, he was pleased and gladdened exceedingly. Then turning to the slave, he said, I require of thee still one thing which is yet wanting, and whereof I had forgotten to tell thee. Ask, O my lord, thy want, quoth the servitor, and quoth the other, I demand thee a carpet of the primest brocade, all gold inwrought, which, when unrolled and outstretched, shall extend hence to the Sultan's palace, in order that the Lady Badr al-Budur may, when coming hither, pace upon it and not tread common earth. The slave departed for a short while, and said on his return, O my lord, verily that which thou demandedst is here. Then he took him and showed him a carpet which wildered the wits, and it extended from palace to pavilion. And after this the servitor bore off Aladdin and set him down in his own home. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 565th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the slave, after displaying the carpet to Aladdin, bore him home. Now day was brightening, so the Sultan rose from his sleep, and throwing open the casement, looked out, and espied opposite his palace a palatial pavilion, ready edified. Thereupon he fell to rubbing his eyes, and opening them their widest, and considering the scene, and he soon was certified that the new edifice was mighty fine, and grand enough to bewilder the wits. Moreover, with amazement as great, he saw the carpet dispread between palace and pavilion. Like their lord also, the royal doorkeepers and the household, one and all, were dazed and amazed at the spectacle. Meanwhile the Vizier came in, and as he entered, espied the newly builded pavilion and the carpet, whereat he also wondered. And when he went in to the Sultan, the twain fell to talking on this marvellous matter, with great surprise at a sight which distracted the gazer and attracted the heart. They said finally, In very truth, of this pavilion we deem that none of the royalties could build its fellow. And the king, turning to the minister, asked him, Hast thou seen now that Aladdin is worthy to be the husband of the princess my daughter? Hast thou looked upon and considered this right royal building, this magnificence of opulence, which thought of man cannot contain? But the Vizier, in his envy of Aladdin, replied, O king of the age, indeed this foundation and this building and this opulence may not be save by means of magic, nor can any man in the world, be he the richest in good or the greatest in governance, avail to found and finish in a single night such edifice as this. The Sultan rejoined, I am surprised to see in thee how thou dost continually harp on evil opinion of Aladdin. But I hold that 'tis caused by thine envy and jealousy. Thou wast present when I gave him the ground, at his own prayer, for a place whereon he might build a pavilion wherein to lodge my daughter, and I myself favoured him with a site for the same, and that too before thy very face. But however that be, shall one who could send me as dower for the princess such store of such stones, whereof the kings never obtained even a few, shall he, I say, be unable to edify an edifice like this? And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 566th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when the Vizier heard the Sultan's words, he knew that his lord loved Aladdin exceedingly. So his envy and malice increased. Only, as he could do nothing against the youth, he sat silent and impotent to return a reply. But Aladdin, seeing that it was broad day, and the appointed time had come for his repairing to the palace, where his wedding was being celebrated, and the emirs and viziers and grandees were gathered together about the Sultan to be present at the ceremony, arose and rubbed the lamp. And when its slave appeared, and said, O my lord, ask whatso thou wantest, for I stand before thee and at thy service, said he, I mean forthright to seek the palace, this day being my wedding festival, and I want thee to supply me with 10,000 dinars. The slave vanished for an eye-twinkling, and returned bringing the moneys, when Aladdin took horse with his Mamelukes, a van and a rear, and passed on his way, scattering as he went gold pieces upon the lieges, until all were fondly affected towards him, and his dignity was enhanced. But when he drew near the palace, and the emirs and agas and army officers who were standing to await him noted his approach, they hastened straightway to the king, and gave him the tidings thereof. Whereupon the Sultan rose and met his son-in-law, and after embracing and kissing him, led him, still holding his hand, into his own apartment, where he sat down and seated him by his right side. The city was all decorated, and music rang through the palace, and the singers sang until the king bade bring the noon meal, when the eunuchs and Mamelukes hastened to spread the tables and trays, which are such as are served to the kings. Then the Sultan and Aladdin and the lords of the land and the grandees of the realm took their seats and ate and drank until they were satisfied. And it was a mighty fine wedding in city and palace, and the high nobles all rejoiced therein, and the commons of the kingdom were equally gladdened, while the governors of provinces and nabobs of districts flocked from far regions to witness Aladdin's marriage and his processions and festivities. The Sultan also marvelled in his mind to look at Aladdin's mother, and recall to mind how she was wont to visit him in pauper plight, while her son could command all this opulence and magnificence. And when the spectators, who crowded the royal palace to enjoy the wedding feasts, looked upon Aladdin's pavilion and the beauties of the building, they were seized with an immense surprise that so vast an edifice as this could be reared on high during a single night. And they blessed the youth and cried, "Allah gladden him! By Allah, he deserveth all this! Allah bless his days!" And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 567th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill, "It hath reached me, O King of the age, that when dinner was done, Aladdin rose, and farewelling the Sultan, took horse with his Mamelukes, and rode to his own pavilion, that he might prepare to receive therein his bride, the Lady Badr al-Budur. And as he passed, all the folk shouted their good wishes with one voice, and their words were, "Allah gladden thee! Allah increase thy glory! Allah grant thee length of life!" While immense crowds of people gathered to swell the marriage procession, and they conducted him to his new home, he showering gold upon them during the whole time. When he reached his pavilion, he dismounted and walked in and sat him down on the divan, whilst his Mameluke stood before him with arms afolded. Also, after a short delay, they brought him sherbets, and when these were drunk, he ordered his white slaves and handmaids and eunuchs, and all who were in the pavilion, to make ready for meeting the Lady Badr al-Budur. Moreover, as soon as mid-afternoon came and the air had cooled, and the great heat of the sun was abated, the Sultan bade his army officers and emirs and viziers go down into the Maidan plain, whither he likewise rode. And Aladdin also took horse with his Mamelukes, he mounting a stallion whose like was not among the steeds of the Arab al-Arab. And he showed his horsemanship in the hippodrome, and so played with the Jarid that none could withstand him, while his bride sat gazing upon him from the latticed balcony of her bower, and seeing in him such beauty and cavalarice, she fell headlong in love with him, and was like to fly for joy. And after they had ringed their horses on the Maidan, and each had displayed whatso he could of horsemanship, Aladdin proving himself the best man of all, they rode in a body to the Sultan's palace, and the youth also returned to his own pavilion. But when it was evening, the viziers and nobles took the bridegroom, and, falling in, escorted him to the royal hammam, known as the Sultanate, when he was bathed and perfumed. As soon as he came out, he donned a dress more magnificent than the former, and took horse with the emirs and the soldier officers riding before him, and forming a grand cortege, wherein 4 of the viziers bore naked swords round about him. All the citizens and the strangers and the troops marched before him in ordered throng, carrying wax candles and kettle-drums and pipes and other instruments of mirth and merriment, until they conducted him to his pavilion. Here he alighted, and walking in, took his seat, and seated the viziers and emirs who had escorted him, and the Mamelukes brought sherbets and sugared drinks, which they also passed to the people who had followed in his train. It was a world of folk whose tale might not be told. Withal, Aladdin bade his Mamelukes stand without the pavilion doors, and shower gold upon the crowd. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Aladdin, Part 4. Section 7 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp, Part 5. When it was the 568th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that when the Sultan returned from the Maiden Plain to his palace, he ordered the household, men as well as women, straightway to form a cavalcade for his daughter, with all ceremony, and bear her to her bridegroom's pavilion. So the nobles and soldier officers who had followed and escorted the bridegroom at once mounted, and the handmaids and eunuchs went forth with wax candles, and made a mighty fine procession for the Lady Badr al-Budur, and they paced on, preceding her, till they entered the pavilion of Aladdin, whose mother walked beside the bride. In front of the princess also fared the wives of the viziers and emirs, grandees and notables, and in attendance on her were the 48 slave girls presented to her aforetime by her bridegroom, each hending in hand a huge cierge scented with camphor and ambergris, and set in a candlestick of gem-studded gold. And reaching Aladdin's pavilion, they led her to her bower in the upper story, and changed her robes and enthroned her. Then, as soon as the displaying was ended, they accompanied her to Aladdin's apartments, and presently he paid her the first visit. Now his mother was with the bride, and when the bridegroom came up and did off her veil, the ancient dame fell to considering the beauty of the princess and her loveliness. And she looked around at the pavilion, which was all litten up by gold and gems, besides the manifold candelabra of precious metals encrusted with emeralds and jacinths. So she said in her mind, Once upon a time I thought the Sultan's palace mighty fine, but this pavilion is a thing apart. Nor do I deem that any of the greatest kings of Khosrows attained in his day to aught like thereof. Also I am certified that all the world could not build anything evening it. Nor less did the Lady Badr al-Budur fall to gazing at the pavilion, and marvelling for its magnificence. Then the tables were spread, and they all ate and drank and were gladdened. After which 80 damsels came before them, each holding in hand an instrument of mirth and merriment. Then they deftly moved their fingertips, and touched the strings, smiting them into song, most musical, most melancholy, till they rent the hearts of the hearers. Hereat the princess increased in marvel, and quoth she to herself, In all my life ne'er heard I songs like these, till she forsook food the better to listen. And at last Aladdin poured out for her wine, and passed it to her with his own hand. So great joy and jubilee went round amongst them, and it was a notable night, such an one as Iskander, Lord of the Two Horns, had never spent in his time. When they had finished eating and drinking, and the tables were removed from before them, Aladdin arose and went in to his bride. As soon as morning morrowed, he left his bed, and the treasurer brought him a costly suit and a mighty fine, of the most sumptuous robes worn by the kings. Then, after drinking coffee, devoured with ambergris, he ordered the horses be saddled, and, mounting with his Mamelukes before and behind him, rode to the Sultan's palace, and on his entering its court, the eunuchs went in and reported his coming to their lord. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 569th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that when the Sultan heard of Aladdin's approach, he rose up forthright to receive him, and embraced and kissed him as though he were his own son. Then, seating him on his right, he blessed and prayed for him, as did the viziers and emirs, the lords of the land, and the grandees of the realm. Presently the king commanded bring the morning meal, which the attendants served up, and all broke their fast together. And when they had eaten and drunken their sufficiency, and the tables were removed by the eunuchs, Aladdin turned to the Sultan and said, O my lord, would thy highness deign honour me this day at dinner in the house of the Lady Badr al-Budur, thy beloved daughter, and come accompanied by all thy ministers and grandees of the reign? The king replied, and he was delighted with his son-in-law, Thou art surpassing in liberality, O my son. Then he gave orders to all invited, and rode forth with them, Aladdin also riding beside him, till they reached the pavilion. And as he entered it and considered its construction, its architecture and its stonery, all jasper and carnelian, his sight was dazed, and his wits were amazed at such grandeur and magnificence of opulence. Then, turning to the minister, he thus addressed him, What sayest thou? Tell me, hast thou seen in all thy time aught like this amongst the mightiest of earth's monarchs, for the abundance of gold and gems we are now beholding? The Grand Vizier replied, O my lord the king, this be a feat which cannot be accomplished by might of monarch amongst Adam's sons, nor could the collected peoples of the universal world build a palace like unto this. Nay, even builders could not be found to make aught resembling it, save, as I said to thy highness, by force of sorcery. These words certified the king that his ministers spake not except in envy and jealousy of Aladdin, and would stablish in the royal mind that all this splendour was not made of man, but by means of magic, and with the aid of the black art. So quoth he to him, Suffice thee so much, O Vizier. Thou hast none other word to speak, and well I know what cause urgeth thee to say this say. Then Aladdin preceded the Sultan till he conducted him to the upper kiosk, where he saw its skylights, windows, and latticed casements and jalousies, wholly made of emeralds and rubies and other costly gems, whereat his mind was perplexed, and his wits were bewildered, and his thoughts were distraught. Presently he took to strolling round the kiosk, and solacing himself with these sights, which captured the vision, till he chanced to cast a glance at the window which Aladdin by design had left unwrought, and not finished like the rest. And when he noted its lack of completion, he cried, Woe and well away for thee, O window, because of thine imperfection. And, turning to his minister, he asked, Knowest thou the reason of leaving incomplete this window and its framework? And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 570th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Vizier said to the Sultan, O my lord, I conceive that the want of finish in this window resulteth from thy highness having pushed on Aladdin's marriage, and he lacked the leisure to complete it. Now at that time Aladdin had gone in to his bride, the Lady Badr al-Budur, to inform her of her father's presence, and when he returned, the king asked him, O my son, what is the reason why the window of this kiosk was not made perfect? O king of the age, seeing the suddenness of my wedding, answered he, I failed to find artists for finishing it. Quoth the Sultan, I have a mind to complete it myself. And quoth Aladdin, Allah perpetuate thy glory, O thou the king, so shall thy memory endure in thy daughter's pavilion. The Sultan forthright bade summon jewellers and goldsmiths, and ordered them be supplied from the treasury with all their needs of gold and gems and noble ores. And when they were gathered together, he commanded them to complete the work still wanting in the kiosk window. Meanwhile the princess came forth to meet her sire the Sultan, who noticed as she drew near her smiling face. So he embraced her and kissed her, then led her to the pavilion, and all entered in a body. Now this was the time of the noonday meal, and one table had been spread for the sovereign, his daughter, and his son-in-law, and a second for the viziers, the lords of the land, the grandees of the realm, the chief officers of the host, the chamberlains, and the nabobs. The king took seat between the princess and her husband, and when he put forth his hand to the food and tasted it, he was struck with surprise by the flavour of the dishes, and their savoury and sumptuous cooking. Moreover, there stood before him the 80 damsels, each and every saying to the full moon, "Rise, that I may seat myself in thy stead." All held instruments of mirth and merriment, and they tuned the same, and deftly moved their finger-tips, and smote the strings into song most musical, most melodious, which expanded the mourner's heart. Hereby the Sultan was gladdened, and time was good to him, and for high enjoyment he exclaimed, "In very sooth the thing is beyond the compass of king and Caesar." Then they fell to eating and drinking, and the cup went round until they had drunken enough, when sweetmeats and fruits of sorts and other such edibles were served, the dessert being laid out in a different salon, whither they removed, and enjoyed of these pleasures their sufficiency. Presently the Sultan arose, that he might see if the produce of his jewellers and goldsmiths favoured that of the pavilion. So he went upstairs to them and inspected their work, and how they had wrought. But he noted a mighty great difference, and his men were far from being able to make anything like the rest of Aladdin's pavilion. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 571st night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and the be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that after the king had inspected the work of his jewellers and goldsmiths, they informed him how all the gems stored in the lesser treasury had been brought to them and used by them, but that the whole had proved insufficient. Wherefore he bade open the greater treasury, and gave the workmen all they wanted of him. Moreover, he allowed them, and it sufficed not, to take the jewels wherewith Aladdin had gifted him. They carried off the whole, and pushed on their labours, but they found the gems failed them, albeit they had not yet finished half, the part wanting to the kiosk window. Herewith the king commanded them to seize all the precious stones owned by the viziers and grandees of the realm, but although they did his bidding, the supply still fell short of their requirements. Next morning Aladdin arose to look at the jewellers' work, and remarked that they had not finished a moiety of what was wanting to the kiosk window, so he at once ordered them to undo all they had done and restore the jewels to their owners. Accordingly, they pulled out the precious stones and sent the sultans to the sultan and the viziers to the viziers. Then the jewellers went to the king and told him of what Aladdin had bidden. So he asked them, "What said he to you? And what was his reason? And wherefore was he not content that the window be finished? And why did he undo the work he wrought?" They answered, "O our lord, we know not at all, but he bade us deface whatso we had done." Hereupon the sultan at once called for his horse, and mounting, took the way pavilionwards, when Aladdin, after dismissing the goldsmiths and jewellers, had retired into his closet, and had rubbed the lamp. Hereat straightway its servitor appeared to him, and said, "Ask whatso thou wantest, thy slave is between thy hands." And said Aladdin, "'Tis my desire that thou finish the window which was left unfinished." The Marid replied, "On my head be it, and also upon mine eyes." Then he vanished, and after a little while returned, saying, "O my lord, verily that thou commandedst me to do is completed." So Aladdin went upstairs to the kiosk, and found the whole window in wholly finished state. And whilst he was still considering it, behold, a castrato came in to him, and said, "O my lord, the Sultan hath ridden forth to visit thee, and is passing through the pavilion gate." So Aladdin at once went down and received his father-in-law. And Shahrazad was surprised with the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 572nd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Sultan, on sighting his son-in-law, cried to him, Wherefore, O my child, hast thou wrought on this wise, and sufferedst not the jewellers to complete the kiosk window, leaving in the pavilion an unfinished place?" Aladdin replied, "O king of the age, I left it not imperfect save for a design of mine own, nor was I incapable of perfecting it, nor could I purpose that thy highness should honour me with visiting a pavilion wherein was aught of deficiency. And that thou mayst know I am not unable to make it perfect, let thy highness deign walk upstairs with me, and see if anything remain to be done therewith or not. So the Sultan went up with him, and entering the kiosk, fell to looking right and left, but he saw no default at all in any of the windows. Nay, he noted that all were perfect. So he marvelled at the sight, and embraced Aladdin, and kissed him, saying, O my son, what be this singular feat? Thou canst work in a single night what in months the jewellers could not do. By Allah, I deem thou hast nor brother nor rival in this world. Quoth Aladdin, Allah prolong thy life, and preserve thee to perpetuity. Thy slave deserveth not this encomium. And quoth the king, By Allah, O my child, thou meritest all praise, for a feat whereof all the artists of the world were incapable. Then the Sultan came down, and entered the apartments of his daughter, the Lady Badr al-Budur, to take rest beside her. And he saw her joyous exceedingly at the glory and grandeur wherein she was. Then, after reposing a while, he returned to his palace. Now Aladdin was wont every day to thread the city streets with his Mamelukes riding a van at the rear of him, showering rightwards and leftwards gold upon the folk. And all the world, stranger and neighbour, far and near, were fulfilled of his love for the excess of his liberality and generosity. Moreover, he increased the pensions of the poor religious and the paupers, and he would distribute alms to them with his own hand. By which good deed he won high renown throughout the realm, and most of the lords of the land and emirs would eat at his table. And men swore not at all, save by his precious life. Nor did he leave faring to the chase, and the maiden playing, and the riding of horses, and playing at javelin play in presence of the Sultan. And whenever the Lady Badr al-Budur beheld him disporting himself on the backs of steeds, she loved him much the more, and thought to herself that Allah had wrought her abundant good by causing to happen what so happened with the son of the Vizier, and by preserving her virginity intact for her true bridegroom, Aladdin. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 573rd night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin won for himself day by day a fairer fame and a rarer report, while affection for him increased in the hearts of all the lieges, and he waxed greater in the eyes of men. Moreover, it chanced that in those days certain enemies took horse and attacked the Sultan, who armed and accoutred an army to repel them, and made Aladdin commander thereof. So he marched with his men, nor ceased marching, until he drew near the foe, whose forces were exceeding many. And presently, when the action began, he bared his brand, and charged home upon the enemy. Then battle and slaughter befell, and violent was the hurly-burly. But at last Aladdin broke the hostile host, and put all to flight, slaying the best part of them, and pillaging their coin and cattle, property and possessions. And he despoiled them of spoils that could not be counted nor computed. Then he returned victorious after a noble victory, and entered the capital, which had decorated herself in his honour, of her delight in it. And the Sultan went forth to meet him, and giving him joy, embraced him and kissed him. And throughout the kingdom was held high festival with great joy and gladness. Presently the sovereign and his son-in-law repaired to the pavilion, where they were met by the Princess Badr al-Budur, who rejoiced in her husband, and after kissing him between the eyes, led him to her apartments. After a time, the Sultan also came, and they sat down while the slave girls brought them sherbets and confections, which they ate and drank. Then the Sultan commanded that the whole kingdom be decorated for the triumph of his son-in-law and his victory over the invader. And the subjects and soldiery and all the people knew only Allah in heaven and Aladdin on earth, for that their love, won by his liberality, was increased by his noble horsemanship, and his successful battling for the country and putting to flight the foe. Such, then, was the high fortune of Aladdin. But, as regards the Maghrabi, the magician, After returning to his native country, he passed all this space of time in bewailing what he had borne of toil and travail to win the lamp, and mostly that his trouble had gone vain, and that the morsel, when almost touching his lips, had flown from his grasp. He pondered all this and mourned and reviled Aladdin for the excess of his rage against him, and at times he would exclaim, "For this bastard's death underground I am well satisfied, and hope only that some time or other I may obtain the lamp, seeing how 'tis yet safe." Now one day of the days he struck a table of sand, and dotted down the figures, and carefully considered their consequence. Then he transferred them to paper, that he might study them and make sure of Aladdin's destruction, and the safety of the lamp preserved beneath the earth. Presently he firmly established the sequence of the figures, mothers as well as daughters, but still he saw not the lamp. Thereupon rage overrode him, and he made another trial to be assured of Aladdin's death, but he saw him not in the enchanted treasure. Hereat his wrath still grew, and it waxed greater when he ascertained that the youth had issued from underground, and was now upon earth's surface, alive and alert. Furthermore, that he had become owner of the lamp, for which he himself endured such toil and travail and troubles as man may not bear, save for so great an object. Accordingly, quoth he to himself, "I have suffered sore pains and penalties which none else could have endured for the lamp's sake, in order that other than I may carry it off, and this accursed hath taken it without difficulty. And who knoweth any what the virtues of the lamp, than whose owner none in the world should be wealthier?" And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 574th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that the Maghrabi the magician, having considered and ascertained that Aladdin had escaped from the souterrain, and had gotten the boon of the lamp, said to himself, 'There is no help but that I work for his destruction.' He then struck another geomantic table, and examining the figures, saw that the lad had won for himself immeasurable riches, and had wedded the daughter of his king. So of his envy and jealousy he was fired with a flame of wrath. And rising without let or stay, he equipped himself, and set forth for Chinaland, where he arrived in due season. Now, when he had reached the king's capital, wherein was Aladdin, he alighted at one of the khans, and when he had rested from the weariness of wayfare, he donned his dress and went down to wander about the streets, where he never passed a group without hearing them prate about the pavilion and its grandeur, and vaunt the beauty of Aladdin, and his lonesomeness, his liberality and generosity, his fine manners, and his good morals. Presently he entered an establishment wherein men were drinking a certain warm beverage, and going up to one of those who were loud in their lauds, he said to him, "O fair youth, who may be the man ye describe and commend?" "Apparently thou art a foreigner, O man," answered the other, "and thou comest from a far country. But even this granted, how happeneth it thou hast not heard of the Emir Aladdin, whose renown, I fancy, hath filled the universe, and whose pavilion, known by report to far and near, is one of the wonders of the world? How then never came to thine ears aught of this, or the name of Aladdin, whose glory and enjoyment our Lord increase, and his fame?" The Moorman replied, "The sum of my wishes is to look upon this pavilion, and if thou wouldest do me a favour, prithee guide me thereunto, for I am a foreigner." The man rejoined, "To hear is to obey," and foregoing him, pointed out Aladdin's pavilion, whereupon the Moroccan fell to considering it, and at once understood that it was the work of the lamp. So he cried, "Ah! Ah! Needs must I dig a pit for this accursed, this son of a snip, who could not earn for himself even an evening meal, and if the fates abet me, I will assuredly destroy his life, and send his mother back to spinning at her wheel, e'en as she was wont ere whiles to do." So saying, he returned to his caravanserai in a sore state of grief and melancholy and regret, bred by his envy and hate of Aladdin. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 575th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that when the Maghrabi, the magician, reached his caravanserai, he took his astrological gear and geomantic table to discover where might be the lamp, and he found that it was in the pavilion, and not upon Aladdin's person. So he rejoiced thereat with joy exceeding, and exclaimed, Now, indeed, 'twill be an easy task to take the life of this accursed, and I see my way to getting the lamp." Then he went to a coppersmith, and said to him, "Do thou make me a set of lamps, and take from me their full price, and more, only I would have thee hasten to finish them." Replied the smith, "Hearing and obeying," and fell to a working to keep his word. And when they were ready, the moorman paid him what price he required. Then, taking them, he carried them to the khan, and set them in a basket. Presently he began wandering about the highways and market streets of the capital, crying aloud, "Ho! Who will exchange old lamps for new lamps?" But when the folk heard him cry on this wise, they derided him, and said, "Doubtless this man is gin mad, for that he goeth about offering new for old." And a world followed him, and the children of the quarter caught him up from place to place, laughing at him the while, nor did he forbid them or care for their maltreatment. And he ceased not strolling about the streets till he came under Aladdin's pavilion, where he shouted with his loudest voice, and the boys screamed at him, "A madman! A madman!" Now destiny had decreed that the Lady Badr al-Budur be sitting in her kiosk when she heard one crying like a crier, and the children bawling at him, only she understood not what was going on. So she gave orders to one of her slave girls, saying, "Go thou, and see who 'tis that crieth, and what be his cry." The girl fared forth, and looked on, when she beheld a man crying, "Ho! Who will exchange old lamps for new lamps?" And the little ones pursuing and laughing at him. And as loudly laughed the princess when this strange case was told to her. Now Aladdin had carelessly left the lamp in his pavilion without hiding it and locking it up in his strong-box, and one of the slave girls who had seen it said, "Oh, my lady, I think to have noticed in the apartment of my lord Aladdin an old lamp. So let us give it in change for a new lamp to this man, and see if his cry be truth or lie." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 576th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that hereupon the princess said to the slave girl, Bring the old lamp which thou saidst to have seen in my lord's apartment." Now the Lady Badr al-Budur knew naught of the lamp, and of the specialties thereof, which had raised Aladdin her spouse to such high degree and grandeur. And her only end and aim was to understand by experiment the mind of a man who would give in exchange the new for the old. So the handmaid fared forth, and went up to Aladdin's apartment, and returned with the lamp to her lady, who, like all the others, knew nothing of the Maghrabi's cunning tricks and his crafty device. Then the princess bade the Aga of the eunuchry go down and barter the old lamp for a new lamp. So he obeyed her bidding, and, after taking a new lamp from the man, he returned and laid it before his lady, who, looking at it and seeing that it was brand new, fell to laughing at the moorman's wits. But the Moroccan, when he held the article in hand and recognized it for the lamp of the enchanted treasury, at once placed it in his breast pocket, and left all the other lamps to the folk who were bartering of him. Then he went forth running till he was clear of the city, when he walked leisurely over the level grounds, and he took patience until night fell on him in desert ground, where was none other but himself. There he brought out the lamp, when suddenly appeared to him the Marid, who said, "Adsum, thy slave between thy hands is come. Ask of me whatso thou wantest." "'Tis my desire," the Moorman replied, "that thou upraise from its present place Aladdin's pavilion with its inmates and all that be therein, not forgetting myself, and set it down upon my own land, Africa. Thou knowest my town, and I want the building placed in the gardens hard by it." The married slave replied, "Hearkening and obedience, close thine eyes, and open thine eyes whenas thou shalt find thyself together with the pavilion in thine own country." This was done, and in an eye-twinkling the Moroccan and the pavilion, with all therein, were transported to the African land. Such, then, was the work of the Maghrabi, the magician. But now let us return to the Sultan and his son-in-law. It was the custom of the king, because of his attachment to and his affection for his daughter, every morning when he had shaken off sleep, to open the latticed casement and look out therefrom, that he might catch sight of her abode. So that day he arose and did as he was wont. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 577th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that when the Sultan drew near the latticed casement of his palace, and looked out at Aladdin's pavilion, he saw naught. Nay, the sight was smooth as a well-trodden highway, and like unto what it had been aforetime, and he could find nor edifice nor offices. So astonishment clothed him as with a garment, and his wits were wildered, and he began to rub his eyes, lest they be dimmed or darkened, and to gaze intently. But at last he was certified that no trace of the pavilion remained, nor sign of its being, nor wist he the why and the wherefore of its disappearance. So his surprise increased, and he smote hand upon hand, and the tears trickled down his cheeks over his beard, for that he knew not what had become of his daughter. Then he sent out officials forthright, and summoned the Grand Vizier, who at once attended, and seeing him in this piteous plight, said, "Pardon, O King of the Age, may Allah avert from thee every ill. Wherefore art thou in such sorrow?" Exclaimed the sovereign, "Methinketh thou wottest not my case?" And quoth the minister, "On no wise, O our lord, by Allah, I know of it nothing at all." "Then," resumed the Sultan, "'tis manifest thou hast not looked this day in the direction of Aladdin's pavilion." "True, O my lord," quoth the Vizier, "it must still be locked and fast shut." And quoth the king, "Forasmuch as thou hast no inkling of aught, arise and look out at the window, and see Aladdin's pavilion, whereof thou sayest 'tis locked and fast shut." The minister obeyed his bidding, but could not see anything, or pavilion, or other place. So, with mind and thoughts sore perplexed, he returned to his liege lord, who asked him, "Hast now learned the reason of my distress, and noted yon locked-up palace and fast shut?" Answered the Vizier, "O King of the Age, erewhile I represented to thy highness that this pavilion and these matters be all magical." Hereat the Sultan, fired with wrath, cried, "Where be Aladdin?" And the minister replied, "He hath gone a-hunting." And the king commanded, without stay or delay, sundry of his agas and army officers to go and bring to him his son-in-law, chained and with pinioned elbows. So they fared forth until they found Aladdin, when they said to him, "O our lord Aladdin, excuse us, nor be thou wroth with us, for the king hath commanded that we carry thee before him, pinioned and fettered, and we hope pardon from thee, because we are under the royal orders, which we cannot gainsay." Aladdin, hearing these words, was seized with surprise, and, not knowing the reason of this, remained tongue-tied for a time, after which he turned to them and asked, "O assembly, have you naught of knowledge concerning the motive of the royal mandate? Well I wot my soul to be innocent, and that I never sinned against king or against kingdom." "O our lord," answered they, "we have no inkling whatever." So Aladdin alighted from his horse, and said to them, Do ye whatso the Sultan bade you do, for that the king's command is upon the head and the eyes. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 578th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Agas, having bound Aladdin in bonds, and pinioned his elbows behind his back, haled him in chains, and carried him into the city. But when the lieges saw him pinioned and ironed, they understood that the Sultan purposed to strike off his head, and forasmuch as he was loved of them exceedingly, all gathered together and seized their weapons. Then, swarming out of their houses, followed the soldiery to see what was to do. And when the troops arrived with Aladdin at the palace, they went in and informed the Sultan of this, whereat he forthright commanded the sworder to cut off the head of his son-in-law. Now, as soon as the subjects were aware of this order, they barricaded the gates, and closed the doors of the palace, and sent a message to the king, saying, At this very moment we will level thine abode over the heads of all it containeth, and over thine own, if the least hurt or harm befall Aladdin. So the vizier went in and reported to the Sultan, O king of the age, thy commandment is about to seal the roll of our lives, and 'twere more suitable that thou pardon thy son-in-law, lest there chance to us a sore mischance, for that the lieges do love him far more than they love us. Now the sworder had already dispread the carpet of blood, and having seated Aladdin thereon, had bandaged his eyes. Moreover, he had walked round him several times, awaiting the last orders of his lord, when the king looked out of the window and saw his subjects, who had suddenly attacked him, swarming up the walls, intending to tear them down. So forthright he bade the sworder stay his hand from Aladdin, and commanded the crier fare forth to the crowd, and cry aloud that he had pardoned his son-in-law, and received him back into favour. But when Aladdin found himself free, and saw the Sultan seated on his throne, he went up to him and said, O my lord, inasmuch as thy highness hath favoured me throughout my life, so of thy grace now deign let me know the how and the wherein I have sinned against thee. O traitor, cried the king, unto this present I knew not any sin of thine. Then turning to the vizier, he said, Take him and make him look out at the window, and after let him tell us where be his pavilion. And when the royal order was obeyed, Aladdin saw the place level as a well-trodden road, even as it had been ere the base of the building was laid, nor was there the faintest trace of edifice. Hereat he was astonished and perplexed, knowing not what had occurred. But when he returned to the presence, the king asked him, What is it thou hast seen? Where is thy pavilion? And where is my daughter, the core of my heart, my only child, than whom I have none other? Aladdin answered, O king of the age, I wot not thereof, nor aught of what hath befallen. And the Sultan rejoined, Thou must know, O Aladdin, I have pardoned thee, only that thou go forth and look into this affair, and inquire for me concerning my daughter. Nor do thou ever show thyself in my presence, except she be with thee. And if thou bring her not, by the life of my head, I will cut off the head of thee. The other replied, To hear is to obey. Only vouchsafe me a delay and respite of some 40 days, after which, an I produce her not, strike off my head, and do with me whatso thou wishes. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 579th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Sultan said to Aladdin, Verily I have granted thee thy request, a delay of 40 days. But think not thou canst fly from my hand, for I would bring thee back even if thou wert above the clouds, instead of being only upon earth's surface. Replied Aladdin, O my lord, the Sultan, as I said to thy highness, and I fail to bring her within the term appointed, I will present myself for my head to be stricken off. Now when the folk and the lieges all saw Aladdin at liberty, they rejoiced with joy exceeding, and were delighted for his release. But the shame of his treatment and bashfulness before his friends, and the envious exultation of his foes, had bowed down Aladdin's head. So he went forth a-wandering through the city ways, and he was perplexed concerning his case, and knew not what had befallen him. He lingered about the capital for 2 days in saddest state, wotting not what to do in order to find his wife and his pavilion, and during this time sundry of the folk privily brought him meat and drink. When the 2 days were done, he left the city, to stray about the waste and open lands, outlying the walls, without a notion as to whither he should wend. And he walked on aimlessly until the path led him beside a river, where, of the stress of sorrow that overwhelmed him, he abandoned himself to despair, and thought of casting himself into the water. Being, however, a good Moslem who professed the unity of the Godhead, he feared Allah in his soul, and, standing upon the margin, he prepared to perform the wuz ablution. But as he was bailing up the water in his right hand and rubbing his fingers, it so chanced that he also rubbed the ring. Hereat its married appeared and said to him, Adsum, thy thrall between thy hands is come. Ask of me whatso thou wantest. Seeing the married, Aladdin rejoiced with exceeding joy, and cried, O slave, I desire of thee that thou bring before me my pavilion, and therein my wife, the Lady Badr al-Budur, together with all and everything it containeth. O my lord, replied the married, 'tis right hard upon me that thou demandest a service whereto I may not avail. This matter dependeth upon the slave of the lamp, nor dare I even attempt it. Aladdin rejoined, Forasmuch as the matter is beyond thy competence, I require it not of thee. But at least do thou take me up, and set me down beside my pavilion, in what land soever that may be. The slave exclaimed, Hearing and obeying, O my lord. And uplifting him high in air, within the space of an eye-glance, set him down beside his pavilion in the land of Africa, and upon a spot facing his wife's apartment. Now this was at fall of night, yet one look enabled him to recognize his home, whereby his cark and care were cleared away, and he recovered trust in Allah, after cutting off all his hope to look upon his wife once more. Then he fell to pondering the secret and mysterious favours of the Lord, glorified be his omnipotence, and how, after despair had mastered him, the ring had come to gladden him, and how, when all his hopes were cut off, Allah had deigned bless him with the services of its slave. So he rejoiced, and his melancholy left him. Then, as he had passed 4 days without sleep for the excess of his cark and care and sorrow and stress of thought, he drew near his pavilion and slept under a tree hard by the building, which, as we mentioned, had been set down amongst the gardens outlying the city of Africa. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Aladdin, Part 5. Section 8 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp, Part 6. When it was the 580th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin lay that night under a tree beside his pavilion in all restfulness, but whoso weareth head hard by the headsman may not sleep a night save when a slumber prevail over him. He slumbered till morning showed her face, and when awakened by the warbling of the small birds, he arose and went down to the bank of the river, which flowed thereby to the city, and here again washed hands and face, and after finished his vuz ablution. Then he prayed the dawn prayer, and when he had ended his orisons, he returned and sat down under the windows of the princess's bower. Now the Lady Badr al-Budur, of her exceeding sorrow for severance from her husband and her sire the Sultan, and for the great mishap which had happened to her from the Maghrabi the magician, the accursed, was wont to rise during the murk preceding dawn, and to sit in tears, inasmuch as she could not sleep o' nights, and had forsworn meat and drink. Her favourite slave-girl would enter her chamber at the hour of prayer salutation, in order to dress her, and this time, by decree of destiny, when she threw open the window to let her lady comfort and console herself by looking upon the trees and rills, and she herself peered out of the lattice, she caught sight of her master sitting below, and informed the princess of this, saying, "Oh, my lady! Oh, my lady! Here's my lord Aladdin seated at the foot of the wall." So her mistress arose hurriedly, and gazing from the casement saw him, and her husband, raising his head, saw her. So she saluted him, and he saluted her, both being like to fly for joy. Presently quoth she, "Up, and come in to me, by the private postern, for now the accursed is not here." And she gave orders to the slave-girl, who went down and opened for him. Then Aladdin passed through it, and was met by his wife, when they embraced and exchanged kisses with all delight, until they wept for overjoy. After this they sat down, and Aladdin said to her, "O my lady, before all things, 'tis my desire to ask thee a question. 'Twas my wont to place an old copper lamp in such a part of my pavilion. What became of the same?" When the princess heard these words, she sighed, and cried, "Oh, my dearling, 'twas that very lamp which garred us fall into this calamity." Aladdin asked her, "How befell the affair?" And she answered by recounting to him all that passed, first and last, especially how they had given in exchange an old lamp for a new lamp, adding, "And the next day we hardly saw one another at dawn before we found ourselves in this land, and he who deceived us and took the lamp by way of barter informed me that he had done the deed by might of his magic, and by means of the lamp, that he is a Moorman from Africa, and that we are now in his native country." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 581st night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that when the Lady Badr al-Budur ceased speaking, Aladdin resumed, 'Tell me the intent of this accursed in thy respect, also what he saith to thee, and what be his will of thee.' She replied, 'Every day he cometh to visit me once, and no more. He would woo me to his love, and he sueth that I take him to spouse in lieu of thee, and that I forget thee, and be consoled for the loss of thee. And he telleth me that the Sultan my sire hath cut off my husband's head, adding that thou, the son of pauper parents, wast by him enriched. And he sootheth me with talk, but he never seeth aught from me save weeping and wailing, nor hath he heard from me one sugar-sweet word." Quoth Aladdin, "Tell me where he hath placed the lamp, an thou know anything thereof." And quoth she, "He beareth it about his body alway, nor is it possible that he leave it for a single hour. Moreover, once when he related what I have now propounded to thee, he brought it out of his breast pocket, and allowed me to look upon it." When Aladdin heard these words, he joyed with exceeding joy, and said, "O my lady, do thou lend ear to me. 'Tis my design to go from thee forthright, and to return only after doffing this my dress. So wonder not when thou see me changed, but direct one of thy women to stand by the private postern alway, and whenever she espy me coming, at once to open. And now I will devise a device whereby to slay this damned loon." Herewith he arose, and, issuing from the pavilion door, walked till he met on the way a fellow to whom he said, "O man, take my attire, and give me thy garments." But the peasant refused. So Aladdin stripped him of his dress perforce, and donned it, leaving to the man his own rich gear by way of gift. Then he followed the highway leading to the neighbouring city, and entering it, went to the perfumer's bazaar, where he bought of one some rarely potent balm, the son of a minute, paying 2 dinars for 2 drams thereof, and he returned to disguise by the same road till he reached the pavilion. Here the slave-girl opened to him the private postern, wherethrough he went in to the Lady Badr al-Budur. And Shahrazad was surprised with the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 582nd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that when Aladdin went in disguised to his wife, he said, 'Hear me, I desire of thee that thou dress and dight thyself in thy best, and thou cast off all outer show and semblance of care. Also, when the accursed, the Maghrabi, shall visit thee, do thou receive him with a welcome and fair welcome, and meet him with smiling face, and invite him to come and sup with thee. Moreover, let him note that thou hast forgotten Aladdin, thy beloved, likewise thy father, and that thou hast learned to love him with exceeding love, displaying to him all manner of joy and pleasure. Then ask him for wine which must be red, and pledge him to his secret in a significant draught. And when thou hast given him 2 or 3 cups full, and hast made him wax careless, then drop these drops into his cup, and fill it up with wine. No sooner shall he drink of it than he will fall upon his back senseless, as one dead." Hearing these words, the princess exclaimed, "'Tis exceedingly sore to me that I do such deed. Withal I must do it, that we escape the defilement of this accursed, who tortured me by severance from thee and from my sire. Lawful and right, therefore, is the slaughter of this accursed." Then Aladdin ate and drank with his wife what hindered his hunger. Then, rising without stay or delay, fared forth the pavilion. So the Lady Badr al-Budur summoned the tire-woman, who robed and arrayed her in her finest raiment, and adorned her and perfumed her. And as she was thus, behold, the accursed Maghrabi entered. He joyed much, seeing her in such case, and yet more when she confronted him, contrary to her custom, with a laughing face, and his love-longing increased, and his desire to have her. Then she took him, and, seating him beside her, said, "O my dearling, do thou, and thou be willing, come to me this night, and let us sup together. Sufficient to me hath been my sorrow, for were I to sit mourning through 1,000 years, or even 2,000, Aladdin would not return to me from the tomb. And I depend upon thy say of yesterday, to wit, that my sire the Sultan slew him in his stress of sorrow for severance from me. Nor wonder thou, and I have changed this day from what I was yesterday, and the reason thereof is I have determined upon taking thee to friend and playfellow, in lieu of and succession to Aladdin, for that now I have none other man but thyself. So I hope for thy presence this night, that we may sup together, and we may carouse and drink somewhat of wine each with other. And especially 'tis my desire that thou cause me taste the wine of thy natal soil, the African land, because belike 'tis better than aught of the wine of China we drink. I have with me some wine, but 'tis the growth of my country, and I vehemently wish to taste the wine produced by thine." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 583rd night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that when the Maghrabi saw the love lavished upon him by the Lady Badr al-Budur, and noted her change from the sorrowful, melancholy woman she was wont to be, he thought that she had cut off her hope of Aladdin, and he joyed exceedingly, and said to her, "I hear and obey, O my lady, whatso thou wishest, and all thou biddest. I have at home a jar of our country wine, which I have carefully kept and stored deep in earth for a space of 8 years, and I will now fare and fill from it our need, and will return to thee in all haste." But the princess, that she might wheedle him the more, and yet more, replied, "O my darling, go not thou, leaving me alone, but send one of the eunuchs to fill for us thereof, and do thou remain sitting beside me, that I may find in thee my consolation." He rejoined, "O my lady, none wotteth where the jar be buried, save myself, nor will I tarry from thee." So saying, the Moorman went out, and after a short time he brought back as much wine as they wanted. Whereupon quoth the princess to him, "Thou hast been at pains and trouble to serve me, and I have suffered for thy sake, O my beloved." Quoth he, "On no wise, O eyes of me. I hold myself honoured by thy service." Then the Lady Badr al-Budur sat with him at table, and the twain fell to eating, and presently the princess expressed a wish to drink, when the handmaid filled her a cup forthright, and then crowned another for the Moroccan. So she drank to his long life and his secret wishes, and he also drank to her life. Then the princess, who was unique in eloquence and delicacy of speech, fell to making a cup companion of him, and beguiled him by addressing him in the sweetest terms full of hidden meaning. This was done only that he might become more madly enamoured of her, but the Maghrabi thought that it resulted from her true inclination for him, nor knew that it was a snare set up to slay him. So his longing for her increased, and he was dying of love for her when he saw her address him in such tenderness of words and thoughts, and his head began to swim, and all the world seemed as nothing in his eyes. But when they came to the last of the supper, and the wine had mastered his brains, and the princess saw this in him, she said, "With us there be a custom throughout our country, but I know not an it be the usage of yours or not." The Moorman replied, "And what may that be?" So she said to him, "At the end of supper each lover in turn taketh the cup of the beloved, and drinketh it off." And at once she crowned one with wine, and bade the handmaid carry to him her cup, wherein the drink was blended with the bhang. Now she had taught the slave girl what to do, and all the handmaids and eunuchs in the pavilion longed for the sorcerer's slaughter, and in that matter were one with the princess. Accordingly the damsel handed him the cup, and he, when he heard her words, and saw her drinking from his cup, and passing hers to him, noted all that show of love, fancied himself Iskander, lord of the 2 horns. Then said she to him, the while swaying gracefully to either side, and putting her hand within his hand, "O my life, here is thy cup with me, and my cup with thee, and on this wise do lovers drink from each other's cups." Then she bussed the brim, and drained it to the dregs, and again she kissed its lip, and offered it to him. Thereat he hewed for joy, and meaning to do the like, raised her cup to his mouth, and drank off the whole contents, without considering whether there was therein aught harmful or not. And forthright he rolled upon his back in death-like condition, and the cup dropped from his grasp. Whereupon the Lady Badr al-Budur and the slave girls ran hurriedly, and opened the pavilion door to their lord Aladdin, who, disguised as a fellah, entered therein. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 584th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that Aladdin, entering his pavilion, went up to the apartment of his wife, whom he found still sitting at table, and facing her lay the Maghrabi as one slaughtered. So he at once drew near to her, and kissed her, and thanked her for this. Then, rejoicing with joy exceeding, he turned to her and said, Do thou with thy handmaids betake thyself to the inner rooms, and leave me alone for the present, that I may take counsel touching mine affair." The princess hesitated not, but went away at once, she and her women. Then Aladdin arose, and, after locking the door upon them, walked up to the moorman, and put forth his hand to his breast pocket, and thence drew the lamp. After which he unsheathed his sword, and slew the villain. Presently he rubbed the lamp, and the married slave appeared, and said, "Adsum, O my lord, what is it thou wantest?" "I desire of thee," said Aladdin, "that thou take up my pavilion from this country, and transport it to the land of China, and there set it down upon the site where it was whilome, fronting the palace of the Sultan." The married replied, "Hearing and obeying, O my lord." Then Aladdin went and sat down with his wife, and throwing his arms round her neck, kissed her, and she kissed him, and they sat in converse, what while the genie transported the pavilion and all therein to the place appointed. Presently Aladdin bade the handmaid spread the table before him, and he and the Lady Badr al-Budur took seat thereat, and fell to eating and drinking in all joy and gladness, till they had their sufficiency, when, removing to the chamber of wine and cup converse, they sat there, and caroused in fair companionship, and each kissed other with all loveless. The time had been long and longsome since they enjoyed aught of pleasure, so they ceased not doing thus, until the wine-sun arose in their heads, and sleep got hold of them, at which time they went to their bed in all ease and comfort. Early on the next morning Aladdin woke, and awoke his wife, and the slave girls came in and donned her dress, and prepared her, and adorned her, whilst her husband arrayed himself in his costliest raiment, and the twain were ready to fly for joy at reunion after parting. Moreover, the princess was especially joyous and gladsome, because on that day she expected to see her beloved father. Such was the case of Aladdin and the Lady Badr al-Budur. But as regards the Sultan, after he drove away his son-in-law, he never ceased to sorrow for the loss of his daughter, and every hour of every day he would sit and weep for her, as women weep, because she was his only child, and he had none other to take to heart. And as he shook off sleep morning after morning, he would hasten to the window and throw it open, and peer in the direction where formerly stood Aladdin's pavilion, and pour forth tears, until his eyes were dried up and their lids were ulcered. Now on that day he arose at dawn, and according to his custom looked out, when, lo and behold, he saw before him an edifice. So he rubbed his eyes and considered it curiously, when he became certified that it was the pavilion of his son-in-law. So he called for a horse without let or delay, and as soon as his beast was saddled, he mounted and made for the place. And Aladdin, when he saw his father-in-law approaching, went down and met him half-way. Then, taking his hand, aided him to step upstairs to the apartment of his daughter. And the princess, being as earnestly desirous to see her sire, descended and greeted him at the door of the staircase fronting the ground-floor hall. Thereupon the king folded her in his arms and kissed her, shedding tears of joy, and she did likewise, till at last Aladdin led them to the upper saloon, where they took seats, and the Sultan fell to asking her case and what had betided her. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 585th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and be thou other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the age, that the Lady Badr al-Budur began to inform the Sultan of all which had befallen her, saying, O my father, I recovered not life save yesterday, when I saw my husband, and he it was who freed me from the thraldom of that Maghrabi, that magician, that accursed, than whom I believe there be none viler on the face of earth. And but for my beloved, I had never escaped him, nor hadst thou seen me during the rest of my days. But mighty sadness and sorrow got about me, O my father, not only for losing thee, but also for the loss of a husband, under whose kindness I shall be all the length of my life, seeing that he freed me from that fulsome sorcerer." Then the princess began repeating to her sire everything that happened to her, and relating to him how the moorman had tricked her in the guise of a lamp-seller, who offered in exchange new for old, how she had given him the lamp, whose worth she knew not, and how she had bartered it away only to laugh at the lampman's folly. "And next morning, O my father," she continued, "we found ourselves, and whatso the pavilion contained, in Africa land, till such time as my husband came to us, and devised a device whereby we escaped. And had it not been for Aladdin's hastening to our aid, the accursed was determined to enjoy me perforce." Then she told him of the bhang drops administered in wine to the African, and concluded, "Then my husband returned to me, and how I wot not, but we were shifted from Africa land to this place." Aladdin in his turn recounted how, finding the wizard dead drunken, he had sent away his wife and her women from the polluted place into the inner apartments, how he had taken the lamp from the sorcerer's breast pocket, whereto he was directed by his wife, how he had slaughtered the villain, and finally how, making use of the lamp, he had summoned its slave and ordered him to transport the pavilion back to its proper site, ending his tale with, "And if thy highness have any doubt anent my words, arise with me, and look upon the accursed magician." The king did accordingly, and, having considered the moorman, bade the carcass be carried away forthright and burned, and its ashes scattered in air. Then he took to embracing Aladdin, and kissing him said, "Pardon me, O my son, for that I was about to destroy thy life through the foul deeds of this damned enchanter, who cast thee into such a pit of peril. And I may be excused, O my child, for what I did by thee, because I found myself forlorn of my daughter, my only one, who to me is dearer than my very kingdom. Thou knowest how the hearts of parents yearn unto their offspring, especially when, like myself, they have but one, and none other to love." And on this wise the Sultan took to excusing himself and kissing his son-in-law. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 586th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will, "It hath reached me, O king of the age, that Aladdin said to the Sultan, 'O king of the time, thou didst naught to me contrary to holy law, and I also sinned not against thee. But all the trouble came from that Maghrabi, the impure, the magician.' Thereupon the Sultan bade the city be decorated, and they obeyed him, and held high feast and festivities. He also commanded the crier to cry about the streets, saying, 'This day is a mighty great fête, wherein public rejoicings must be held throughout the realm for a full month of 30 days, in honour of the Lady Badr al-Budur and her husband Aladdin's return to their home.' On this wise befell it with Aladdin and the Maghrabi. But withal the king's son-in-law escaped not wholly from the accursed, albeit the body had been burnt and the ashes scattered in air. For the villain had a brother, yet more villainous than himself, and a greater adept in necromancy, geomancy, and astromancy. And even as the old saw saith, a bean and 'twas split, so each one dwelt in his own quarter of the globe, that he might fill it with his sorcery, his fraud, and his treason. Now one day of the days it fortuned that the moorman's brother would learn how it fared with him. So he brought out his sandboard, and dotted it, and produced the figures, which, when he had considered and carefully studied them, gave him to know that the man he sought was dead, and housed in the tomb. So he grieved, and was certified of his decease, but he dotted a second time, seeking to learn the manner of the death, and where it had taken place. So he found that the site was the China land, and that the mode was the foulest of slaughter. Furthermore, that he who did him die was a young man Aladdin hight. Seeing this, he straightway arose and equipped himself for wayfare. Then he set out and cut across the wilds and woods and heights for the space of many a month, until he reached China and the capital of the Sultan, wherein was the slayer of his brother. He alighted at the so-called Strangers' Khan, and, hiring himself a cell, took rest therein for a while. Then he fared forth and wandered about the highways, that he might discern some path which would aid him unto the winning of his ill-timed wish, to wit, of wreaking upon Aladdin blood revenge for his brother. Presently he entered a coffee-house, a fine building which stood in the market-place, and which collected a throng of folk to play, some at the mancala, others at the backgammon, and others at the chess and what not else. There he sat down and listened to those seated beside him, and they chanced to be conversing about an ancient dame and a holy by name Fatima, who dwelt alway at her devotions in a hermitage without the town. And this she never entered save only 2 days each month. They mentioned also that she had performed many saintly miracles, which, when the Maghrabi, the necromancer, heard, he said in himself, "Now have I found that which I sought. Inshallah, God willing, by means of this crone will I win to my wish." And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 587th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi, the necromancer, went up to the folk who were talking of the miracles performed by the devout old woman, and said to one of them, 'O my uncle, I heard you all chatting about the prodigies of a certain saintess named Fatima. Who is she, and where may be her abode?' 'Marvellous!' exclaimed the man. 'How canst thou be in our city, and yet never have heard about the miracles of the Lady Fatima? Evidently, O thou poor fellow, thou art a foreigner, since the fastings of this devotee, and her asceticism in worldly matters, and the beauty of her piety, never came to thine ears.' The Moorman rejoined, ''Tis true, O my lord. Yes, I am a stranger, and came to this your city only yesternight. And I hope thou wilt inform me concerning the saintly miracles of this virtuous woman, and where may be her one, for that I have fallen into a calamity, and 'tis my wish to visit her and crave her prayers. So haply Allah, to whom be honour and glory, will, through her blessings, deliver me from mine evil.' Hereat the man recounted to him the marvels of Fatima the devotee, and her piety, and the beauties of her worship. Then, taking him by the hand, went with him without the city, and showed him the way to her abode, a cavern upon a hillock's head. The necromancer acknowledged his kindness in many words, and, thanking him for his good offices, returned to his cell in the caravanserai. Now, by the fiat of fate, on the very next day Fatima came down to the city, and the Maghrabi, the necromancer, happened to leave his hostelry a morn, when he saw the folk swarming and crowding. Wherefore he went up to discover what was to do, and found the devotee standing amiddlemost the throng, and all who suffered from pain or sickness flocked to her, soliciting a blessing and praying for her prayers, and each and every she touched became whole of his illness. The Moroccan, the necromancer, followed her about until she returned to her antry. Then, awaiting till the evening evened, he arose and repaired to a vintner's store, where he drank a cup of wine. After this he fared forth the city, and finding the devotee's cavern, entered it, and saw her lying with her back upon a strip of matting. So he came forward and mounted upon her belly. Then he drew his dagger and shouted at her, and when she awoke and opened her eyes, she espied a Moorish man with an unsheathed poniard, sitting upon her middle, as though about to kill her. She was troubled and sore terrified, but he said to her, "Hearken, an thou cry out or utter a word, I will slay thee at this very moment. Arise now, and do all I bid thee." Then he sware to her an oath, that if she obeyed his orders, whatever they might be, he would not do her die. So saying, he arose up from off her, and Fatima also arose, when he said to her, "Give me thy gear, and take thou my habit." Whereupon she gave him her clothing and head fillets, her face kerchief, and her mantilla. "Then," quoth he, "'tis also requisite that thou anoint me with somewhat shall make the colour of my face like unto thine." Accordingly she went into the inner cavern, and bringing out a galipo of ointment, spread somewhat thereof upon her palm, and with it besmeared his face until its hue favoured her own. Then she gave him her staff, and, showing him how to walk and what to do when he entered the city, hung her rosary around his neck. Lastly she handed to him a mirror, and said, "Now look, thou differest from me in naught." And he saw himself Fatima's counterpart, as though she had never gone or come. But after obtaining his every object, he falsed his oath, and asked for a cord, which she brought to him. Then he seized her and strangled her in the cavern, and presently, when she was dead, haled the corpse outside, and threw it into a pit hard by. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 588th night, quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales." Whereupon Shahrazad replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that the Maghrabi, after murdering Fatima, threw her body into a pit, and went back to sleep in her cavern. And when broke the day, he rose, and repairing to the town, took his stand under the walls of Aladdin's pavilion. Hereupon flocked the folk about him, all being certified that he was Fatima the devotee, and he fell to doing whatso she was wont to do. He laid hands on these in pain, and recited for those a chapter of the Koran, and made orisons for a third. Presently the thronging of the folk and the clamouring of the crowd were heard by the Lady Badr al-Budur, who said to her handmaidens, "Look what is to do, and what be the cause of this turmoil." Thereupon the Aga of the eunuchry fared forth to see what might be the matter, and presently returning said, "O my lady, this clamour is caused by the Lady Fatima, and if thou be pleased to command, I will bring her to thee, so shalt thou gain through her a blessing." The princess answered, "Go, bring her, for since many a day I am always hearing of her miracles and her virtues, and I do long to see her and get a blessing by her intervention. For the folk recount her manifestations in many cases of difficulty." The Aga went forth and brought in the Moroccan, the necromancer, habited in Fatima's clothing, and when the wizard stood before the Lady Badr al-Budur, he began at first sight to bless her with a string of prayers. Nor did any one of those present doubt at all, but that she was the devotee herself. The princess arose and salaamed to him, then seating him beside her, said, "O my Lady Fatima, 'tis my desire that thou abide with me alway, so might I be blessed through thee, and also learn of thee the paths of worship and piety, and follow thine example, making for salvation." Now all this was a foul deceit of the cursed African, and he designed furthermore to complete his guile. So he continued, "O my lady, I am a poor woman and a religious, that dwelleth in the desert, and the like of me deserveth not to abide in the palaces of the kings." But the princess replied, "Have no care whatever, O my Lady Fatima. I will set apart for thee an apartment of my pavilion, that thou mayst worship therein, and none shall ever come to trouble thee. Also thou shalt avail to worship Allah in my place better than in thy cavern." The Moroccan rejoined, "Hearkening and obedience, O my lady. I will not oppose thine order, for that the commands of the children of the kings may not be gainsaid nor renounced. Only I hope of thee that my eating and drinking and sitting may be within my own chamber, which shall be kept wholly private. Nor do I require or desire the delicacies of diet. But do thou favour me by sending thy handmaid every day with a bit of bread and a sup of water. And when I feel fain of food, let me eat by myself in my own room." Now the accursed hereby purposed to avert the danger of haply raising his face kerchief at mealtimes, when his intent might be baffled by his beard and mustachios discovering him to be a man. The princess replied, "O my Lady Fatima, be of good heart. Naught shall happen save what thou wishest." But now arise, and let me show thee the apartment in the palace which I would prepare for thy sojourn with us. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 589th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will, It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that the Lady Badr al-Budur arose, and, taking the necromancer, who had disguised himself as the devotee, ushered him into the place which she had kindly promised him for a home, and said, O my Lady Fatima, here thou shalt dwell with every comfort about thee, and in all privacy and repose, and the place shall be named after thy name. Whereupon the Maghrabi acknowledged her kindness and prayed for her. Then the princess showed him the jalousies and the jewelled kiosk, with its 24 windows, and said to him, What thinkest thou, O my Lady Fatima, of this marvellous pavilion? The Moorman replied, By Allah, O my daughter, 'tis indeed passing fine, and wondrous exceedingly. Nor do I deem that its fellow is to be found in the whole universe. But, alas, for the lack of one thing which would enhance its beauty and decoration. The princess asked her, O my Lady Fatima, what lacketh it, and what be this thing would add to its adornment? Tell me thereof, inasmuch as I was one to believe it wholly perfect. The Moroccan answered, O my lady, all it wanteth is that there be hanging from the middle of the dome the egg of a fowl called the rook, and were this done, the pavilion would lack its peer all the world over. The princess asked, What be this bird, and where can we find her egg? And the Moroccan answered, O my lady, the rook is indeed a giant fowl, which carrieth off camels and elephants in her pounces, and flieth away with them. Such is her stature and strength. Also this fowl is mostly found in Mount Kaf, and the architect who built this pavilion is able to bring thee one of her eggs. They then left such talk, as it was the hour for the noonday meal, and when the handmaid had spread the table, the Lady Badr al-Budur sent down to invite the cursed African to eat with her. But he accepted not, and for a reason he would on no wise consent. Nay, he rose and retired to the room which the princess had assigned to him, and whither the slave girls carried his dinner. Now when evening evened, Aladdin returned from the chase, and met his wife, who salaamed to him, and he clasped her to his bosom and kissed her. Presently, looking at her face, he saw thereon a shade of sadness, and he noted that, contrary to her custom, she did not laugh. So he asked her, What hath betided thee, O my dearling? Tell me, hath aught happened to trouble thy thoughts? Nothing whatever, answered she, but, O my beloved, I fancied that our pavilion lacked naught at all. However, O eyes of me, O Aladdin, were the dome of the upper story hung with an egg of the fowl called rook, there would be naught like it in the universe. Her husband rejoined, And for this trifle thou art saddened, when 'tis the easiest of all matters to me. So cheer thyself, and whatever thou wantest, 'tis enough thou inform me thereof, and I will bring it from the abysses of the earth in the quickest time and at the earliest hour. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 590th night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, and thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, with love and good will, It hath reached me, O King of the Age, that Aladdin, after refreshing the spirits of his princess by promising her all she would desire, repaired straightway to his chamber, and, taking the lamp, rubbed it, when the married appeared without let or delay, saying, Ask whatso thou wantest. Said the other, I desire thee to fetch me an egg of the bird called rook, and do thou hang it to the dome crown of this my pavilion. But when the married heard these words, his face waxed fierce, and he shouted with a mighty loud voice and a frightful, and cried, O denier of kindly deeds! Sufficeth it not for thee that I and all the slaves of the lamp are ever at thy service, but thou must also require me to bring thee our liege lady for thy pleasure, and hang her up at thy pavilion dome for the enjoyment of thee and thy wife? Now, by Allah, ye deserve, thou and she, that I reduce you to ashes this very moment, and scatter you upon the air. But inasmuch as ye twain be ignorant of this matter, unknowing its inner from its outer significance, I will pardon you, for indeed ye are but innocents. The offence cometh from that accursed necromancer, brother to the Maghrabi, the magician, who abideth here, representing himself to be Fatima, the devotee, after assuming her dress and belongings, and murdering her in the cavern. Indeed, he came hither seeking to slay thee, by way of blood revenge for his brother, and 'tis he who taught thy wife to require this matter of me. So saying, the Marid vanished. But when Aladdin heard these words, his wits fled his head, and his joints trembled at the Marid's terrible shout. But he empowered his purpose, and, rising forthright, issued from his chamber, and went into his wife's. There he affected an ache of head, for that he knew how famous was Fatima for the art and mystery of healing all such pains. And when the Lady Badr al-Budur saw him sitting hand to head and complaining of unease, she asked him the cause, and he answered, I know of none other, save that my head acheth exceedingly. Hereupon she straightway bade summon Fatima, that the devotee might impose her hand upon his head. And Aladdin asked her, Who may this Fatima be? So she informed him that it was Fatima the devotee, to whom she had given a home in the pavilion. Meanwhile the slave girls had fared forth and summoned the Maghrabi, and when the accursed made active presence, Aladdin rose up to him, and, acting like one who knew naught of his purpose, salaamed to him as though he had been the real Fatima, and, kissing the hem of his sleeve, welcomed him and entreated him with honour, and said, O my lady Fatima, I hope thou wilt bless me with a boon, for well I wot thy practice in the healing of pains. I have gotten a mighty ache in my head. And the Moorman, the accursed, could hardly believe that he heard such words, this being all that he desired. And Shahrazad was surprised by the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 591st night, quoth Dunyazad, O sister mine, an thou be other than sleepy, do tell us some of thy pleasant tales. Whereupon Shahrazad replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O king of the age, that the Maghrabi, the necromancer, habited as Fatima the devotee, came up to Aladdin that he might place hand upon his head and heal his ache. So he imposed one hand, and, putting forth the other under his gown, drew a dagger wherewith to slay him. But Aladdin watched him, and, taking patience till he had wholly unsheathed the weapon, seized him with a forceful grip, and, wrenching the dagger from his grasp, plunged it deep into his heart. When the Lady Badr al-Budur saw him do on this wise, she shrieked and cried out, What hath this virtuous and holy woman done, that thou hast charged thy neck with the heavy burthen of her blood, shed wrongfully? Hast thou no fear of Allah, that thou killest Fatima, the saintly woman, whose miracles are far famed? No, replied Aladdin, I have not killed Fatima. I have slain only Fatima's slayer, he that is the brother of the Maghrabi, the accursed, the magician, who carried thee off by his black art, and transported my pavilion to the Africa land. And this damnable brother of his came to our city and wrought these wiles, murdering Fatima and assuming her habit, only that he might avenge upon me his brother's blood. And he also 'twas who taught thee to require of me a rook's egg, that my death might result from such requirement. But an thou doubt my speech, come forwards, and consider the person I have slain." Thereupon Aladdin drew aside the Moorman's face-kerchief, and the Lady Badr al-Budur saw the semblance of a man with a full beard that well-nigh covered his features. She at once knew the truth, and said to her husband, "O my beloved, twice have I cast thee into death-risk." But he rejoined, "No harm in that, O my lady, by the blessing of your loving eyes. I accept with all joy all things thou bringest me." The princess, hearing these words, hastened to fold him in her arms, and kissed him, saying, "O my dearling, all this is for my love to thee, and I knew not thereof. But indeed I do not deem lightly of thine affection." So Aladdin kissed her, and strained her to his breast, and the love between them waxed but greater. At that moment the Sultan appeared, and they told him all that had happened, showing him the corpse of the Maghrabi, the necromancer, when the king commanded the body to be burned, and the ashes scattered on air, even as had befallen the wizard's brother. And Aladdin abode with his wife the Lady Badr al-Budur in all pleasure and joyance of life, and thenceforward escaped every danger. And after a while, when the Sultan deceased, his son-in-law was seated upon the throne of the kingdom, and he commanded and dealt justice to the lieges, so that all the folk loved him. And he lived with his wife in all solace and happiness, until there came to him the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. Quoth Dunyazad, "O sister mine, how rare is thy tale, and delectable!" And quoth Shahrazad, "And what is this, compared with what I could relate to you after the coming night? And this my lord the king deign leave me on life." So Shahryar said to himself, "Indeed, I will not slay her until she tell me the whole tale." End of Aladdin. Section 9 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Khudadad and His Brothers, Part 1. When it was the 592nd night, Shahrazad began to relate the adventures of Khudadad and his brothers. Said she, "O auspicious king, this my tale relateth to the kingdom of Diyarbakir, in whose capital city of Haran dwelt a sultan of illustrious lineage, a protector of the people, a lover of his lieges, a friend of mankind, and renowned for being gifted with every good quality. Now Allah Almighty had bestowed upon him all that his heart could desire, save boon of child. For though he had lovely wives within his harem door, and fair concubines galore, he had not been blessed with a son. Wherefore he offered up incessant worship to the Creator. One night there appeared to him in a dream a man of comely visage and holy of semblance, like unto a prophet, who addressed him, saying, O puissant king, thy vows are at length heard. Arise tomorrow at day-dawn, pray a 2-bow prayer, and offer up thy petitions. Then haste thee to the chief gardener of thy palace, and require of him a pomegranate, whereof do thou eat as many seeds as seemeth best to thee. After which perform another 2-bow prayer, and Allah will shower favours and graces upon thy head. The king, awaking at peep of day, called to mind the vision of the night, and returning thanks to the Almighty, made his orisons, and kneeling invoked a benedicite. Then he rose and repaired to the garth, and receiving a pomegranate from the head gardener, counted out and ate 50 grains thereof, to wit, 1 for each of his wives. After this he lay the night in turn with them all, and by the omnipotence of the Creator all gave in due time signs of pregnancy, save one Firuzahite. So the king conceived a grudge against her, saying in his soul, Allah holdeth this woman vile and accursed, and he willeth not that she become the mother of a prince. And on this wise hath the curse of barrenness become her lot. He would have had her done to death, but the Grand Vizier made intercession for her, and suggested to the Sultan that, perchance Firuzah might prove with child, and withal not show outward signal thereof, as is the manner of certain women. Wherefore to slay her might be to destroy a prince with the mother. Quoth the king, So be it, slay her not, but take heed that she abide no longer or at court or in the city, for I cannot support the sight of her. Replied the minister, It shall be done even as thy highness biddeth. Let her be conveyed to the care of thy brother's son, Prince Samir. The king did according to the counsel of his vizier, and dispatched his loathed queen to Samaria, accompanied by a writ with the following purport to his nephew. We forward this lady to thy care. Entreat her honourably, and shouldst thou remark tokens of pregnancy in her, see that thou acquaint us therewith without stay or delay. So Firuzah journeyed to Samaria, and when her time was fulfilled she gave birth to a boy babe, and became the mother of a prince, who in favour was resplendent as the sheeny day. Hereat the lord of Samaria sent message by letter to the Sultan of Harran, saying, A prince hath been born by the womb of Firuzah. Allah Almighty give thee permanence of prosperity. By these tidings the king was filled with joy, and presently he replied to his cousin, Prince Samir, Each one of my 49 spouses hath been blessed with issue, and it delighteth me beyond bounds that Firuzah hath also given me a son. Let him be named Khudadad, God's gift. Do thou have due care of him, and whatsoever thou mayest need for his birth ceremonies shall be counted out to thee without regard to cost. Accordingly, Prince Samir took in hand with all pleasure and delight the charge of Prince Khudadad, and as soon as the child reached the age for receiving instruction, he caused him to be taught cavalarice and archery, and all such arts and sciences which it behoveth the sons of the kings to learn, so that he became perfect in all manner knowledge. At 18 years of age he waxed seemly of semblance, and such were his strength and valiance that none in the whole world could compare with him. Presently, feeling himself gifted with unusual vigour and virile character, he addressed one day of the days Firuzah his parent, saying, O mother mine, grant me thy leave to quit Samaria, and fare in quest of fortune, especially of some battlefield, where I may prove the force and prowess of me. My sire, the Sultan of Harran, hath many foes, some of whom are lusting to wage war with him, and I marvel that at such time he doth not summon me, and make me his aid in this mightiest of matters. But seeing that I possess such courage and Allah-given strength, it behoveth me not to remain thus idly at home. My father knoweth not of my lustihood, nor forsooth doth he think of me at all. Nevertheless, 'tis suitable that at such a time I present myself before him, and tender my services until my brothers be fit to fight, and to front his foes. Hereto his mother made answer, O my dear son, thine absence pleaseth me not. But in truth it becometh thee to help thy father against the enemies who are attacking him on all sides, provided that he send for thine aidance. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 593rd night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Khudadad replied to his mother Firuzah, Indeed, I am unable to brook delay. Moreover, such longing have I in heart to look upon the Sultan my sire, that an I go not and visit him and kiss his feet, I shall assuredly die. I will enter his employ as a stranger, and all unknown to him, nor will I inform him that I am his son. But I shall be to him as a foreigner, or as one of his hired knaves, and with such devotion will I do him suit and service, that when he learneth that I am indeed his child, he may grant me his favour and affection. Prince Samir also would not suffer him to depart, and forbade him therefrom. But one day of the days the prince suddenly set out from Samaria, under pretext that he was about to hunt and chase. He mounted a milk-white steed, whose reins and stirrups were of gold, and the saddle and housings were of azure satin, dubbed with jewels, and fringed with pendants of fresh pearls. His scimitar was hilted with a single diamond. The scabbard of Chaunder's wood was crested with rubies and emeralds, and it depended from a gemmed waist-belt, while his bow and richly wrought quiver hung by his side. Thus equipped and escorted by his friends and familiars, he presently arrived at Haran city after the fairest fashion, and when occasion offered itself, he made active presence before the king, and did his obeisance at Darbar. The Sultan, remarking his beauty and comeliness, or haply by reason of an outburst of natural affection, was pleased to return his salam, and, graciously calling him to his side, asked of him his name and pedigree, whereto Khudadad answered, "O my liege, I am the son of an emir of Cairo. A longing for travel hath made me quit my native place and wander from clime to clime, till at length I have come hither. And, hearing that thou hast matters of importance in hand, I am desiring of approving to thee my valiancy." The king joyed with exceeding joy to hear this stout and doughty speech, and forthwith gave him a post of command in his army. And Khudadad, by careful supervision of the troops, soon won the esteem of his officers by his desire to satisfy them, and the hearts of his soldiers by reason of his strength and courage, his goodly nature, and his kindly disposition. He also brought the host, and all its equipments and munitions of warfare, into such excellent order and method, that the king, on inspecting them, was delighted, and created the stranger chief commandant of the forces, and made him an especial favourite. While the viziers and emirs, also the nabobs and the notables, perceiving that he was highly reputed and regarded, showed him abundant goodwill and affection. Presently the other princes, who became of no account in the eyes of the king and the lieges, waxed envious of his high degree and dignity. But Khudadad ceased not to please the Sultan his sire, at all times when they conversed together, by his prudence and discretion, his wit and wisdom, and gained his regard ever more and more. And when the invaders, who had planned a raid on the realm, heard of the discipline of the army and of Khudadad's provisions for materials of war, they abstained from all hostile intent. After a while the king committed to Khudadad the custody and education of the 49 princes, wholly relying on his sagesse and skill. And thus, albeit Khudadad was of age like his brothers, he became their master by reason of his sapience and good sense, whereupon they hated him but the more. And, when taking counsel one day, quoth one to the other, "What be this thing our sire hath done, that he should make a stranger wight his cup companion, and set him to lord it over us? We can do naught save by leave of this our governor, and our condition is past bearing. So contrive we to rid ourselves of this foreigner, and at least render him vile and contemptible in the eyes of our sire the Sultan." Said one, "Let us gather together and slay him in some lonely spot." And said another, "Not so. To kill him would benefit us not, for how could we keep the matter hidden from the king? He would become our enemy, and Allah only wotteth what evil might befall us. Nay, rather let us crave permission of him, and fare a hunting, and then tarry we in some far-off town. And after a while the king will marvel at our absence. Then grief will be sore upon him, and at length, waxing displeased and suspicious, he will have this fellow expelled the palace, or haply done to death. This is the only sure and safe way of bringing about his destruction." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 594th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the 49 brothers agreed to hold this plan wisest, and, presently going together to Khudadad, asked leave of him to ride about the country a while, or fare to the chase, promising they would return by set of sun. He fell into the snare, and allowed them to go, whereupon they sallied forth a-hunting, but did not come back that day or the next. On the third morning the king, who missed them, asked Khudadad wherefore it was that none of his sons were to be seen. And he answered that 3 days before they had gotten leave from him to go a-hunting, and had not returned. Hereat the father was perplexed with sore perplexity, and when sundry days more had passed by, and still the princes appeared not, the old sultan was much troubled in mind, and hardly restraining his rage, summoned Khudadad, and in hot wrath exclaimed, "O thou neglectful stranger! What courage and overdaring is this of thine, that thou didst suffer my sons fare to the chase, and didst not ride with them?" and now 'tis but right that thou set out and search for them, and bring them back. Otherwise thou shalt surely die." Khudadad, hearing these harsh words, was startled and alarmed. However, he got him ready, and mounted his horse forthwith, and left the city in quest of the princess his brethren, wandering about from country to country, like unto a herd seeking a straying flock of goats. Presently, not finding any trace of them in homestead or on desert ground, he became sad and sorrowful exceedingly, saying in his soul, "O my brothers, what hath befallen you, and where can ye be dwelling? Perchance some mighty foeman hath made you prisoners, so that ye cannot escape, and I may never return unto Haran till I find you, for this will be a matter of bitter regret and repine to the king." So he repented more and more, having suffered them to go without his escort and guidance. At length, whilst searching for them from plain to plain and forest to forest, he chanced to come upon a large and spacious prairie, in the middlemost whereof rose a castle of black marble. So he rode on at a foot pace, and when close unto the walls he espied a lady of passing beauty and loveliness, who was seated at a window in melancholy plight, and with no other ornament than her own charms. Her lovely hair hung down in dishevelled locks, her raiment was tattered, and her favour was pale, and showed sadness and sorrow. Withal, she was speaking under her breath, and Khudadad, giving attentive ear, heard her say these words: "O youth, fly this fatal sight, else thou wilt fall into the hands of the monster who dwelleth here. A man-devouring Ethiopian is lord of this palace, and he seizeth all whom fate sendeth to this prairie, and locketh them up in darksome and narrow cells, that he may preserve them for food." Khudadad exclaimed, "O my lady, tell me, I pray thee, who thou art, and whereabouts was thy home?" And she answered, "I am a daughter of Cairo, and of the noblest thereof. But lately, as I went in my way to Baghdad, I alighted upon this plain, and met that Habashi, who slew all my servants, and carrying me off by force, placed me in this palace. I no longer cared to live, and 1,000 times better were it for me to die, for that this Abyssinian lusteth to enjoy me, and, albeit to the present time I have escaped the caresses of the impure wretch, tomorrow, an I still refuse to gratify his desire, he will surely ravish me, and do me dead. So I have given up all hope of safety. But thou, why hast thou come hither to perish? Escape without stay or delay, for he hath gone forth in quest of wayfarers, and right soon will he return. Moreover, he can see far and wide, and can descry all who traverse this wold." Now hardly had the lady spoken these words when the Abyssinian drew in sight, and he was as a ghoul of the wild, big of bulk and fearsome of favour and figure, and he mounted a sturdy Tartar steed, brandishing as he rode a weighty blade, which none save he could wield. Prince Khudadad, seeing this monstrous semblance, was sore amazed, and prayed heaven that he might be victorious over that devil. Then, unsheathing his sword, he stood awaiting the Abyssinian's approach with courage and steadfastness. But the blackamoor, when he drew near, deemed the prince too slight and puny to fight, and was minded to seize him alive. Khudadad, seeing how his foe had no intent to combat, struck him with his sword on the knee, a stroke so dour that the negro foamed with rage, and yelled a yell so loud that the whole prairie resounded with the plaint. Thereupon the brigand, fiery with fury, rose straight in his shovel stirrups, and struck fiercely at Khudadad with his huge sword, and but for the prince's cunning of fence and the cleverness of his courser, he would have been sliced in twain like unto a cucumber. Though the scimitar whistled through the air, the blow was harmless, and in an eye-twinkling Khudadad dealt him a second cut, and struck off his right hand, which fell to the ground with the sword hilt it gripped, when the blackamoor, losing his balance, rolled from the saddle, and made earth resound with the fall. Thereupon the prince sprang from his steed, and deftly severing the enemy's head from his body, threw it aside. Now the lady had been looking down at the lattice, rigid in prayer for the gallant youth, and seeing the Abyssinians slain and the prince victorious, she was overcome with exceeding joy, and cried out to her deliverer, "Praise be to Almighty Allah, O my lord, who by thy hand hath defeated and destroyed this fiend. Come now to me within the castle, whose keys are with the Abyssinian. So take them, and open the door, and deliver me." Khudadad found a large bunch of keys under the dead man's girdle, wherewith he opened the portals of the fort, and entered a large saloon, in which was the lady. And no sooner did she behold him, than running to meet him, she was about to cast herself at his feet and kiss them, when Khudadad prevented her. She praised him with highest praise, and extolled him for valiancy above all the champions of the world, and he returned the salam to her, who, when seen near hand, seemed endued with more grace and charms than had appeared from afar. So the prince joyed with extreme joy, and the twain sat down in pleasant converse. Presently Khudadad heard shrieks and cries, and weeping and wailing, with groans and moans, and ever loudening lamentations. So he asked the lady, saying, "Whence are these clamours, and from whom come these pitiful complaints?" And she, pointing to a wicket in a hidden corner of the court below, answered, saying, "O my lord, these sounds come therefrom. Many wretches, driven by destiny, have fallen into the clutches of the Abyssinian ghoul, and are securely locked up in cells, and each day he was wont to roast and eat one of the captives. 'Twill please me vastly," quoth Khudadad, "to be the means of their deliverance. Come, O my lady, and show me where they are imprisoned." Thereupon the twain drew near to the place, and the prince forthright tried a key upon the lock of the dungeon, but it did not fit. Then he made essay of another, wherewith they opened the wicket. As they were so doing, the report of the captives' moaning and groaning increased yet more and more, until Khudadad, touched and troubled at their impatience, asked the cause of it. The lady replied, "O my lord, hearing our footsteps and the rattling of the key in the lock, they deem that the cannibal, according to his custom, hath come to supply them with food, and to secure one of them for his evening meal. Each feareth lest his turn for roasting be come, so all are affrighted with sore fright, and redouble their shouts and cries." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 595th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the sounds from that secret place seemed to issue from underground, or from the depths of a draw-well. But when the prince opened the dungeon door, he espied a steep staircase, and, descending thereby, found himself in a deep pit, narrow and darksome, wherein were penned more than 100 persons, with elbows pinioned and members chained. Nor saw he aught of light, save through one bull's eye. So he cried to them, "O ye unfortunates, fear ye no more. I have slain the Abyssinian, and render ye praise to Allah Almighty, who hath rid you of your wrongdoer. Also I come to strike off your fetters, and return you to freedom." Hearing these glad tidings, the prisoners were in raptures of delight, and raised a general cry of joy and jubilee. Hereupon Khudadad and the lady began to loose their hands and feet, and each, as he was released from his durance, helped to unchain his fellows. Brief, after a moment of time, all were delivered from their bonds and bondage. Then each and every kissed Khudadad's feet, and gave thanks and prayed for his welfare. And when those whilom prisoners entered the courtyard, whereupon the sun was shining sheen, Khudadad recognized amongst them his brothers, in quest of whom he had so long wandered. He was amazed with exceeding amazement, and exclaimed, "Laud be to the Lord that I have found you, one and all, safe and sound. Your father is sorely sad and sorrowful at your absence, and heaven forfend that this devil hath devoured any from amongst you." He then counted their number, 49, and set them apart from the rest. And all in excess of joy fell upon one another's necks, and ceased not to embrace their Saviour. After this the prince spread a feast for the captives, each and every, whom he had delivered. And when they had eaten and drunken their full, he restored to them the gold and silver, the Turkey carpets and pieces of Chinese silk and brocade, and other valuables innumerable, which the Abyssinian had plundered from the caravans, as also their own personal goods and chattels, directing each man to claim his own. And what remained he divided equally amongst them. "But," quoth he, "by what means can ye convey these bales to your own countries? And where can you find beasts of burden in this wild wold?" Quoth they, "O our lord, the Abyssinian robbed us of our camels with their loads, and doubtless they are in the stables of the castle." Hereupon Khudadad fared forth with them to the stables, and there found tethered and tied not only the camels, but also the 49 horses of his brothers the princes, and accordingly he gave to each one his own animal. There were, moreover, in the stables hundreds of Abyssinian slave boys, who, seeing the prisoners released, were certified that their lord the cannibal was slain, and fled in dismay to the forest, and none thought of giving chase to them. So the merchants loaded their merchandise upon the camels' backs, and farewelling the prince, set out for their own countries. Then quoth Khudadad to the lady, "O thou rare in beauty and chastity, whence camest thou when the Abyssinian seized thee, and whither now wouldst thou wend? Inform me thereof, that I may restore thee to thy home. Haply these princes, my brethren, sons of the Sultan of Harran, know thine abode, and doubtless they will escort thee thither." The lady, turning to Khudadad, presently made answer, "I live far from here, and my country, the land of Egypt, is over distant for travel. But thou, O valorous prince, hast delivered mine honour and my life from the hands of the Abyssinian, and hast shown me such favour that 'twould ill become me to conceal from thee my history. I am the daughter of a mighty king, reigning over the Said, or Upper Nile land, and when the tyrant foeman seized him, and reaving him of life as well as of his realm, usurped his throne and seized his kingdom, I fled away to preserve my existence and mine honour." Thereupon Khudadad and his brothers prayed the lady to recount all that had befallen her, and reassured her, saying, "Henceforth thou shalt live in solace and luxury. Neither toil nor trouble shall betide thee." When she saw that there was no help for her but to tell all her tale, she began in the following words to recount the history of the Princess of Durayabar. In an island of the islands standeth a great city called Durayabar, wherein dwelt a king of exalted degree. But despite his virtue and his valour, he was ever sad and sorrowful, having naught of offspring, and he offered up without surcease prayers on that behalf. After long years and longsome supplications, a half boon was granted to him, to wit, a daughter. Myself was born. My father, who grieved sore at first, presently rejoiced with joy exceeding at the unfortunate ill-fated birth of me. And when I came of age to learn, he bade me be taught to read and write, and caused me to be instructed in court ceremonial and royal duties and the chronicles of the past, to the intent that I might succeed him as heiress to his throne and his kingship. Now it happened one day that my sire rode out a-hunting, and gave chase to a wild ass, with such hot pursuit that he found himself at eventide separated from his suite. So, wearied with the chase, he dismounted from his steed, and seating himself by the side of a forest path, he said to himself, "The onager will doubtless seek cover in this copse." Suddenly he espied a light shining bright amidst the trees, and, thinking that a hamlet might be hard by, he was minded to night there, and at day-dawn to determine his further course. Hereupon he arose, and walking towards the light, he found that it issued from a lonely hut in the forest. Then, peering into the inside, he espied an Abyssinian, burly of bulk, and in semblance like unto a Satan, seated upon a divan. Before him were ranged many capacious jars full of wine, and over a fire of charcoal he was roasting a bullock, whole, and eating the flesh, and ever and anon drinking deep draughts from one of the pitchers. Furthermore, the king sighted in that hut a lady of exquisite beauty and comeliness, sitting in a corner, direly distressed. Her hands were fast bound with cords, and at her feet a child of 2 or 3 years of age lay beweeping his mother's sorry plight. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 596th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that, seeing the doleful state of these twain, my sire was filled with ruth, and longed to fall upon the ogre sword in hand. However, not being able to cope with him, he restrained his wrath and remained on stealthy watch. The giant, having drained all the pitchers of wine and devoured half of the barbecued bullock, presently addressed himself to the lady, and said, O loveliest of princesses, how long wilt thou prove thee coy, and keep aloof from me? Dost thou not see how desirous I am of winning thy heart, and how I am dying for the love of thee? 'Tis therefore only right that thou also shouldst return my affection, and know me as thine own, when I will become to thee the kindest of mankind. O thou ghoul of the waste, cried the lady, what be this whereof thou pratest? Never, no, never shalt thou win thy wish of me, however much thou mayest lust therefore. Torment me, an thou wilt, destroy me downright, but for my part I will on no wise yield me to thy lusts. At these words the infuriated savage roared aloud, 'Tis enough, and more than enough. Thy hate breedeth hatred in me, and now I desire less to have thee and hold thee than to do thee die. Then he seized her with one hand, and drawing his sabre with the other, would have struck off her head from her body, when my father shot at him a shaft so deftly that it pierced his heart and came out gleaming at his back, and he fell to the ground, and found instant admission into al-Asnam. Hereupon my sire entered the hut, and unbinding the lady's bonds, inquired of her who she was, and by what means that ogre had brought her thither. Answered she, Not far from this site there liveth on the seashore a race of Saracens, like unto the demons of the desert. Sorely against my will I was wedded to their prince, and the fulsome villain thou hast now slain was one of my husband's chief officers. He fell madly in love to me, and he longed with excessive longing to get me into his power, and to carry me off from my home. Accordingly, one day of the days when my husband was out of the way, and I was in privacy, he carried me off with this my babe from the palace to this wild wood, wherein is none save he, and where well he wot that all search and labour would be baffled. Then, hour after hour, he designed guilty designs against me, but by the mercy of Almighty Allah I have ever escaped all carnal soil of that foul monster. This evening, in despair of my safety, I was rejecting his brutal advances, when he attempted to take my life, and in the attempt he was slain by thy valorous hand. This is then my story which I have told thee. My father reassured the princess, saying, O my lady, let thy heart be at ease. At daybreak I will take thee away from this wilderness, and escort thee to Durayabar, of which city I am the sultan. And shouldst thou become fain of that place, then dwell therein until thy husband shall come in quest of thee. Quoth the lady, O my lord, this plan doth not displease me. So, with the earliest light next morning, my father took mother and child away from that forest, and set forth homewards, when suddenly he fell in with his sirdars and officers, who had been wandering hither and thither during the livelong night in search of him. They rejoiced with great joy on seeing the king, and marvelled with exceeding marvel at the sight of a veiled one with him, admiring much that so lovesome a lady should be found dwelling in a wold so wild. Thereupon the king related to them the tale of the ogre and the princess, and how he had slain the blackamoor. Presently they set forth on their homeward way, one of the emirs seating the dame behind him on his horse's crupper, while another took charge of the child. They reached the royal city, where the king ordered a large and splendid mansion to be built for his guest. The babe also received a suitable education, and thus the mother passed her days in perfect comfort and happiness. After the lapse of some months, when no tidings, however fondly expected, came of her husband, she resigned herself to marrying my father, whom she had captivated by her beauty and loveliness and amorous liveliness. Whereupon he wedded her, and when the marriage contract was drawn up, as was customary in those days, they sojourned together in one stead. As time went on, the lad grew up to be a lusty youth of a handsome mien. Moreover, he became perfect in courtly ceremonial, and in every art and science that befit princes. The king and all the ministers and emirs highly approved of him, and determined that I should be married to him, and that he should succeed the sovereign as heir to throne and kingship. The youth also was well pleased with such tokens of favour from my father, but chiefly he rejoiced with exceeding joy to hear talk of his union with his protector's only daughter. One day my sire desired to place my hand in his, to the intent that the marriage ceremony should at once take place, but first he would impose upon my suitor certain conditions, whereof one was that he should wed none other but his wife's daughter, that is, myself. This pledge displeased the haughty youth, who forthwith refused his consent thereto, deeming himself, by the demand of such condition, a despised and contemptible suitor of villain birth. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 597th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the lady continued. On this wise the wedding was deferred, and this delay became a matter of sore displeasure to the young man, who thought in his heart that my father was his foe. Therefore he ever strove to lure him into his power, till one day, in a frenzy of rage, he slew him, and proclaimed himself king of Dariabar. Moreover, the murderer would have entered my chamber to kill me also, had not the vizier, a true and faithful servant of the crown, at the tidings of his liege lord's death, speedily taken me away, and hidden me in the house of a friend, where he bade me remain concealed. 2 days afterwards, having fitted out a ship, he embarked me therein with a caramana, an old duenna, and set sail for a country whose king was of my father's friends, to the intent that he might consign me to his charge, and obtain from him the aid of an army, wherewith he might avenge himself upon the ungrateful and ungracious youth who had proved himself a traitor to the salt. But a few days after our weighing anchor, a furious storm began to blow, making the captain and crew sore confounded, and presently the waves beat upon the vessel with such exceeding violence that she brake up, and the vizier and the duenna and all who were therein, save myself, were drowned in the billows. But I, albeit well nigh a swoon, clung to a plank, and was shortly after washed ashore by the send of the sea, for Allah of his mighty power had preserved me safe and sound from death doom by the raging of the ocean, to the end that further troubles might befall me. When I returned to sense and consciousness, I found myself alive on the strand, and offered up grateful thanks to Almighty Allah. But, not seeing the vizier or any one of the company, I knew that they had perished in the waters. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till end of Khudadad and his brothers, Part 1. Section 10 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Khudadad and his brothers, Part 2. The end of the 598th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the princess of Dariabar continued. Presently, calling to remembrance the murder of my father, I cried aloud with an exceeding bitter cry, and was sore afraid at my lonesome plight, insomuch that I would fain have cast myself again into the sea, when suddenly the voice of man and tramp of horse hoofs fell upon my ears. Then, looking about, I descried a band of cavaliers, in the midst of whom was a handsome prince. He was mounted upon a steed of purest Rabite blood, and was habited in a gold-embroidered surcoat. A girdle studded with diamonds girt his loins, and on his head was a crown of gold. In fine, it was evident from his garb, as from his aspect, that he was a born ruler of mankind. Thereupon, seeing me all alone on the seashore, the knights marvelled with exceeding marvel. Then the prince detached one of his captains to ascertain my history, and acquaint him therewith. But albeit the officer plied me with questions, I answered him not a word, and shed a flood of tears in the deepest silence. So, noting the wayfage on the sand, they thought to themselves, "Perchance some vessel hath been wrecked upon this shore, and its planks and timber have been cast upon the land, and doubtless this lady was in that ship, and hath been floated ashore on some plank." Whereupon the cavaliers crowded around me, and implored me to relate unto them what had befallen me. Nevertheless, I still answered them not a word. Presently the prince himself drew near to me, and, much amazed, sent away his suite from about me, and addressed me in these words: "O my lady, fear naught of ill from me, nor distress thyself by needless affright. I would convey thee to my home, and under my mother's care. Wherefore I am curious to know of thee who thou art. The queen will assuredly befriend thee, and keep thee in comfort and happiness." And now, understanding that his heart was drawn towards me, I told him all that had betided me, and he, on hearing the story of my sad destiny, became moved with the deepest emotion, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Then he comforted me, and carried me with him, and committed me to the queen his mother, who also lent kindly ear to my tale of the past, first and last, and hearing it, she also was greatly grieved, and wearied not day or night in tending me, and, as far as in her lay, striving to make me happy. Seeing, moreover, that her son was deeply enamoured of me, and love distraught, she agreed to my becoming his wife, while I also consented when I looked upon his handsome and noble face and figure, and to his proved affection for me, and his goodness of heart. Accordingly, in due time the marriage was celebrated with royal pomp and circumstance. But what escape is there from fate? On that very night, the night of the wedding, a king of Zanzibar, who dwelt hard by that island, and had erewhile practised against the kingdom, seizing his opportunity, attacked us with a mighty army, and having put many to death, bethought him to take me and my husband alive. But we escaped from his hands, and fleeing under the murks of night to the seashore, found there a fisherman's boat, which we entered, thanking our stars, and launched it, and floated far away on the current, unknowing whither destiny was directing us. On the third day we espied a vessel making us, whereat we rejoiced with joy excessive, deeming her to be some merchantman coming to our aidance. No sooner had it lain alongside, however, than up there sprang 5 or 6 pirates, each brandishing a naked brand in hand, and boarding us, tied our arms behind us, and carried us to their craft. They then tear the veil from my face, and forthwith desired to possess me, each saying to other, "I will enjoy this wench." On this wise wrangling and jangling ensued, till right soon it turned to battle and bloodshed, when moment by moment, and one by one, the ravishers fell dead, until all were slain, save a single pirate, the bravest of the band. Quoth he to me, "Thou shalt fare with me to Cairo, where dwelleth a friend of mine, and to him will I give thee, for erewhile I promised him that on this voyage I would secure for him a fair woman for handmaid." Then, seeing my husband, whom the pirates had left in bonds, he exclaimed, "Who may be this hound? Is he to thee a lover or a friend?" And I made answer, "He is my wedded husband." "'Tis well," cried he, "in very sooth it behoveth me to release him from the bitter pangs of jealousy, and the sight of thee enfolded in another's fond embrace." Whereat the ruffian raised aloft the ill-fated prince, bound foot and hand, and cast him into the sea, while I shrieked aloud and implored his mercy, but all in vain. Seeing the prince struggling and drowning in the waves, I cried out and screamed, and buffeted my face and tare my hair, and would fain have cast myself into the waters, but I could not, for he held me fast, and lashed me to the mainmast. Then, pursuing our course with favouring winds, we soon arrived at a small port village, where he bought camels and boy-slaves, and journeyed on towards Cairo. But when several stages of the road were left behind us, the Abyssinian who dwelt in this castle suddenly overtook us. From afar we deemed him to be a lofty tower, and when near us could hardly believe him to be a human being. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 599th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Princess of Duryabar continued. At once unsheathing his huge sword, the Habashi made for the pirate, and ordered him to surrender himself prisoner, with me and all his slaves, and with pinioned elbows, to accompany him. Hereat the robber, with hot courage and heading his followers, rushed fiercely on the Abyssinian, and for a long time the fight raged thick and fast, till he and his lay dead upon the field. Whereupon the Abyssinian led off the camels, and carried me and the pirate's corpse to this castle, and devoured the flesh of his foe at his evening meal. Then, turning to me as I wept with bitter weeping, he said, Banish from thy breast this woe and this angry mood, and abide in this castle at perfect ease and in comfort, and solace thyself with my embraces. However, since thou appearest at this present to be in dire distress, I will excuse thee for to-night, but without fail I shall require thee of thyself on the morrow. He then led me into a separate chamber, and locking fast the gates and doors, fell asleep alone in another place. Arising early on the next morning, he searched the castle round about, unlocked the wicket, which he closed again, and sallied forth, according to his custom, in quest of wayfarers. But the caravan escaped him, and anon he returned empty-handed, when thou didst set upon him and slay him. On this wise the Princess of Duryabar related her history to Prince Khudadad, who was moved with ruth for her. Then, comforting her, he said, Henceforth fear not, nor be on any wise dismayed. These princes are the sons of the king of Harran, and, if it please thee, let them lead thee to his court, and stablish thee in comfort and luxury. The king also will guard thee from all evil. Or, shouldst thou be loath to fare with them, wilt thou not consent to take for spouse him who hath rescued thee from so great calamity? The Princess of Duryabar consented to wed with him, and forthwith the marriage was celebrated with grand display in the castle. And here they found meats and drinks of sundry sorts, and delicious fruits and fine wines, wherewith the cannibal would regale himself when aweary of man's flesh. So Khudadad made ready dishes of every colour, and feasted his brothers. Next day, taking with them such provant as was at hand, all set forth for Harran, and at the close of each stage they chose a suitable stead for nighting. And when but one day's journey lay before them, the princes supped that night off what was left to them of their viaticum, and drained all the wine that remained. But when the drink had mastered their wits, Khudadad thus addressed his brothers, saying, Hitherto I have withheld from you the secret of my birth, which now I must disclose. Know ye then that I am your brother, for I also am a son of the king of Harran, whom the lord of Samarialand brought up and bade educate. And lastly, my mother is the Princess Firuzah. Then to the Princess of Duryabar, Thou didst not recognize my rank and pedigree, and had I discovered myself erewhile, haply thou hadst been spared the mortification of being wooed by a man of vulgar blood. But now ease thy mind, for that thy husband is a prince. Quoth she, Albeit thou discoveredst to me not until this time, still my heart felt assured that thou wast of noble birth, and the son of some potent sovereign. The princes, one and all, appeared outwardly well pleased, and offered each and every warm congratulations whilst the wedding was celebrating. But inwardly they were filled with envy and sore annoy at such unwelcome issue of events, so much so that when Khudadad retired with the Princess of Duryabar to his tent and slept, those ingrates, forgetful of the service rendered to them by their brother, in that he had rescued them when prisoners in the hands of the man-devouring Abyssinian, remained deep in thought, and seeking a safe place, took counsel one with another to kill him. Quoth the foremost of them, O my brother and our father showed him the liveliest affection, when he was to us naught save a vagrant and unknown, and indeed made him our ruler and our governor. And now hearing of his victory won from the ogre, and learning that the stranger is his son, will not our sire forthwith appoint this bastard his only heir, and give him dominion over us, so that we must all be forced to fall at his feet and bear his yoke? My rede is that we make an end of him in this very spot." Accordingly they stole softly into his tent, and dealt him from every side strokes with their swords, so that they slashed him in every limb, and fondly thought that they had left him dead on the bed, without their waking the princess. Next morning they entered the city of Harran, and made their salams to the king, who despaired of sighting them again. So he rejoiced with exceeding joy on seeing them restored to him, safe and sound and sane, and asked why they had tarried from him so long. In reply they carefully concealed from him their being thrown into the dungeon by the ghoul of Abyssinia, and how Khudadad had rescued them. On the contrary, all declared that they had been delayed whilst hunting and visiting the adjacent cities and countries. So the Sultan gave full credence to their account and held his peace. Such was their case. But as regards Khudadad, when the Princess of Durayabar awoke in the morning, she found her bridegroom lying drowned in blood, gashed and pierced with a score of wounds. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the full 600th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the princess, deeming her bridegroom dead, wept at this sight right sore, and calling to mind his youth and beauty, his valour, and his many virtues, she washed his face with her tears, and exclaimed, 'Well away, and woe is me, O my lover! O Khudadad! Do these eyes look upon thee in sudden and violent death? Are these thy brothers, the devils, whom thy courage hath saved, the destroyers of thee? Nay, 'tis I am thy murtheress, I who suffered thee to ally thy fate with my hapless destiny, a lot that doometh to destruction all who befriend me.' Then, considering the body attentively, she perceived that breath was slowly coming and going through his nostrils, and that his limbs were yet warm. So she made fast the tent door, and ran citywards to seek a surgeon. And anon, having found a skilful leech, she returned with him. But lo and behold, Khudadad was missing. She wist not what had become of him, but thought in her mind that some wild beast had carried him off. Then she wept bitterly, and bemoaned her mishap, so that the surgeon was moved to ruth, and with words of comfort and consolation offered her house and service. And lastly he bore her to the town, and assigned to her a separate dwelling. He also appointed 2 slave girls to wait upon her, and albeit he knew naught of her condition, he was ever in attendance on her with the honour and homage due to the kings. One day, she being somewhat less sad of heart, the surgeon, who had now informed himself of her condition, asked her, saying, "O my lady, be pleased to acquaint me with thine estate and thy misfortunes, and as far as in me lieth, I will strive to aid and succour thee." And she, observing the leech to be shrewd and trustworthy withal, made known to him her story. Quoth the surgeon, "An it be thy wish, I would gladly escort thee to thy father-in-law, the king of Harran, who is indeed a wise sovereign and a just, and he will rejoice to see thee, and will take vengeance on the unnatural princes, his sons, for the blood of thy husband unjustly shed." These words pleased well the princess. So the surgeon hired 2 dromedaries, which they mounted, and the twain set forth for the city of Harran. Alighting that same evening at a caravanserai, the leech asked what news had come from town, and the keeper answered, "The king of Harran had a son passing valiant and accomplished, who abode with him for some years as a stranger. But lately he was lost, nor doth any know of him whether he be dead or alive. The Princess Firuzah, his mother, hath sent all wares in search of him, yet hath she found nor trace nor tidings of him. His parents, and indeed all the folk, rich and poor, weep and wail for him, and albeit the Sultan hath other 49 sons, none of them can compare with him for doughty deeds and skilful craft, nor from any one of them deriveth he aught of comfort or consolation. Full quest and search have been made, but hitherto all have been in vain. The surgeon thereupon made known these words to the Princess of Duriabar, who was minded to go straightway and acquaint the mother of Khudadad with everything that had befallen her husband. But the surgeon, after full reflection, said, O Princess, shouldst thou fare with this intent, haply, ere thou arrive thither, the 49 princes may hear of thy coming, and they, by some means or other, will assuredly do thee die, and thy life will be spent to no purpose. Nay, rather let me go first to Prince Khudadad's mother. I will tell her all thy tale, and she doubtless will send for thee. Until such time do thou remain secret in this serai. Accordingly the leech rode on leisurely for the city, and on the road he met a lady mounted upon a she-mule, whose housings were of the richest and finest, while behind her walked confidential servants, followed by a band of horsemen and foot soldiers and Habashi slaves. And as she rode along, the people formed espalier, standing on either side to salute her while she passed. The leech also joined the throng, and made his obeisance, after which quoth he to a bystander, which was a darwish, Methinks this lady must be a queen. 'Tis even so, quoth the other. She is the consort of our Sultan, and all the folk honour and esteem her above her sister wives, for that in truth she is the mother of Prince Khudadad, and of him thou surely hast heard. Hereupon the surgeon accompanied the cavalcade. And when the lady dismounted at a cathedral mosque, and gave alms of ashrafis and gold coins to all around, for the king had enjoined her that until Khudadad's return she should deal charity to the poor with her own hand, and pray for the youth's being restored to his home in peace and safety, the mediciner also mingled with the throng, which joined in supplications for their favourite, and whispered to a slave, saying, O my brother, it behoveth me that I make known without stay or delay to Queen Firuzah a secret which is with me. Replied he, An it be aught concerning Prince Khudadad, 'tis well. The king's wife will surely give ear to thee, but an it be other, thou wilt hardly win a hearing, for that she is distraught by the absence of her son, and careth not for aught beside. The surgeon, still speaking low, made reply, My secret concerneth that which is on her mind. If this be so, returned the slave, do thou follow her train privily till it arrive at the palace gate. Accordingly, when the lady Firuzah reached her royal apartments, the man made petition to her, saying, A stranger would fain tell somewhat to thee in private. And she deigned give permission and command, exclaiming, 'Tis well, let him be brought hither. Hereupon the slave presented to her the surgeon, whom the queen with gracious mien bade approach. And he, kissing ground between her hands, made his petition in these words, I have a long tale to tell thy highness, whereat thou shalt greatly marvel. Then he described to her Khudadad's condition, the villainy of his brothers, and his death at their hands, and of his corpse having been carried off by wild beasts. Queen Firuzah, hearing of her son's murder, fell straightway a-swooning to the ground, and the attendants ran up, and raising her, besprinkled her face with rose-water until she recovered sense and consciousness. Then she gave orders to the surgeon, saying, Hie thee straightway to the Princess of Duriabar, and convey to her greetings and expressions of sympathy, both from myself and from his sire. And as the leech departed, she called to mind her son, and wept with sore weeping. By chance the Sultan, who was passing by that way, seeing Firuzah in tears and sobs, and breaking out into sore and bitter lamentation, asked of her the reason thereof. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 601st night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that when her husband inquired of Queen Firouzah why and wherefore she wept and wailed, and moaned and groaned, she told him all she had heard from the leech, and her husband was filled with hot wrath against his sons. So he rose up and went straightway to the audience chamber, where the townsfolk had gathered together to petition him and to pray for justice and redress. And they, seeing his features working with rage, were all sore afraid. Presently the Sultan seated himself on the throne of his kingship, and gave an order to his grand vizier, saying, "O Vizier Hasan, take with thee 1,000 men of the guard which keepeth watch and ward over the palace, and do thou bring hither the 49 princes, my unworthy sons, and cast them into the prison appointed unto manslayers and murderers, and have a heed that none of them escape." The vizier did as he was bidden, and seizing the princes, one and all, cast them into jail with the murderers and other criminals, then reported his action to his liege lord. Hereat the Sultan dismissed sundry claimants and suppliants, saying, "For the space of 1 full-told month henceforth, it besitteth me not to sit in the justice hall. Depart hence, and when the 30 days shall have passed away, do ye return hither again." After this, rising from the throne, he took with him the Vizier Hasan, and entering the apartment of Queen Firouzah, gave command to the minister that he bring in all haste, and with royal state and dignity, from the caravanserai the Princess of Durayabar and the mediciner. The vizier straightway took horse, accompanied by the emirs and soldiers, and, leading a fine white she-mule, richly adorned with jewelled trappings, from out of the royal stables, he rode to the caravanserai, wherein abode the Princess of Durayabar. Having told her all that the king had done, he seated her upon the animal, and, mounting the surgeon upon a steed of Turcoman blood, all three proceeded with pomp and grandeur to the palace. The shopkeepers and townsfolk ran out to greet the lady as the cavalcade wound its way through the streets, and when they heard say that she was the wife of Prince Khudadad, they rejoiced with exceeding joy, for that they should now receive tidings of his whereabouts. As soon as the procession reached the palace gates, the Princess of Durayabar saw the Sultan, who had come forth to greet her, and she alighted from the mule and kissed his feet. The king then raised her by the hand, and conducted her to the chamber wherein sat Queen Firouzah, awaiting her visit, and all three fell on one another's necks, and wept sore, and could on no wise control their grief. But whenas their sorrow was somewhat assuaged, the Princess of Durayabar said to the king, "O my lord the Sultan, I would proffer humble petition, that full vengeance may fall upon those, one and all, by whom my husband hath been so foully and cruelly murdered." Replied the king, "No, my lady, rest assured that I will assuredly put to death all those villains in requital for the blood of Khudadad." Presently adding, "'Tis true that the dead body of my brave son hath not been found. Still it seemeth but right to me that a tomb be built, a cenotaph whereby his greatness and goodness may be held in everlasting remembrance." Thereupon he summoned the Grand Vizier, and bade that a great mausoleum of white marble be edified amiddlemost the city, and the minister straightway appointed workmen, and made choice of a suitable spot in the very centre of the capital. So there they built a gorgeous cenotaph, crowned with a noble dome, under which was sculptured a figure of Khudadad, and when the news of its completion reached the king, he appointed a day for ceremonious mourning and prelections of the Koran. At the appointed time and term, the townsfolk gathered together to see the funeral procession and the obsequies for the departed. And the Sultan went in state to the mausoleum, together with all the viziers, the emirs, and lords of the land, and took seat upon carpets of black satin, purfled with flowers of gold, which were dispread over the marble floor. After a while a bevy of knights rode up, with downcast heads and half-closed eyes, and twice circuiting the dome, they halted the third time in front of the door, and cried out aloud, "O Prince, O son of our Sultan, could we, by the sway of our good swords and the strength of our gallant arms, restore thee to life, nor heart nor force would fail us in the endeavour. But before the fiat of Almighty Allah, all must bow the neck." Then the horsemen rode away to the place whence they came, followed by 100 hermits, hoar of head, and dwellers of the caves, who had passed their lives in solitude and abstinence, nor ever held converse with man or womankind. Neither did they appear in Haran at any time save for the obsequies of the reigning race. In front came one of these greybeards, steadying with one hand a huge and ponderous tome which he bore upon his head. Presently all the holy men thrice compassed the mausoleum. Then, standing on the highway, the eldest cried with a loud voice, "O Prince, could we, by dint of orisons and devotions, bring thee back to life, these hearts and souls of ours would be devoted to quickening thee, and on seeing thee arise once again, we would wipe thy feet with our own age-white beards." And when they also retired, came 100 maidens of wondrous beauty and loveliness, mounted on white barbs, whose saddles were richly embroidered and set with jewels. Their faces were bare, and on their heads they bore golden canisters filled with precious stones, rubies, and diamonds. They also rode in circuit round the cenotaph, and halting at the door, the youngest and fairest of them, speaking in the name of her sisterhood, exclaimed, "O Prince, could our youth and our charms avail thee aught, we would present ourselves to thee, and become thy handmaids. But alas, thou knowest full well that our beauties are here all in vain, nor can our love now warm thy clay." Then they also departed in the deepest grief. As soon as they had disappeared, the Sultan and all with him rose up and walked thrice round the figure that had been set up under the dome. Then, standing at its feet, the father said, "O my beloved son, enlighten these eyes which tears for the stress of separation have thus bedimmed." He then wept bitterly, and all his ministers and courtiers and grandees joined in his mourning and lamentations. And when they had made an end of the obsequies, the Sultan and his suite returned palacewards, and the door of the dome was locked. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 602nd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Sultan commanded congregational prayers in all the mosques for a full-told week, and he ceased not to mourn and weep and wail before the cenotaph of his son for 8 days. And as soon as this term was past, he commanded the Grand Vizier that vengeance be meted out for the murder of Prince Khudadad, and that the princes be brought out from their dungeons and be done to death. The tidings were bruited about the city, and preparations were made for executing the assassins, and crowds of folk collected to gaze upon the scaffold, when suddenly came a report that an enemy, whom the king had routed in bygone times, was marching upon the city with a conquering army. Hereat the Sultan was sore troubled and perplexed, and the ministers of state said to one another, "Alas, had Prince Khudadad been on life, he would forthwith have put to flight the forces of the foe, however fierce and fell." Natheless, the sovereign set out from the city with his suite and host, and eke he made ready for flight to some other land by way of the river, should the enemy's force prove victorious. Then the two powers met in deadly combat, and the invader, surrounding the king of Haran's many on every side, would have cut him to pieces with all his warriors, when behold, an armed force, hitherto unseen, rode athwart the plain at a pace so swift and so sure that the two hostile kings gazed upon them in uttermost amazement, nor wist any one whence that host came. But when it drew near, the horsemen charged home on the enemies, and in the twinkling of an eye put them to flight. Then, hotly pursuing, felled them with the biting sword and the piercing spear. Seeing this onslaught, the king of Haran marvelled greatly, and rendering thanks to heaven, said to those around him, "Learn ye the name of the captain of yonder host, who he may be, and whence came he?" But when all the foemen had fallen upon the field, save only a few who escaped hither and thither, and the hostile sultan who had been taken prisoner, the captain of the friendly forces returned from pursuit, well pleased to greet the king. And lo and behold, as the twain drew near one to another, the Sultan was certified that the captain was none other than his beloved child Khudadad, whilome lost and now found. Accordingly he rejoiced with joy unspeakable that his enemy had thus been vanquished, and that he had again looked upon his son Khudadad, who stood before him alive and safe and sound. "O my sire," presently exclaimed the prince, "I am he whom thou deemest to have been slain. But Allah Almighty hath kept me on life, that I might this day stand thee in good stead, and destroy these thine enemies." "O my beloved son," replied the king, "surely I had despaired, and never hoped again to see thee with these mine eyes." So father and son dismounted, and fell upon each other's necks, and, quoth the Sultan, clasping the youth's hand, "Long since have I known of thy valiant deeds, and how thou didst save thine ill-omened brothers from the hands of the man-devouring Abyssinian, and of the evil wherewith they requited thee. Go now to thy mother, of whom naught remaineth, through bitter tears for thee, save skin and bone. Be thou the first to gladden her heart, and give her the good tidings of this thy victory." As they rode along, the prince inquired of the Sultan his sire how he had heard tell of the Habashi, and of the rescue of the princes from the cannibals' clutches. "Hath one of my brothers," added he, "informed thee of this adventure?" "Not so, O my son," replied the king, "not they. But the Princess of Dariabar told me the miserable tale thereof. She hath dwelt for many days with me, and 'twas she who first and foremost demanded vengeance for thy blood." When Khudadad heard that the princess his spouse was his father's guest, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and cried, "Suffer me first to see my mother, then I will go to the Princess of Dariabar." The king of Harran hereat struck off the head of his chief enemy, and exposed it publicly throughout the streets of his capital. And all the people exulted mightily, not only at the victory, but also for the return of Khudadad, safe and sound, and dancing and feasting were in every household. Presently Queen Firuzah and the Princess of Dariabar presented themselves before the Sultan, and offered their congratulations to him. Then they went to see Khudadad, both hand in hand, and the three, falling on one another's necks, wept for very joy. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 603rd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that after this the king and his queen and daughter-in-law sat long conversing, and they marvelled much how Khudadad, albeit he was sorely gashed and pierced with the sword, had escaped alive from that wildest of woes. Whereupon the prince, at the bidding of his sire, told his tale in these words: A peasant mounted on a camel chanced to pass by my pavilion, and seeing me sore wounded and weltering in my blood, set me upon his beast, and conveyed me to his house. Then, choosing some roots of desert herbs, he placed them on the hurts, so that they kindly healed, and I speedily recovered strength. After returning thanks to my benefactor, and giving him liberal largesse, I set out for the city of Harran, and on the road I saw the forces of the foe in countless numbers marching upon thy city. Wherefore I made the matter known to the folk of the townships and villages round about, and besought their aid. Then, collecting a large force, I placed myself at the head thereof, and, arriving in the nick of time, destroyed the invading hosts. Hereupon the Sultan gave thanks to Allah Almighty, and said, Let all the princes who conspired against thy life be put to death, and sent forthright for the sworder of his vengeance. But Khudadad made request to his sire, and said, In good sooth, O my lord the king, they all deserve the doom thou hast ordained, yet be not these my brethren, and eke thine own flesh and blood? I have freely forgiven them their offence against me, and I humbly pray thy pardon also, that thou grant them their lives, for that blood ever calleth unto blood. The Sultan, at length, consented, and forgave their offence. Then, summoning all the ministers, he declared Khudadad his heir and successor in presence of the princes, whom he bade bring from the prison-house. Khudadad caused their chains and fetters to be stricken off, and embraced them one by one, showing them the same fondness and affection as he had shown to them in the castle of the cannibal Habashi. All the folk, on hearing of this noble conduct of Prince Khudadad, raised shouts of applause, and loved him yet more than before. The surgeon, who had done such good service to the Princess of Durayabar, received a robe of honour and much wealth. And on this wise that which began with mishap had issue in all happiness. When Queen Shahrazad ended this story, she said to Shahryar, "O my lord, thou art doubtless astonished to find that the Caliph Harun al-Rashid changed his wrath against Ghanim and his mother and sister to feelings of favour and affection, but I am assured that thou wilt be the more surprised on hearing the story of the curious adventures of that same Caliph with the blind man Aba Abdullah." Quoth Dunyazad, as was her way, to her sister Shahrazad, "O sister mine, what a rare and delectable tale hast thou told! And now, prithee, favour us with another." She replied, "It is well nigh dawn, but if my life be spared, I will tell thee, as the morrow morrows, a strange and wonderful history of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till End of the Tale of Khudadad and his Brothers.